yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No pain for there to see. Rage is like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Astrology for Mystics with Jen. I'm Jen. Thank you so much for joining me today on this Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday. It's going to be a weird day. This is a intense day. We've been waiting for this day, and lo and behold, we didn't know that Miss Nancy was going to be missing. Hope everybody is doing well today. Hey, Peace, Love, Jeeps. Hey, Leah. Hey, Army Vet. Good to see you. Rakeem. Good to see you guys. Animal Mother, Jeff. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Scarlett. Good to see you. Again, thank you guys. Hey, Orb, good to see you, babe. Thank you for joining. So we're going to be talking about Nancy. There's some things going on today with, hey, Barb. There's some things going on today with the Secret Service, with Arizona. We're going to go through some of these charts. Any questions, Jen? Let me know. Okay. All right. Uh, here's a question for you. What would be the connection with Nancy and Colorado? What's the Colorado connection with the military? Um, the other thing too that we need to discuss is Tomas. He is in transit for a while with the FBI. And he is actually going through a Saturn, not a Saturn return, but he is going through a Chiron return. His Chiron return begins in April, but it's already in Orb. I mean, we can see that. We can already see that. And what is a Chiron return? It's where all that pain that he has brought forth from his childhood is going to be transmuted. Some people make it through that time period and some people don't. I'm talking about being alive. Sometimes we just don't make it through these tough periods in our life, and it definitely depends on our chart. And I don't know what time he's born, so I don't know what house it's in. I feel like that guy's been in a room being questioned for at least 48 hours. He could be. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me know. Let me know what you find out, Army Vet, because I'm interested in seeing that. Because with his Chiron return, we are the collective transit with Trans Pluto and Leo is showing up in Colorado. So I'm interested. Happy Sunday, Michelle. Good to see you. Good to see you, honey. Thank you guys for being here. So let's start with something that I think that we can all we let's begin this live with something that is meaningful having to do with Nancy and Savannah. Savannah on the Today Show, she is definitely a figure, a public figure, even political. Her husband, that they seem to be Democrats, Democratic, and her mother was on the Today Show with her a lot behind the scenes. They were together a lot. And so it's very interesting to me that, Clintons are going to court, the Epstein files are being dropped, the final, millions of files are being dropped. And there's so much confusion, distraction, look over here, look over there. People are still trying to figure out what really happened to Charlie Kirk, what's really going on with Erica, what's really going on with TPUSA in Arizona. And so Arizona is definitely a hot seat of political drama. And we have to remember that. We have to keep that in our minds, no matter if there was a new roof put on, if there was new electrical, all of that stuff is definitely pertinent to her story, to her going missing, but there's a lot that was taking place, when she goes missing. So, hey, Jill, good to see you, honey. Good to see you. Hey, Deanna. All right, so let's look at this video. I share my screen with you guys. And let's look at this. I'm not going to play it all, but I want us to start this live out with something meaningful having to do with Nancy and Savannah. All right, here we go.
Back with the start of a very special and very personal new series. It's called Homecoming Today.
And Savannah, we're going to start with you. You took us back to your old stomping grounds.
Oh, yes, here we go. I'm really excited about this. When people ask me, where are you from? I'm always proud when I say Tucson, Arizona. I grew up there, went to college there. My mom still lives there. And honestly, a part of me has really never left. So thanks to our sponsor, Visit Tucson, I got a chance to go home to show you everything from the giants of the desert to the people who raised me, and really why Tucson is unlike anywhere else in the world.
There is no place like home.
especially when home is as stunning a place as Tucson, Arizona, where the sunsets paint the sky every single night, and every cactus is an old friend. Prickly pear, saguaro. This is the jumping cholla, because if you
This was 2 months ago. This was actually recorded 2 months ago. Let me make sure that I'm telling you right. It was from the Today Show, 3 months. So 3 months ago. So this would have been shot in December. 3 months ago. All right.
walk past it and brush it, it jumps out at you. Or, in some cases, frenemy. Ow. Still sharp. But Tucson is more than its breathtaking landscape. It's a vibrant community and canvas. Hi, Joe.
So she goes to different places. She goes to the zoo. Then she goes to Arizona University.
I know just where to go. Knock, knock. Mr. President.
Hey,
Hi.
Savannah.
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
to see you. Just reading about you.
Oh my gosh, it is so good to be back in
Great
Tucson.
to see you. Welcome.
I'm a hugger. This is home.
That's fantastic.
Where-
So happy you're back.
Where are all the students?
You remember them all.
Yes.
Welcome home.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
I'm here, but where is everybody?
Welcome back home, Savannah.
So she goes to the school, and the cheerleaders come out. They do a little something, something for her. There's all kinds of love,
You
and
guys just won
this
best
is the
Wi-Fi.
homecoming. So each one of the hosts are doing like a homecoming. And then they go to the restaurant, the Mexican restaurant, where she has
But by far,
lunch with
my
her mom
favorite
and
part about
sister.
Tucson is family. El Charro is the oldest family-owned Mexican restaurant in America, and the perfect place to catch up with mine, my mom Nancy and sister Annie. I come here every time I come home to Tucson. I have to come to El Charro. How long has El Charro been here?
103 years.
Carlota Flores has run El Charro for over 50 years, taking over from her great aunt Monica, the woman who's said to have invented the chimichanga. She treated us to a tradition from back in Prohibition, when women playing cards would hide their tequila in teacups. Cheers!
Cheers.
I love you. Don't drink the whole thing. Well, Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you had been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle. Yeah, I like to watch the javelina eat my plants.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home and
Yes.
seeing you guys. Should we raise a glass? Prickly pear margarita. Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you.
Love you.
From the love of family to the familiar beauty of the scenery, I will always be a daughter of the desert.
The daughter of the desert. And then let me play this and then we'll stop.
Daughter. Oh, daughter.
Daughter of
Oh
the
my
desert.
God.
That was like a movie.
Oh.
Well,
Super
guys, I
sweet.
brought you a little something from Carlota Flores
so
and El
good.
Charro. This is the famous teacup and the tequila they would hide in it for Prohibition. And as my mother said, it's quite smooth, and she put in an order for the tequila. So,
Oh, wow.
shall we just do a little
Cheers.
That
tiny
is real
sip?
tequila.
Oh,
That's
It
For
is.
Nancy.
It's brown.
That was so
Insolito.
fun to see your connection to
To
Tucson.
Tucson.
That's
Oh,
just
and you
cool.
spent
Brings
some
you
time there
your
too.
mother.
I did. My grandparents lived
So this was 3 months ago. 3 months ago. So we've got to take that in consideration too, that they were doing a segment about the homecoming. So anyone that would have any bitter animosity towards Savannah, wanting to get it, the best way to get someone back is to take that person that they love the most. If this is just about money and solely about money, it could be the same thing. Somebody saw this and was like, "Oh," and they got the great idea. If it's not, somebody close to the family. So When I look on the map, I'm not real sure exactly which one they went to, which restaurant they went to, but if I were to take the one, maybe closer to say Arizona, where Nancy goes to church, in Tucson, then that's definitely going to play a role. I think that this could play a role. So we're going to look at the map with the one that I think that they went to that's closest to Nancy's church. We'll look at that on the map because I'm still working the map, still working it. Hey, Witchy Mama, good to see you, honey. Thank you for joining. Look into her sister's husband's son. Well, I can do that if you can give me his birthday. I need the birthday, the date, and the year that he was born. How old is the son? You're talking about Tomas's son? You got one eye open and coffee is brewing. I heard that. You literally just woke up. That's all right. I do have Nancy's birthday. I've got her on the map. I showed that on day 1 when I showed the map, part 1. I'm showing Nancy's natal on the map. Yes. I have everybody's birthday but Annie's and evidently the son. They said it on the news station. Yeah, I don't know who his son is, how old his son is, anything about it. I would say that his son is probably in his early 20s, but if he's got a son, I don't know. Don't know, but that would be a good one to look at for sure. It doesn't have I've got everybody's birthday that I need other than Annie's is not public or this son that Summer Rain is talking about. I've got everybody else's. I've got everybody else's. Yeah, thank you guys for being here, supporting the channel, supporting this work. It's innovative for sure. Okay, so let's get on with and I did receive your emails by the way with the psychic guy and yeah. So, today is the Super Bowl. There's a lot of intensity that is surrounding the Super Bowl, that is surrounding the law, that is surrounding, I mean, just you name it. This is a very, very, very intense day and evening going into tomorrow. This isn't a calm weekend, evidently. Obviously, it's not calm at all. So I also want to show you uh JLR. He's been live, he's been boots on the ground. He is outside of Nancy's home. And
all of once it gets dark, they're not doing anything out here in the dark.
yeah, media are surrounding Nancy's home today. Of course, they wanting to get the latest story, wanting to get people coming in and out, seeing what's going on at the different homes. And then, of course, we had, last night we had that interview, not interview, but uh, the kids again came on.
Sheriff deputies out there standing right by the driveway or something.
So yeah, JLR, he flew from Florida to here. So I've been watching him here and there just to see if I could get any information to put on the map. And so far, nothing really to put on the map. But I'm thinking that this is probably where they went to eat. Is this one right here? Let me turn off the other addresses. I'm thinking that it's this one that they went to eat at because this is going along with the Secret Service. To the Secret Service, so it could be somebody that was here. I'm not sure. It's not going right over the restaurant. It's going over this area right here. Let's see. It's a nail and spa. It's actually going over this area. Beijing, Chinese restaurant. What else is here? Home goods, Kohl's. And then here is the restaurant I think that they went to. Is right here. And that would be on, it's the Mercury in Aquarius. So it was definitely Mercury in Aquarius is in a good standing with the Secret Service. And so I've looked at this line, and I've looked at this area as well. So I think that it could definitely play a role. It could definitely play a role in her disappearance. The I keep seeing with Tomas, I keep seeing his. Let me go ahead and share my whole screen so I can start showing you the energy that I'm seeing and what's coming into play. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much, honey. Thank you. I appreciate that. They're checking now in manholes. They're on the property now. Yep, checking manholes. That would be a good place to search, to make sure and clear all that area. Oh, really? Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Dang it. That stinks. Ah, I'm sorry about that. That's the only thing about doing members only is I don't capture everybody that, I want to be able to listen in. Ah, bless your heart. Hold on, let me see if I can do a little something something here. Let me see if I can let me see if I can get it there. Let's see who can get a membership. There you go, girl. There you go. There you go. Now you can come in now you can come in at least for a good month. At least for a good month. Welcome to the Watchers, babe. Welcome to the Watchers, everybody. You are welcome for this gifted membership. You're so welcome. There you go, Michelle. Now you're in like Flan, babe. Yeah, welcome, guys. Welcome. Welcome to the Watchers. You have at least, yeah, that's the last 5 that I can give out. That's the last 5 until next month. So enjoy for the month at least. If you can't renew, it's okay. I understand. Okay, so the map, the maps that I create work best with the information that the law enforcement knows. Without that, it's very, very difficult for me to understand where a person can be found. But when working with the law enforcement with the information that they know, it could be a slam dunk. I mean, really, seriously, it could be a slam dunk. But what are you gonna do? Hey, FBI, I'm an astrologer. Do you mind working with me? No, it's not gonna be able to, come to fruition like that. So that was me last night. I think I cried a little. Oh no. Oh, honey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was going over charts, that I didn't want other people to see other than us and our community. But yeah, you feel a blessing coming. That's right. I love that. I love it. Love, love it. So today, like I said, this is a day that we've been watching. I've been watching this for, before Nancy even went missing. It looked like it was going to be a surreal day. The 29th, the 30th, the 1st, the 8th, and then I've got other charts that I'm definitely going to be watching. And there is a Colorado connection here. And I just don't understand why. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at the transits. And I do want to go over something on the map here, and that is this. When they took Nancy's car, when they took her car, Mars was opposing this Leo line. So the Mars in Aquarius last night. It was, Mars and all the Aquarius energy is going this way. And the Leo energy, all the publicity is going this way. And the FBI shines in Leo. They have their 11th house of justice and Mars in Leo. And so this is where where Nancy and the FBI are meeting up. And when her car was towed, this is the lines that were being opposed by Mars. There was an opposition, there was a major challenge with the FBI and Nancy. And that challenge is here and is going in this direction. So if I turn on the addresses, I don't really have anything here yet other than things that I have, Brett, the neighbor, his past address. But I do have Costco. I found Costco to be pretty, this would, it's about groceries. And then there's another little business here. But this would be park, something having to do with the law. And look, this right here is where Tomas and Nanny and Annie signed the POA. So if there would be anything that happens to Tomas, Annie is the durable power of attorney. And this is where they signed it at the Catalina Title Agency in Tucson. It's not going right over it. So I'm a little hesitant to say that that's what it is with the vehicle. And then we've got Lowe's. So if you guys hear anything about Lowe's, let me know. Okay. If you hear anything about Costco, let me know. And let me see what this place was again. This looks like an empty business park. I don't know. I would definitely be looking for maybe a park or something where there's competition. Leo would be very competitive, or it's just going to be a publicity line with the FBI and Nancy. So I've followed this all the way down, and we can keep on going down. We can even go even further, and we can go into Mexico. But this Colorado, let's look at that for a second. That natal Mars in Taurus that she has with her vehicle and anything that would have evidentiary value with the vehicle, with a vehicle, anything having to do with money, anything with evidence. This is where things are getting a little shady for her, going toward Colorado Springs. With the FBI, this is where Tommaso is connected to the FBI with this 412. So let me show you that on the astrology because I want us to understand how long this is going to be in the public eye with him and the FBI. So check this out. Let me remove this. That way I can open up my whole screen and you can see the astrology. This is where it's getting really crazy, like cray cray. Let me show the whole screen here. So this is the transits right now. Let's talk about that. We're rising at home with Cancer at a 4:30. We are descending with Capricorn in businesses, responsibility, accountability at 4:32 degree. There's a lot of transformation with other people's money that is coming in the future with groups. I definitely see the state of Tennessee and Kentucky right there with Mars right now. Mars is with Tennessee and Kentucky groups. So it would appear that there is an investigation here with Savannah and her past. things of the past with Savannah and her mother. I definitely see the witness protection program. I see Ghislaine Maxwell. I see Virginia Guthrie, Elon. There is definitely a shakeup, an investigation with other people's money. I definitely see that the 0022 is now on Neptune, and Aries is now on Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell. There's gonna be a big shakeup within the next 24 hours with her and Alan Dershowitz. He and she are in transit together. Lots of energy with the public image. Lots of energy that is happening with them. Now, here is where, and this is Alan Dershowitz as well. He's going to be holding the collective transit. It's a lot of betrayal, but the last 24 hours, so from yesterday, February 7th, to just a little bit ago, the 0021 was in transit with Arizona, Nevada, and Secret Service. Neptune, dissolving things having to do with relationships, with other people's money, with the ransom, okay? Nevada carries the same degree with the Secret Service and Arizona. That's why I'm including Nevada in this. I definitely see that there is a big darkness. There's a major darkness when it comes to California. Major. There's a lot of disordered aggression when it comes to the courts with immigration. It's big. But this is the energy that Tomas has with the FBI guys, and I want to show it to you because right now, Admitos and Gemini, that's the breakup with currency, the breakup with crypto, with Bitcoin. Okay. The other thing that I take note, I want to make sure that we talk about is this 1549. That is Epstein's Mars in the second house of values and money. There's a devouring energy at home with his values, with money. Okay. So Nancy is definitely in transit with home, things having to do with home. There is a lot of publicity with Nancy, with a lot of warring, with the head wound. Okay. I can definitely that's a collective transit. It's not going away. It's going to be here the rest of the evening, okay, until tomorrow. That's definite. She is definitely holding a collective transit with Tomas with the FBI. And this 412, I want to show you something. And we are, the moon, I do want to make sure that we are understanding that the moon is reflecting. We are reflecting here in the fifth house of kids, the way that we create with the law enforcement. And that would be the reason why they are looking in murky water, such as septic, manholes, ponds, trash, anything having to do with the investigation that is, you can't see it clearly, the containment of trash, the containment of a cave, the containment of her being anywhere that you can't see clearly. Okay. You have to dissolve everything with the investigation when it comes to where she's at, where she's at. And that moon is reflecting a 1218. Now it's coming into the 1219. So I want you to remember that. All right. And believe me, Dershowitz has got a lot of issues going on. This is surreal with these people. The divine justice is at a 633. Man, we are having a divine justice that 633 has already went over Texas, it's already went over Mexico, it's already went over some of these other states with this investigation with Nancy. So the 412, I want to show you just how long they are going to be in transit together. Tommaso and the FBI. Here we go. So you're just going to watch this 412 right here, and you're going to see how long it stays at 412. That's all we're doing, okay? That's all we're going to do. We're going to go days. Days. All right, so that's tomorrow, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And look, this right here is very important too, because on the 11th, Dershowitz is going to be stationing with Sedna. So Dershowitz is here. Alan Dershowitz is here. Tomas and the FBI are here. Dershowitz is here. Tomas and the FBI. Okay. There is a major opposition with California and the courts on this day. It's big. So you can mark that on your calendar. This will definitely involve the FBI. It will involve Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz. It's surreal with him. It's surreal. Next day, February 12th, still FBI Dershowitz. 13th, FBI Dershowitz. 14th, FBI and Dershowitz. I mean, we're not moving off of these 2 degrees, guys. Now we're in February 15th. There's going to be a lot of energy going toward the United States Chiron. There is a reigniting of a flame with communications, with networking and Nancy on this day. Look at that. Now Admitos is going to station. So we still have the FBI. We still have Dershowitz still side by side. They're not going anywhere. This is a collective transit, guys. This isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And that 412 that the FBI and Tomas have is also coming into transit with Vulcanus and Leo. This is big. Big energy that's coming. So this 2444, this is Arizona. Arizona is going to have a lot of warring. There is so much going on here. So much going on. Okay. So here we are, February 17th. Who do we see? We see the same people. Same people. Dershowitz, still in transit on February 17th, and the FBI and Tomas. Same thing. Same thing, same thing. Not going anywhere. But what we are going to see is we're going to see the U.S. Marshals. The U.S. Marshals are definitely involved with this. Definitely involved. The FBI is about to have a wake-up call on the 17th with the investigation. There's a lot that's happening. The moon is opposing Epstein. There's a lot of Epstein stuff in here too. Major Epstein stuff. This is major. So the other thing that I want to show you is here we are now on February 18th. Now Dershowitz, it's moved off. Whatever has happened to him, it's happened. It's going to come back. Don't worry. It's going to come back. But it's moved off of him for the time being. Here we go. Now Admitos is finally moving forward on the 18th of February. And we see that the 412 is here as well. So Tomas and the FBI, Trump, this is coming into this is coming to a head. It's coming to a head here on February 18th in Arizona. And I can promise you, we are going to hear more about things that are going on with Ghislaine Maxwell on this day as well. So the 18th, we have a big emotional explosion. On the 17th, we have Pluto in Aquarius at that 412 as well. So the 17th and the 18th looks like things are really going to pick up with the FBI and Tomas. And by the 17th and 18th, we'll definitely see U.S. Marshals. They'll definitely be in the transit. I mean, they're definitely going to be in the public eye. Yeah, Army Vet Colorado. And thank you guys for joining. I really appreciate you checking this innovative way to look for the missing. It would appear, though, that there is some type of money exchange today. There definitely could be some money exchanging today and not tomorrow. So we go into the 19th, and there is a huge weight over Arizona. And it's not just about Arizona, but it's also about Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's Arizona. This is Ghislaine Maxwell. This is also Erica Kirk. This is also other agencies. And the relationships with these states and the United States is, y'all, it's just I can't say enough that this is more intense, and it's hard, very hard to keep up with everybody because there's so many players involved in the corruption, major corruption. This is a big day for Sebastian Rogers' case as well. Big day for Sebastian's case. And so let's move on. Let's go to the next day. Let's go to the next day, February 20th, because this is, again, we're going to see the conjunction with Neptune and Saturn, and none of us have ever experienced this in our lifetime. We never will. We will never experience this again. So on the 19th and the 20th, when we have these conjunctions, it's going to conjunct at a 0044 and a 0045, and it's going to bring us back to today. It's bringing us back to this time period. So we can see that the 412 is still in transit. Still in transit. The breakup is still going on with Tomas and the FBI, still on February 20th. Again, this is a major day, major for Erica Kirk and Arizona and the things of the past with the past government officials in Arizona, the corruption. So the next day, we are now February 21st, and we can see that, or I can see that the sun is shining on the Secret Service right here. We're shining on the Secret Service. The 353 with Colorado has already passed. The 1122, the Divine Justice with Andrew, the things that they did with the things that these high profilers did with Epstein on the Epstein Island, Virginia Guthrie, all of that is still being talked about. There is a major disordered aggression with the courts and Epstein, the leaders. 412 is still in transit. So let's see when it actually lets off of that 412. Well, it's not going to until the 27th. Not until the 27th. This is when it finally releases the FBI and Tomas. Finally. And this is when, everything should be concluding by the 27th, 28th. I definitely see the FBI here. I'll definitely see them. That's South Carolina, but they will be in transit on this day. And I think that this is the day that they're going to wrap it up. Whatever it is that they're working on with Nancy. that has to do with Tomas. So we're gonna have to. I don't know. I mean, it could be today. All of this stuff is definitely coinciding with everything having to do with Epstein. But the 27th, the FBI will have the enlightenment about the money. They're gonna have enlightenment with the money here. This 2144 is their Chiron. They share pain with other people having to do with money. Good to see you too, Cinderella. Hey, Shauna. I will email you what it says about the guy or guys they think are involved. Okay. NSA Colorado does not run drone missions or cyber ops out of Davis Monthan into Tucson. However, electronic warfare units may share intelligence with NSA when needed. Oh, so I guess I should pull up NSA. Secret person to person's email. I mean, Fort Huachuca is definitely, it's look, Fort Huachuca on the map is definitely showing we saw that the other day. It's showing the airfield, which is unbelievable. It's, if there's a military operation happening just to create, a lot of diversion, I would not be surprised, but like at all. Let me look at the NSA. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. I've looked at the CIA, but not the NSA. Let's look at them. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. Let's look at them right now compared to the transits right now, because that could be something that I'm missing. I appreciate you saying that because that could be something that I'm really missing that I need. So, yeah, okay. Let's look. Oh God. Mm. So when she went missing, look at that. Okay, so they have the 412 too. Do you see that? Do you see that, Army vet? Yeah, they got the 412 too. So boom, bam, thank you, ma'am. Yes, thank you so much. We needed that. We needed that information. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And the physician is going to station at the 737 and come down to this 736. That's the NSA. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Oh, now we're cooking, guys. We're cooking with some gas. When she went missing, okay, so at 10 o'clock, there was a divine justice. There was a divine justice when she goes missing. Well, at 10 o'clock, there is a wake up call with the investigations having to do with the Witness Protection Program, Epstein, and the NSA. And it's that 218. I won't ever forget it. It's 218. That's it. And it was in transit when she goes missing at 10 o'clock. Not at 11, not at 12, not at 1, not at 2, not at 3, 10 o'clock. It was in transit at 10 p.m. At 10 p.m. the evening that Nancy goes missing. Interesting. The moon has just come over how they shine, how the NSA shines in the ninth house with immigration, with other countries, with other people, with the courts, with the judges, with the Department of Justice. They're definitely going to get shaken up, man. They are going to be shaken up. Yeah, they connect to the US Marshals here. Interesting. Let's see. What else? What else? I mean, they definitely connect to the Witness Protection Program and Epstein, his natal chart, no doubt. I'm glad that I looked at this. Oh my gosh, that 412. So what do you think about this? Because this is the 412. Okay, so this is their values with money. And this is the government contracts and other people's money, hidden taxes, things that are hidden here. What do you make of that? What do you make of that, Army vet? Interesting. I can't believe it. The NSA. All right. What else can we see? What else can we see that's going to be coming into transit right now? All of this Aquarius energy. All of this Aquarius energy right now in the 8th house is with the NSA right here with things of the past coming into their ascendant. So the sun is here, Venus is here, but Mars and the Justice and Pluto is here, things of the past with government, with authority and groups. Groups. Interesting. Networking, video. Okay, I just received your email. Can I show the email or can I show the email? Do you mind? I mean, like, not showing your, let me know if I can show your email, Army Vet. Let me know if I can show it. I'd appreciate it. If you don't want me to, that's fine. I mean, I respect that. So the 412, that is until the end of the month. The end of the month. So it's not like there's some type of slam dunk. There's not some slam dunk here. And let me just tell you, the witness protection program is in transit right now. They've been in transit. This is a big deal because people are starting to wake up that they really can't trust the narrative. People are starting to wake up. So here's what's going to happen. So this 419 is going to move off of Nancy, and then the 418 is going to come into transit. So let's look at that for tomorrow. Well, let's see when that actually goes to the NSA. All right. Let's see. Let's see when this is actually going to go to that 418 because it's going to leave her and it's going to go to the NSA. And it's going to be all kinds of attention on them beginning at 3:55 in the morning. Interesting. Okay, so let's stop this. And then the 416, let's go ahead and get that to the 418 with the Mercury. Let's get that to the 418 because the communications are going to be foggy for them. This is definitely y'all, I'm telling you, this is hold on. 540. Let me look at that. Let me look at that. Let me look at this. 540, 357. Let me think about this for a second. Not Utah, not Arizona. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not skipping over something. Let me look at New Mexico. Hold on. Let me look at New Mexico. Or is it Colorado, Ohio? Let me see. Colorado. Let me look. Because I can see something right now. I just got to find it again. Oregon, Washington, Utah, Colorado. Damn, who is it? Ah, have I seen New Mexico yet? No. Let me go to New Mexico. Where's New Mexico? Shit. Thought I already had it pulled up. Where is New Mexico? There it is. It's New Mexico. Okay, let me look at this. Let's look at this with New Mexico. I'm just gonna pull them back down because I don't want to go up there and be looking for them again. Hold on. I'm seeing something here with the NSA. Okay. Because it's gonna be the dark moon. The dark moon is coming over New Mexico. But it could have something to do with the courts. It could have something to do with Epstein because this is also commingling. All of this, it just seems like such a big distraction, guys. Such a big distraction. So New Mexico is on the left, February 9th, on the right, and check this out. So we have the dark moon at a 5:40, and the dark moon is actually just going to sit here for a couple of hours with Jupiter. What is Jupiter? This is about other people's money here. This is, guys. Ooh. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Interesting. Let me look at these degrees real quick because the networking is confusing. It's confusing with them with the NSA. There's an investigation. There's a media. There's an investigation here with New Mexico. There's that 412. That's their values. That is also the FBI. It's Tomas. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the solar eclipse is coming too. I have that in my February video. It's fascinating by your work, Jen. I think it must be said that the beautiful piece on Tucson. Yes. Very pro immigrant piece. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I'm really hesitant, Spicy Gemini, to say that this is a slam dunk. Be careful. I'm still a pro. Okay, if you don't want me to share it, I won't. I can read it, Army vet. Just let me know. I don't want to, I don't want to step on any toes or create any problems. You know what I mean? Why is it looking like that this is a members only? Shauna, you have a badge. What's going on there? That's weird. That's weird. That's weird because this isn't a members only, so I don't know why my mods have badges and not wrenches. That's weird. Maybe it's something new. Weird. Anything to keep the attention from the bigger picture. Exactly. Exactly. It's very, very weird. So we know that there's this disordered aggression. There's things that are going to be taking place in New Mexico. May not have anything at all to do. Okay, may not have anything at all to do. But I do know that Nancy was going through a Uranus return, which is a big deal. It's big, 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 big. And the day that she goes through the Uranus return, New Mexico is being opposed by things of the past. Could be a past relationship in the prison system, like an order for hire. Does that make sense? Like, hiring someone. We can see that Mars at a 1320 has just left the United States and how they shine, and is coming to the 1322. So the first house with New Mexico. I don't like this at all. And then what's going to happen is the dark moon is just going to keep on coming, and there's going to be a relationship. Hmm. Epstein is still in transit here. 2738, 2443. And so where's Eris here? 2441. And so within just a couple of days, there's that Mars. We're going to be warring with the values with New Mexico and a possible body vehicle. 646. Okay, I'm going to be looking at Tomas with this now. I already know that Virginia Guthrie is holding the fate here. She's holding the fate, so it could definitely be something having to do with Epstein and not Nancy, or it does have to do with Nancy and Epstein at the same time. Okay. I mean, it could be, guys. It could be. There's no way for me to know for sure. God, I wish I could. But New Mexico is definitely connected to the witness protection program as well. So, and y'all know how I feel about the Epstein stuff. So I think it's definitely a coincidence that all this stuff was going down. All of it was going down. Lots of energy. Look at that. There's a lot of energy, a lot of directed energy, a lot of energy that is going to the public image with the government of New Mexico. And a relationship in the government, a relationship that could, ooh, you know what? It could have something to do with dude. Who is that guy? Oh, Little House on the Prairie girl, her husband. When will he go back to court? When will he go back to court? Because that could be it. That could be what we're seeing here and have nothing to do with Nancy, but I don't know. They're all coinciding together. They're definitely coinciding together on this day. So, Little House on the Prairie girl, her husband, remember? He's out on bond, on house arrest. So, it could have something to do with him. It definitely could have something to do with him. I already see that there's things going on in Mexico. In Mexico. So things having to do with Mexico is definitely showing up in this chart tomorrow as well. So let's look at Mexico's chart, since I do see the 1450, 1450. They've already passed. Let's look at Mexico. There's definitely, okay, let's look at that. Let's look at Mexico. Let's look at Mexico. What are you saying, Army Vet? Let me see what you're saying. Copy and paste. Okay. You know, it says one person hacked the house and one person walked in. Oh, interesting. Melissa Gilbert, that's right. Her husband. Will you see, Michelle? Can you Google and see when he goes back to court? Because that's going to help me out here with this New Mexico and National Security Agency, the NSA. Let's look at that. Let's look at Mexico now. Let's look at Mexico because we just don't know. Mexico and tomorrow. And see if there's anything we can see. 357. Okay, so the dark moon has already went over. Okay, hold on. So go back to the New Mexico. That's a 608. 608. Shit, where did it go? Where'd it go? There it is. There it is. You're new here. Can I explain what it means for Nancy's well-being? That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we're trying to figure out. So I work in degrees. Degrees in our charts matter in the state of matter. And I use this tool of astrology to map missing people. Sounds out there, but it can work. We just have to work it. 558. 558. Well, we know that the NSA is definitely has that degree with their moon. 1005. That's Guthrie. I mean Guthrie. Virginia Guthrie, that is. Let's see. What? You know what? The Homeland Security. Homeland Security is going to pop in with this too, with the NSA. They're all working it. They're all working it. So I guess I need to try to paste and copy and paste that. Let me see if I can do that real quick to see what we can find out with February 6th. He was indicted in New Mexico. Oh, he got indicted? Because he was out on bond. He was out on bond. Is there anything that you can see for him on the 9th? Because if it has nothing to do with him on the 9th, I'm just wondering. I'm wondering, and I can't. If you'll if you remind me what his name is, I'll pull his chart up and make sure it's not him because it looks like that there's some deep, deep, dark shit going down in New Mexico tomorrow. Like for real deep stuff going down in New Mexico. All right, I'm gonna copy and paste this. Okay, they are smart. Okay. Okay. Let me plug this into my AI. Go to AI mode. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. I'm gonna share this with you guys now. We're just gonna do my whole I don't see return court date, just New Mexico indictment. Okay. Timothy Busfield. Okay. Okay. I'll pull him up. Hold on. I don't think it's gonna have anything to do with him then. It's not gonna have anything to do with him. Interesting. Yeah, it works, no doubt about it. Maps work. They work. We just have to work them. Okay, so let's pull this up. Let me just share this. Add to stage. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. You were describing a situation. So this is something that I'm looking at as far as data. You are describing a situation where the perpetrators are highly sophisticated. So do y'all agree that, or do you disagree? What are your thoughts in regard to, is this a professional? Is this some kind of electrician, roofer trying to get some money? Or is this a professional business type of cartel kidnapping? What are your thoughts? Because we've got all these agencies and they still haven't figured out where to find Nancy. So it says you're describing a situation where the perpetrators are highly sophisticated, potentially using advanced technical knowledge to evade local law enforcement. In complex digital extortion or, quote, hacked scenarios, understanding the mechanics of end-to-end encryption is often the dividing line between common criminals and professional threat actors. Military and intelligence communication specialist. This is the reason why I've wondered if this is actually some type of military operation. Military operation. Professional hired kidnapping. This case is more about them than her. Yeah. I don't see return court date in New. Okay, gotcha. These professionals are trained to use ComSec, which is communication security protocols and cryptographic equipment to protect mission critical data. Forensic analysts and investigators, specialists like digital forensic examiners. Ooh, I need to get that chart at Army CID. Utilize specialized skills to investigate complex financial crimes and analyze digital evidence. Cybersecurity professionals and software engineers, groups that design and maintain secure networks or develop ransomware as a service platforms, often have deep roots in professional coding and security architecture. I tell you what, anybody that would be in, God, it would take somebody highly intelligent to pull this off, I think. And from TMZ, him saying, this note it's got a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's whoever wrote this is highly articulated and highly educated. How the two keys system works. The encryption you mentioned relies on asymmetric cryptography, which uses two distinct but mathematically related keys. Encrypt data. Anyone can have this key to send you a secure message used to decrypt data. Okay. So interesting. If local police are being outmaneuvered, federal and specialized resources often step in. The FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center provide the specialized technical support needed for these cases. Rapid forensic analysis is used to extract actionable intelligence from digital devices swiftly. The No More Ransom Project offers free decryption tools for specific types of encryption if the strain has already been cracked by researchers. So it sounds like that this would take quite a while. Let me see if I can. Army. So interesting. All right, hold on. Let me remove this. They are telling the police we are so smart, you will never find us or catch us, right? Right? So let me see if I can find that. Digital forensic examiners. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Digital forensic examiners at Army Specialized EID. Okay, let's go back to, let's ask this. Created. What day and time? I'm going to show you the screen. Hold on. Oh, January 1998. Okay, so Deputy of Secretary of Defense. The Department of Defense. Oh my gosh, is that why Hedgeseth is in transit today? Is that why the department? Okay, so the DOD. Okay. Okay. Department of Defense, let's look at them. Because I think Hedgeseth is in transit today. Hold on. I'm going to pull him. I'm going to pull the Department of Defense. Because it seems like they would be, or would it be the Defense Intelligence? Defense Intelligence. I think so. Let's pull them and the Department of Defense too. Because it looks like we could be. Okay. So let me pull up Pete with this and see if he's a part of this. That's going to be going down tomorrow. What he has. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what he's up to today. Where is the weight? Where is the weight of 1416? It seems like he was 1417. So, yeah, he's weighted today with money. Okay, it's right here. It's right here. So he's weighted with evidence. It is a game. I think so too. I think so too. I think it's a total game. Whose birthday is June 12th, 1957? If you're talking about Little House on the Prairie girl's husband, I've got his birthday. I've got his birthday. So Pete is definitely, guys, like, look at this. That's why everybody is still at the house. For how many days? Right. I think it's because, okay, look, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. There's definitely been mention of Savannah in the Epstein files. I've pulled this chart up, September 18th, 2019, and it was sent from someone in the United States Army. It was sent to the New York FBI office. Just wanted to give you a heads up. She's done another interview, and she means Virginia Guthrie. She's done another interview with Savannah Guthrie. In it, she said the following. She was interviewed by FBI in 2011 by a blank. In the interview, she gave the names of all girls she helped to traffic. She was also interviewed by SD, which is the, I guess, defense in New York. Two other women also tell Department of Justice that Epstein specifically trafficked them to other men. There are cameras in the New York City house and others where he could watch people in the bathroom and elsewhere. They plan to air it on today and this Friday's Dateline. So do y'all see what I'm saying? Like, hello. This is definitely, she is being talked about. Savannah is being talked about in the Epstein files. There's no doubt. I mean, she is definitely being talked about. So let's see if there's anything breaking with JLR, if he's still online. What's going on with him? Nothing. It doesn't look like anything is happening. Just a lot of, a lot of media people. It wouldn't surprise me either. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either, girl, at all. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back because I'm thinking that there is a weight. So there is a weight with this 220. We're coming into the fifth house of kids, creativity, kids, school, teacher, educator, education. And this is about evidence. It's about evidence. But it could just be that he's got a weight. There's a weight with health and money. He's going to get a wake up call with the investigation about other people's money, how he brings in money, the groups that he is a part of. 15, let's see. What else do we have here? What else? 540, 543. Where's that 540? Oh, he's got a 536. So he is being opposed. He's being opposed. Like, the dark moon is here opposing him. What is he up to today? Do y'all know? There's going to be a reigniting of a flame tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? Let's see. Let me look. I mean, the 10th. The 10th. So he has a 536, and then there's this 2616. 2616. Hold on. This dude. Shit. Sorry. Let's see. Days. It's the 9th, and then the 10th. When does that come to a 2616? There it is, the 12th. So the 12th. The 12th. Okay. So the CIA, I mean, the Secret Service is going to be Venus is going to oppose Epstein. The money, this is Epstein again. I see him. And maybe, just maybe, what's his face? Tommaso is somehow linked. I don't know. This is weird. Because Venus is about money, charity. Hmm. 433, 416. This is a big day right here. Other than today, this is going to be, this looks like the FBI. There's gonna be a lot of energy happening with the FBI on the 12th. Big energy, and the communications about there's definitely some communications here about Nancy with the Secret Service and the money. There's the 604. So we're coming into we're at New Mexico. New Mexico. I'm pretty sure that's New Mexico. There's Pete of the Department of Defense. There's a lot of shit going down with China too right now. With this day, the next day. Let's see. That's coming into Trump. Limits and obstacles with Trump and his connections. Lots of issues with Trump coming in with Joe Biden, with Vladimir on the world stage. And I can promise you there's going to be a lot of money movement. Because of all of this, there's going to be so much money moving. So much money moving. That's a 604. Let's see. Yes. So New Mexico has this relationship with a 608. Let's see what that looks like when it gets to a relationship in New Mexico. Wow. Are y'all still with me? I'm sorry, I haven't even looked at chat. It was the work of Bigfoot. Yeah. Yep, it's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. No, I was thinking it was the aliens, but 608. So this is gonna be, let's see when this is actually gonna come into fruition with New Mexico. It'll definitely be an orb when we wake up Friday morning on the 13th. Damn, Friday the 13th. Shit. Well, there you go. Okay, so she, let's see, Savannah has a 757. Let's take the moon back. So, wow. Okay, so we've got Looks like we got a relationship in Virginia. We were reflecting on things of the past with Savannah's mother. And there is a public image with investigations with New Mexico. But guys, I see a lot of energy that is coming with Ghislaine Maxwell. A lot of energy that is coming, and the connection with the money, with the values, with Savannah, her connection with Homeland Security, that is definitely showing up on this day. It looks like New Mexico. There is definitely a reigniting of a flame, though. I see with Utah, a lot is going against Virginia Guthrie here. A lot is going against her. We can see that Hygeia is stationing in the 5th house of kids. Something is up here. Something is up. Let me look at New Mexico's chart with this, and then I'm going to take it back and look at Nancy with this, because I'm trying to see when she could be found or where she could be found. If that is even possible. So New Mexico and the 13th. The dark moon is coming here. We're reflecting on Savannah there. Let's see what all I can see. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of the communications from New Mexico. There's a lot of warring right here when it comes to a vehicle, when it comes to anything that's evidence with money with New Mexico. May not have anything to do with her, but I mean, we're just looking at it, seeing if there's any possible way that this could have something to do with her, with Nancy. Neptune is at a 0030, and she is coming to that 0031 that they have in their outer wheel with the 11th house of groups and how they bring in money, networking. Lord. 2445. Well, the sun has definitely just left Arizona. The sun is now shining on China with an opposition. China's having an opposition on this day. Not for long, but it's enough. It's enough to cause some problems. Let's see. What else do we see here? 952, that's where the lunar nodes of fate, and 952, 416. Where's these other non-movers, these collects? Things are definitely going to be going on with Trump on this day. That's for sure. I mean, within maybe 5 hours, by noon, a little after noon, the federal number with the United States and their values and money is definitely going to be showing up and showing out with the Department of Defense on this day with Pete. $817. 952, 619. Okay. So I guess that 1452 is definitely going to be in transit tomorrow. Tomorrow. And I think that we're working our way to New Mexico for something. And I don't know what it is. They have the 220. Let me look at this. They have the 220 with Venus. Let me go back. Let me go back to the NSA. They have the 218. I'm going to be looking for that 220. So they have the 218. That was in transit when she went missing. Okay, now let's look at Pete. Because there's a New Mexico connection with the 220 that is showing up. Okay, Pete has a 359. Okay, so he's got information that's coming in that's major transformation with him. The 359, that's right now, I think, today. The 220 with the friends group. Okay, so we've got that. So we've got the 220. So he's got the 220. This is the 11th house, outer wheel. This is his natal chart. Okay, so I do have his birth time. And this is going into the 6th house of health and his job and every day. And right now, the dark moon is opposing him. There's a lot of disordered aggression. He's going to be transformed in the public eye with a 1905. He definitely connects to South Carolina. God dang. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at that. Okay, so the 220. The Department of Defense Intelligence Agency. Yes, yes, yes. They are all, look at that. So the 607, they're going to receive information. They're going to receive information, and I'm thinking that it's going to have to do with New Mexico. Look at that, because they have the 607. New Mexico has the relationship of a 608. So that 607 is already hitting the intelligence information that is coming in. But Pete, 359, 359. So is that today? No. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. When is that? When is that? When is he going to receive a lot of information? It's going to be bombarding him. He's going to be receiving so much information when Pluto gets to that 359. So that's, oh shoot, let me go days. Of course, who knows what he's up to? I mean, this could have nothing to do at all with Nancy, but it's going to. So Nancy, I can see a lot of energy in the middle of the night with her. February 10th. Lots of energy is going down. Where is Pluto? Pluto is now at the 359 in the 3rd house. Homeland Security is here with Neptune. There's Nancy Guthrie, and there's so much energy that is going with her right there. Oh my goodness. So much with the NSA. I mean, are they not going to be able to figure it out before this? But I mean, here again, I'm seeing Epstein. I'm seeing him like anytime I turn around, I'm seeing his ass. So he is definitely, it's a lot of clouding. There's a lot of cloudiness with this. So, I'm still leaning, maybe we do have this New Mexico connection with this degree. That 220 is definitely showing up. Oh, sorry about that. Forget that. 431. 2617. So the Department of Defense is in transit. Okay. So they shine at a 220. Okay. So they shine at a 220. Interesting. Okay. This, I hate to, I mean, it's either about the courts or immigration. Courts, immigration, courts, immigration. deflection. They are deflecting, guys. I can't just not see this. I mean, the Department of Defense shines at the 220. And so this is in the 4th house. And so we have a lot of agencies with our defense in New Mexico. Martin Luther King. Let me look at yes, Epstein does have a huge resort. I've got that on the map. Most of people around there is retired cyber. Martin Luther King Day. Sheriff's cars are at somebody's home. Oh, it's breaking news. Okay, let me go. Let me look at look at that. 2617 with but I cannot believe how these people connect to such corruption. I mean, it's not even funny. Not even funny, guys. Mm-mm-mm. My goodness. And they have the 1715 as well. Okay. All right. Go back to JLR. Just a second. Let me stop the screen. Yes. Do that. Do that. Do it. Do it. You'll have to send it to me. Okay. Let me see what's going on. Banking system is based in narco dollars. Banking system is based in narco dollars. Micro Blue, tell me more about that. It's being upended now? Hmm? Let's look at JLR. Hold on. Let me refreshing. I have to listen to some
If it's an empty house, should they go in there and look? Maybe Nancy was put in a house here near her house. Has anyone considered that? Any of the empty homes, any like Airbnbs, empty homes around here, homes that people own but may not live there? Maybe start checking some of the homes around here.
Wow, that chat is going so quick. Yeah, JLR left from Florida. Oh, it's ended now. I see.
Yeah. Crazy.
I don't see anything breaking. Let me go back and see if he says anything.
Sheriff's arriving. We got action. Holy
Okay.
smokes. What's going on? Got action. Got action. What are sheriffs up here for? 2 sheriffs have arrived on the top of the hill. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're at somebody's house. Maybe they're at somebody's house. So you never know. Look. Going in this house. Maybe somebody complained about trespassing or something. You're coming. I saw 2 sheriffs roll in. I'm like, well, all right. This could be like a call. What's happening here? So this is up the hill from.
I can't see the mailbox address. Dang it. There it is, 58 5825. I'll check it out on the map.
They're knocking
It
on
looks
the
like
neighbor's door.
5825. 5825.
Maybe they got information or something. There's nobody there. Maybe it's unrelated. Doesn't appear like anyone's here, though. I got the drone up, too. The drone is up. Make sure we go over here. Let's go over here.
I don't see that address.
Something's going on. So this is at the top of the hill. So this is the cul-de-sac in front of Nancy's house at the top of the hill, the far top home. Two of them rolled in here. They were knocking on the door. No one answered. Man, I keep getting pricked. Okay. There's the deputy there.
I don't see that. I'm looking for the address on the map. Hold on.
See, that's why I'm saying you never know what's going to happen with all this action.
I found it.
The furthest top home here, but on the other side, you can see another home that's on top of the hill, but in between there's a valley. In between there's
I found it.
It's definitely, you definitely go down in between. So I'm wondering if they're going on the theory here that maybe she came up here and somebody dumped her, someone, in these like ravine type areas here.
Let me see. This is it. Let me show it to you on the map. Hold on. It's this one right here. There it is. Let's see what this says. All right, so we got goes right over their home. So we have the missing palace that shakes things up. This is the 218. So this would be connecting at 10 o'clock. Connects to Epstein. And witness protection. And then moves toward connection to New Mexico and DOD, Department of Defense. This is with the investigation. And there is a challenge here with courts, challenge with courts, and or immigration. Possibly university or planes, something having to do with flight. So that's that. That's that one. And then this is the missing north node. So the lunar nodes of fate with the health factor is going this way. And it's about things of the past. So it's a deep, it looks like a big drop off right there. Huh. But that's where they're at. It's right there. Right there. That is exactly where they're at. I know, don't tell me either. I don't think. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be an Airbnb. Let's see who lives there. 5825. Well, I can't show it to you. I can't show it to you on here. They'll, it's, it's considered doxing if I show somebody's address, but I can easily find out who lives there and find their birthday to see if they could possibly be involved. Let's go back to JLR, see what he's saying. Let's see what he's saying.
Pima
Maps.
County, huh?
Oh, where, are they leaving?
Okay.
Hold on. See what it says.
Going around the neighbor's property.
They did a little knocky knock. Now they're going to be walking.
Holy smokes. This is definitely related. Holy smokes. I'm going to go in front of anybody's camera. All right, folks. Deputies are now on the back of the property of a neighbor. And one thing I noticed back there is like a big gully there.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is crazy. They're walking around. They're walking around the neighbor's property. Went to the back.
There was a trespassing
Oh,
complaint.
there they are. There they are. There they are. There they are. So they're walking into the brush.
Interesting.
Look. They're going down the hill. They're going down the hill.
JLRs, they're going down the hill. They're going down the hill.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Sure. Take those waters. Take those. Well, somebody can have waters. Anybody want waters?
Yeah, grab water.
Grab waters if you guys are hydrated. Grab. God, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Can we read this?
Yeah. For anyone. Thank you.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Deputies are back. Deputies are back. 1 second. We got a lot of activity going on. Deputies are back. They might be leaving. I don't know.
Shauna, you still think it's workers? You still think it's a worker? Just a
No.
worker that she
Is
hired?
Is that who you're looking for?
Just going to remind again, don't trespass on people's property. Okay, it's already a major inconvenience for everybody in the area, and we don't want to make it. We don't want any extra law enforcement act. We don't have to. So, remind where we're staying. Do the right thing.
So this was centered around a trespassing call complaint.
Something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He said
Thank
something
you.
like that.
I know it's early, but I don't
He said something like that. He said something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's mm-mm. Or maybe so. Maybe their ring camera picked somebody up. Maybe their ring camera picked somebody up and they, kind of chirped out. So I think that the other thing that is going on is the septic tank. I know Pascal is live right now. Let's see what he is saying. Let's see what he's saying.
And a lot of times the tips are helpful. Who knows? Maybe authorities saw someone say that and went, we got to go up there and check and understand. And when it comes to maybe her roof was redone, it is possible. And they are talking to literally everybody they can think of or have been pointed toward to talk to who's been in contact with Nancy Guthrie. That goes for the person who works in the pool. That goes for the gardener, anyone who's helped her with her health. And if that roof was recently treated, they were likely talking to that person as well.
Let's
He's
find
got
out
JLR on there too.
Everybody is a little, obviously everybody's very concerned. Everyone's confused. People are still trying to figure out what actually happened here. This obviously is a very, very huge deal. And of course, we're all trying to figure out what's going on here. JLR interviewed somebody. I don't know what this is. I wanted to see it for myself. Because I'm just grabbing
420.
things and we're just taking a look at a few things. But apparently JLR interviewed somebody. I don't know who this is, but let's find out who this is and let's see if this is of any importance real quick. Okay, let's take a look.
I'm Jason. So this is Jason. He lives in the neighborhood here.
Okay, neighbor.
And he just told me never seen anything like this ever.
No, this is the craziest thing I think I've ever seen. I mean, I've been through. There's been
Okay, so we're really not hearing anything new right now.
With updates as you have them. Thank you so much. All right, for more, let's bring in the former Today Show co-host, now the host of Hot Mics with Billy Bush. Billy Bush. Billy, thanks for being here. You used to work at NBC with Savannah Guthrie. What is your take on what's going on with her mom, especially now that this...
Yeah, I'm not. So look, this area right here, the missing event is already showing an investigation here. There's going to be an investigation. And we can ride this line with an investigation. We're going to go over a bunch of houses. We're going to go over a bunch of houses. Let me turn on my addresses. But we're going to go over a bunch of houses until we get, let's see. I don't see anything. It's a wake-up call with an investigation. And that's going into the canyon. I mean, it's going into the mountain. Let's see, what is this? Arizona University. Let's see what's next to that. That's Fort McDowell, Fountain Hills, Carefree. But, like I said, we were seeing a lot of New Mexico. And that 412 that these agencies, all these agencies have that are connecting to Tommaso is going this direction. It's definitely going this direction toward New Mexico. But there's the ranch. There's the Zorro Ranch. And then we're going into the Navajo Nation. We're going into the Apache Nation. So we're going into this area. There's the Zuni Reservation. Quite a few reservations. So I would have, let me see if I have any reservations let me see if I have any. I've got some that are like in Canada, but I don't think I have any for New Mexico. I don't. I would have to find these reservations when they were created. Fort Apache, San Carlos. And then we're going up into, so we're leaving New Mexico and going into Colorado. So that's interesting. Interesting. This is where, let me show you again where everything is on the map. Let me just kind of go back over the map with you guys one more time. There's reservations everywhere. There's a lot of native lands around here. Lots of them. Lots of them. Okay, so this is something interesting that I saw that I marked on the map. Hold on. Yeah. Let me go back. Okay, so this is, let me go back. I'm going to share with you again what all I have on the map, just in case you didn't catch any of the other lives. So this is where Nancy's natal Mars in Taurus is squaring her sun. So there's a major challenge here with money, with investigations, with a vehicle. And this is where the neighbor said that this is where he lives. And Brett said that he saw a white van days before she goes missing. And he wished that he would have done something, taken the license plate or what have you. So that is definitely, and this is definitely indicative of a vehicle, because Mars isn't going over his house, but there is definitely an angle, a geometric angle. And so that's what mapping is really all about, is looking at the geometric angles of expression of behavior. That's really what I'm looking at, is just the behavior. And we've got the FBI. This is where the FBI descends, though. The FBI descends here with responsibility, accountability, and authority. And so I don't know what Brett does for a living. That's where I don't know what he does for a living. So that's something that I'm questioning about his house with the FBI. Let me go out. Okay, so the next address we see is right here. This is Public Works. And the reason why I marked it is because it is a, on the map when I'm looking for anything other than a home, because that's all that there is. This is major residential. The Public Works is here. What would be with the Public Works, you ask? Well, they are searching in drains. Anything having to do with the Public Works. A Public Works, a worker, a president of the company, anything. Because this is Capricorn, so I'm looking for a business. I'm looking for a business. I'm looking for communications, possibly about immigration, courts, universities, churches, things of that nature is what I'm looking for on this angle with the FBI. This is where they've been before. They've already been here before. They will be going back over their investigation and go back this direction. This is where the missing event was having a low point with any type of businesses that are going this direction. And then you can see that the natal Vesta in Sagittarius, this is the flame of life that gets reignited when it comes to universities, immigration, courts, religion, even the philosophy. And so I'm gonna ride this one, because this is where Tommaso and Annie live. This is where they live. Not going right over their home, so it could be something near their home, something near their home. We've got the chevron. So the chevron that they pulled video footage from, that's right there. Again, I'm looking for a business. There it is. There's a chevron. Okay. The fact that we have a reigniting of a flame of life that is going over their home, they're constantly going to be going back over their home. Annie's, that is. Then we've got the River Road. And we're just going to ride this on out, and it rides on out into the foothills in San Diego, south of San Diego, into Tijuana. Okay. So that is that angle. We go back in and show, let's ride this one. There's the Catalina Church. This is where the Secret Service is definitely showing up with this angle. This angle is all about the media. It's all about the media with the Secret Service. Okay. This is where I believe that they ate 3 months prior. Savannah, her mother, Annie, they went to this cafe, and it's a Mexican restaurant. A Mexican restaurant. So I think that there's some political issues here with immigration and Trump. With the courts, there's Arizona University. Okay. Let's go back down. You can see what else I have on the map here. Let's see, what's that one? Okay, this is where she went to church. So this is where Nancy went to church. She didn't show up for their online church, so they called in. She's missing. And it's been a week now. So this is St. Andrews, where she went to church. And this is where the sun is going. And it's in the 5th house of kids. It's in the 5th house of creativity with groups. And it's in a good standing with Libra, with the law, with contracts. There's a contract. There is a contract with Nancy. There's a contract. Could it be somebody from the church who is big? Who's a bigwig that goes to that church that would have ties with intelligence, defense, military? People that would oppose what is going on with the Epstein files, with the courts, with the publicity, and want to distract. It's kind of where I'm at with that. So let's go this one. This is where Tommaso teaches school. So he teaches school here. This is where he teaches 6th grade science and biology. And this is exactly where Saturn is going, Saturn and Pisces. During the missing event, Saturn and Pisces is going this direction, right over where he teaches, right over it. So it's definitely limits and obstacles that are showing up where he teaches, middle school. Could it be somebody, the faculty? You know, again, are we looking at either him, Tomas, or could it be somebody that he works with? Somebody that he's affiliated with work, with this school. And right next to it, that's Aries. Now we've got a missing Neptune. So this is where he works with Saturn. Limits and obstacles with work. We're definitely looking at a business, authority. And then you got Neptune. Neptune is right beside Saturn, conjunct. And it does connect to New Mexico. So during the missing event, Neptune in Aries was the 12th house outer wheel, 6th house outer wheel of New Mexico. And the Secret Service comes here at a 0-0, which connects to Arizona on 2-7 and 2-8. Ooh, look at me writing notes. Look at me writing notes. Dang, girl. Dang, girl. And that's the truth. It did. It's already come here. It's already come here. Now it's on the 22. So whatever it is that the Secret Service in Arizona and New Mexico need to dissolve, or Nevada, actually, because it would be a Nevada connection as well. They're going to have to dissolve this first. And so if there's any way that they can dissolve it, they're going to start to do that now. I'm looking for a warring facility because it's in Aries. So I'm looking for a warring facility. What is this facility? Let's look. Let's look and see what this is exactly. Steam pump. What is that? I don't see private. So it's a gated place. Interesting. What is this? On Oracle Road. Let me go back, see if it gives us this. It's a facility back there that's gated. State Park. Is that a state park? No. Something private property, no trespassing. Truck entrance. Truck entrance. What is this? What is this facility? Let me look. Let's go to the other entrance and see if it tells us anything. Yep, it does. It's got a sign. It's got a sign. Honeywell. What? Well. Okay. Honeywell. Aerospace, Tucson. Honeywell. Let's mark that. Let's mark that because the Neptune and the Pisces, Saturn and Pisces is going over this. Aerospace. Honeywell. Okay. So that's Honeywell. Okay. Marked it. Marked it. Just in case. Just in case we're going to come back there. You just never know. Let me go ahead and put that on the line right there. And I would be more interested in this building. Interesting. Thermostats. Okay. Okay. So do you think that it could be because she did have electrical work? On her home. Honeywell. Yeah. Whoa. Hey, Jeff? Jeff. He must be outside. Huh. Honeywell. Let me look at that. Let me do a little Honeywell Aerospace, Tucson. What do they do exactly? Let's look at that. Global business aviation. Aviation. So, do we have anybody that is connected to Honeywell and Fort Huachuca? Army vet. Fort Huachuca. Honeywell. Radar technology, weather detection at airports, engineering, drive defense, modernization, Asia Pacific. Okay. Okay, no, this is yeah, okay, so this is exactly what I'm looking for. This is exactly what I'm looking for on this line. So we already now have 2 type of military on the Aries, on the Neptune and Aries. Yeah, this would not have, I don't think that this would have anything at all to do with any type of electrical. This is defense, business aviation, airlines, cargo, helicopters, naval. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay. Perfect. 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 So we have that one. We have this one because I think that what this is doing is just slowing things down. So we have this, and then we have the Secura plane that's right up from it. So we've got the luxurious hotel. We have a Secura plane here. That is definitely military. So we got military here, right there on the Neptune and Aries, connects to New Mexico, Secret Service. This would be a warring line. So, war line. This would have to do with any type of warring defense. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Wow. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this angle because the Uranus and Taurus that shakes things up with the money is going from this facility or this one, the Secure plane or the Honeywell, and it's going this way. It's going this way. Right there by that where the FBI has an intense experience. Very intense that's going this way. How far does it go? So we're going, let's look at this. So yeah, it's going into New Mexico, Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're going into the panhandle of Oklahoma, going into Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and a little bit of Illinois. Interesting. Okay. Let me show you what else I have on the map. So that was, that's always a big one right there when it just really comes to life and you find what you're looking for. So we've got where the vigil was held. Let's go down. So where they had like 500 people show up. The missing event at 10 o'clock is rising at a 4 degree in Libra. So this is a 4 degree in Libra. At 10 o'clock. That's when I have this map created because anything after that, I'm not sure. He drops her off or she gets dropped off between 9:30, 9:45. Well, by 10 o'clock, there's action. And so we've got a Libra. I would be looking for parks. I would be looking for anything government related, even a public works going this way. Okay. And we keep going. And look, this is where Annie works. So Annie works right here at the Poetry Center. And that's where the event at 10 o'clock is rising with. So the University of Arizona, it could be somebody that she works with here. It could be somebody that she works with because we're rising with the contract here. Or somewhere on this line, somewhere on that line. We could even keep on going down, we could go on. They go on into Mexico. So here is here's the Circle K. And look, this is what's really interesting, guys. Wait till you see this shit. Wait till you see this, okay? Okay, so the line is going right here by the Circle K, right? And you see that corner where the line is going? See that corner right there? Let me show it to you. let me show you this right corner of the Circle K, because this is where the Secret Service need to be looking right there, right there, right there, because the Secret Service is definitely connected right here. There it is. There it is. There's the camera, guys. Boom, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Her son is an Air Force pilot, retired. Exactly. Her son is. Her son definitely is yeah, from Vermont. You see where the line is going, though? You see it? It's going to the right. Right there. Boom. Boom. It's not here. It's not up here. It's right there. Right there. Look at that. Huh. What? 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 Right there. Going right over that corner. Missing Mercury in Aquarius. That's the media. That's the communications. That's the cameras. This camera is the most pertinent of any cameras. It's that one. Is that camera. And so Zeus in Libra, the Secret Service had been in transit. And this is a connection. This is a connection with the Secret Service. So that's why I deal in degrees, because the degrees in our charts literally matter in the state of matter. And if I didn't know, right? If I didn't know the Secret Service chart, then I would not know that this is connecting to the Secret Service, having to do with all things that is in a good standing with the communications and with the camera. You understand? If I didn't know that. Yeah. It's like, this is why I look at these charts and I understand the degrees, because they matter. And I have to constantly say that. They matter in the state of matter. Okay. Sorry, just got a text. So this right here just shows how the maps work. But we got to work them. We can't just let the map, do I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's some apartments here because I've written this line just to see what else I could find with the Secret Service. This is where they used to live. I don't know what that address is. There's a hotel here. There's a very rough neighborhood right through here. Very rough. All right, let's see what else. Let's look at Fort Huachuca, because this is also amazing. This right here is one of the most amazing on the map too. And this airport, this military airport, this is military. Missing Venus, conjunct Mercury. So all of that attention that is on the media, that's on the groups and all of that, it's opposing the teacher. The teacher is here. The teacher that was in transit, when she goes missing, with groups, with children, with creativity, with all of that energy of publicity, there is an airport right there. And it's Fort Huachuca's airport right there. There it is. And we just got through looking at aerospace, defense, secure a plane. And so I'm keeping my eye on, not on the chatter. And we could say, well, it's a conspiracy. No, this is definitely a conspiracy type of case. Because you need to understand that this 26, 27 degree of Taurus that we are at right now with Uranus is all about conspiracies. It goes back to Medusa, the story of Medusa. This is a triple binary star system, Algol. It's a fixed star, Algol, and that is the 26th degree that Nancy is connecting to the US stock market and Alan Dershowitz. So I can't not see that. There is major connections here. And I don't know how they're going to twist this, how they're going to spin it, or anything about that. And when you say, what do you mean, Alan Dershowitz? What does he have anything to do with it? I mean, you tell me, because he is definitely showing up a lot with her. And he was definitely on the Today Show with Savannah when she ripped him a new butthole. Okay. And she was telling him about himself, and it had everything to do with Virginia Guthrie. And that's where it's going. This is where her natal Jupiter, and Jupiter is about the law. It's about two people. It's about communications in Gemini. And it is sextiling the Chiron in Leo, which is right here. So let's go back. So if he has anything to do with it, if this was some kind of contract for hire, then we could be finding Nancy right through here. Right through here. Brett's past address. There's Costco. There's the title agency again. Lowe's. And we just keep on going down. And there was, where did I see that? With this energy. I mean, with this lines. Let me see. Hold on. Nope. I think I'm going down a little bit further. Hold on. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this right here. It's going to trip y'all out. Hold on. There's a cave. Colossal Cave Mountain Park. This is a cave. Let me show you where that is. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let me go down a little bit more. This is it right here. Right through here. This is a cave. Caves everywhere, it looks like. In this mountain park. Interesting, isn't it? That this is where the FBI, so the FBI with groups comes here with divine justice, with a lot of attention. And the natal, it's about the law, children, publicity. This is, I feel like that this is so Epstein, and like it's connected to that. But they're going to have a fall guy. They'll have a fall guy. Don't worry. Everybody will buy it hook, line, and sinker. You know, I mean, but this is the cave road where there's caves out here. Caves, caves. And it's right here where if Alan has anything to do with it, if he has anything, that's why. If they end up finding her on this angle, don't believe it. Just don't believe what you're hearing. She could be found in Mexico. This I took the lines all the way down because we've got Mexico City, and I don't know if y'all understand what Mexico City is all about. We got Guatemala, we got Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, and then we come down into Colombia. So I could even look at these other countries to see if I can get an idea of who this this contract to hire to take her goes to. Again, it just, I don't know, it looks like a military operation to me. What do y'all think? What do y'all think now that I've shown you this information on our map so far? The other thing that I could say is this, is that where Maxwell is allegedly held at, this is where the missing event rises. It rises going into Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. If we wanted to take these lines on out, of course we could. We would take this one all the way out to the UK. All the way out. This is an 11, let's see, 60, 71. No, 70. Hold on, let me go back. Jupiter and Gemini. 60, 72. Be right there. Going over Glasgow. Going over the UK. So we could even take it all the way up, going into Nova Scotia. And like I said, I mean, it's going over the law office of Alan Dershowitz in Massachusetts. But this angle, it's a good standing. So that's what a sextile is, a good standing when it comes to the crime and her possibly being found, even though this case is going to be surrounded by such conspiracy. I just don't know. Where dude was indicted. Well, I don't know if he was indicted, but the guy that did the fake ransom, he's in Torrance, California. This is where Juno is. So during the event, there was a relationship that was showing up and it's going this way. It's going toward California. And it goes to him. So there was a relationship that was shaking things up. And it has a lot of energy with it that was going this way. So the square that was taking place, it challenged him to get away with it, and he wasn't able to get away with it. We do have San Francisco. I mean, the FBI is right. It's going right into north of San Jose, going over Fremont, going right over San Francisco. So could it have to do with the Epstein stuff? I don't know. I think so. I think it goes much, much deeper because she was definitely political when it came to the Epstein files. And I don't know that her and Trump actually got along. Relito Parkway and Colorado Street is the lines. People can say what they want, but I think military intelligence is cool. It is, man. It is cool. It's definitely cool as an MP. I love working with MI and CID. Yeah. Hey, Jules. Good to see you here, babe. Thank you for joining. Fort Huachuca is home to the Army Intelligence Center of Excellence. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's very controversial right now with the Charlie Kirk stuff. Arizona is not doing well when it comes to Fort Huachuca and all the conspiracy that is surrounding. Why would the military want Bitcoin? I don't think that the military actually wants Bitcoin. That base, I mean, you know, okay, look, let's just say this. If Epstein is alive, where's his money? Isn't his money tied up? Isn't his money tied up? And doesn't he love Bitcoin? Wasn't he one of the creators of Bitcoin? I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking. That base has units that handle sensitive intelligence or cyber work. That doesn't mean the entire base is a secret, right? It means some programs or facilities may be compartmented and classified. Yes, 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 and more yes. Uh-huh. Yes, don't forget to hit that like button, guys. Come on. Show some love to me. Show me. I mean, even if you're in the bushes and you don't know what the hell I'm doing, just show me some love. We got 340 people in here. We got 91 likes. Y'all get it up. Don't forget. Show me some love. No, I'm asking you, are they okay? Is the Rolito Park Colorado Street? Okay, let me look. Witchy Mama. Let's see. Rolito Parkway. And okay, so that's in Colorado Street. Okay, let's look. Okay, here is what is next to this? This is the Circle K. Well, I think you're talking about somewhere near the Circle K. Rolito. Colorado Street. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. There's Rolito right here. There's where the Circle K is. I was looking. Let's see. This is a Secret Service type of line. What else is here? What is that? I don't think I ever figured out what that was. Let me look. What is that? This looks like this is definitely construction stuff. It's like pallets. All right. Interesting. What is that? Okay, I don't know what these are just different little Secret Service. That's the Circle K. Then I've got some apartments. Kennedy Park. So I thought that this was interesting enough that I marked it on the map. I thought that this was interesting. Let me see. Let me show you that. Let me show you this. Because with the Secret Service, right? I'm looking, I looked for anything and everything that I could find on this line. And this is a park. So check it out. Let me show you. So my little man right there is looking right toward this area where I'm going to go. I'm going to come down and hit my line. I'm going to just keep going. And then I'm eventually going to hit this line and I can come on around and come down here and hit it again. But look. Looks like we got some buggies. There's a buggy. Shopping carts. I wonder if this is some type of homeless. Huh. Because I usually see that with homeless camps. And then it just keeps on going. And this is Kennedy Park. You can get to it from, I think, here. Like say I'm looking this way and then I'm going to come down and go that way. There's Explorer Trail. There's trails all around here though. Check this out. Now I'm looking. I'm going up. I'm going uphill though. This doesn't look like a good place. This looks like the better place if I were going to come down and take her somewhere down through here. You can cut through right there and go up right there. But that's the Secret Service. Kennedy Park Creek. We got all kinds of trails. Let's look right here. See, let's look right there and see what's there. Right there. Looks like a property. Yep, that's a home. I think. I don't know though. This could be. This isn't a home. This looks maybe like a. I don't know. Other properties. So we're getting this residential. So we leave the Kennedy Park and now we're going back into residential. Residential. See what's right here. What is this? No, I'm not feeling it right through here. Shit. Deliberate jamming civilians is illegal. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a drainage canal there? It just doesn't have any water. It's dry. Huh. I see y'all are getting them likes up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mount Lemon. I mean, Campo Bonito, Oracle, Mountain Vista Estates. I'm still tripping on this though. Because you definitely expect on this Neptune Aries line, you definitely expect. It's just amazing to see that how it comes into play because you definitely expect something warring, something having to do with defense. Just blows my mind. Blows my ever-loving mind. And we're gonna see so much that is gonna come over the next few days, but this is because of the Super Bowl, there is so much intensity surrounding the Super Bowl, the timing of the Super Bowl right now into the wee hours of the morning overnight. It's just so intense. And I'm just wondering what else is going to happen. What else are we going to see happen? You know? Let's see what JLR is doing now.
Parties, we hand bread our chickens.
Hold on.
Sandwiches. Other places.
It looks like he is still alive. Let's see if there's anything new going on. It's so Epstein. I know, girl. It is so Epstein. Tennessee Balls is so Epstein. Like, this is a cluster. And I don't see anybody else trying to put that together.
More media is arriving, more people are arriving. It's just a come and go place. This is like the spot where all the people, national, I think all worldwide media here is.
Well, and I'm sure they're doing some long, you know, those Dateline NBC or, you know, 60 Minutes.
Filmmakers, Entertainment Tonight. I mean, folks, let's be real. This is a Netflix movie. This will be a Netflix Lifetime type movie.
Yeah, it will.
It will.
I agree.
This is insanity. You're talking about Savannah Guthrie, NBC co-host today in the morning, and this.
Exactly. And it's too bad that we can't put this much energy into our children. We can't. A missing kid, we don't have this much going on. But, you know, it is what it is. I can't
Situation happened to her mom and possibly people involved. And, you know, centered around the family, maybe kidnapping, Bitcoin demand, the searches, the crime scenes, just everything. Like, it's just crazy. It's been a long time we've seen something really crazy go on and on and on like this.
What was the last one you went to?
I was in Moscow, Idaho. It was
Moscow.
like this, but Brian Laundrie went on for like 6 weeks. The laundry case was crazy.
And that was in the wintertime. I mean, you were having to bundle up.
No, that was August through October, September through November, 6 weeks in that time frame, 2021.
That's what some people think, but you know, everybody's coming with the.
I know people think it's cartel. People definitely think there could be a cartel element. The people have said, well, Nanos is compromised. He's been in law enforcement in this area for 50 years. He turns a blind a cartel. Is it cartel? Do you all think this is cartel? Does anyone think it's cartel?
Well, why would they say 6 million?
Oh yeah, Erica, I've been talking about that. So that is what this is. This is what I'm thinking it has to do with is a lot of distraction. It's definitely political. I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that there was, or if we, 20, 30 years later that we find out that there was actually this was actually a military type of operation. It's just Savannah and her husband. I don't know the entire family, what their political stances are, but Savannah was going hard with the Epstein files, with Alan Dershowitz and Virginia Guthrie. She was going hard with that. So we're going to see. I mean, I don't think that it's going to be over anytime soon, but hopefully it is. It's definitely political for Patel, for Cash. Yeah. For all of them. I mean, for all of them.
This is 5 or 10 or 20. What's 6 million? Why 6 million? That's what people do on there.
Yeah, why 6? Why the number 6? Why 6 million? What's 6 million? Who needs 6 million? So cartel, we got Epstein files.
How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
You remember when he gave you?
Yes.
This is JLR.
Hello.
Oh yeah. We met yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you remember. Yeah, I was a local reporter here. You were doing our live stream. The 2 deputies came up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
What's going on?
They're receiving, I guess, trust. They just were up there now.
Yeah. That's what
Thank
I
you,
saw.
Erica.
They're just making calls.
And then did you see the PCSD just sent out a message saying the deputies are going to be here all day at the request of the governor's day.
Okay.
Because of media.
So they're going to be here either night or day.
Let me see.
All right, so there's some new information. They said that they're going to be here all day because of what they requested the Guthrie family. So that's good information.
I it's just the ethics that we're following for this, because we just want to make sure that the investigation does what it needs to do, and the is able to do this in our case. What?
Yeah, I did hear that, Patricia. I heard that it went from what, 500,000 to now 6,000,000?
Releasing that?
Well,
Because somebody released the 6 million.
they released some more information, yeah. And so they emailed us and said, you know, the station, it was a news too. You have this news too online that you guys. And it just kind of came through there and it looked exactly like everything else. And then we just looked and it was not somebody saying that there was a fire on that lemon or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, how do they know about your network?
Huh?
How do they know about your network?
What do you mean? Yeah, I know. Well, I was wondering the same thing. I was like, Guthrie didn't even. She worked in Tucson. She was a reporter.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's what
she worked at KVLA. Worked at KOLD, and so it's. I don't know. I was very curious why they chose our station.
Well, that's what
And we don't even know if it is officially them, but we know for a fact that those are the notes that the Guthries are responding to.
Sure.
What? Yeah, I don't know. But we truly don't know. I just assume them just because we did an interview with an expert on this type of stuff. It doesn't seem like a multi-person job, but
Oh, thank you, Tennessee Vols, for becoming
they
a
still
member. Thank you so much, sweetheart.
These are actually, right? So for me, there's percentage.
yeah. And people are going down rabbit holes.
Oh, yeah.
And there's so many motives. You don't know if it's just a thing or if it's
So I was hoping after she released that statement yesterday within 6 hours.
We'll never find another channel like this one anywhere. You've come to a great place.
You out here all day and night?
Yep. Until 11.
Oh, wow.
It is heartbreaking. It is so heartbreaking, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Erica, I'm glad to have you.
One guy had gloves on.
I hope you have subscribed.
Really? Isn't that to check for blood?
That's hilarious, are we, Vet? That is hilarious. Yeah, yeah, JLR, he's great.
Left the scene at 7 o'clock here because oh, it's nighttime. You're not going to be able to see anything. So I'm going to be able to go to the station and not worry about anything. And they're going to get the notification that they were there for 3 hours. Yeah.
Thank you, Erica. Welcome to the Watchers, sweetheart.
Just don't go over there. You know what I mean?
It should be the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah. Really? I knew they went to the Circuit K.
Yeah, and I've got Circle K on the map. I mean, that where it hits is just amazing. Right on that camera.
Well, at this intersection right here, there's 4 cameras. There's good ones too, but only good. So, you know, if they were that, if you're trying to get out of this one, you can select them out. Right now, you don't go.
I think the route, if we're talking that, right? There's just other route. Go out there, and then there's a church. Yeah.
The Christian Fellowship or Catalina Foothills Church.
There.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna. I mean, that's equal to quick. So we're gonna come out.
I just want to hear something.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Anyway, good
Take
to see
care.
you guys.
Thank
See
you.
ya. All right, everybody. If it cuts out, we'll be back.
So that was the news agency Cold.
It's actually KOLD.
KOLD.
That's like the Tucson.
Yeah, they're the ones that received. We were just talking to the people that received the ransom, but she couldn't give details.
And so what she was saying is KVOA, which is Channel 4 here in Tucson, that's where Savannah used to work, where she kind of started before she got it big time.
Somebody said I'm losing the shade. Yeah, but it's starting to get, I don't know, it's going to start getting cooler now, right? Like 3 hours of sunset is going to start getting.
We still have the prime time heat.
Phone is not hot.
All right, I'll be back down.
I can't really see you guys running into the mountains so you guys can see that. But yeah, this is why people move out here, because it is peaceful. It's, obviously right by the mountains, there's lots of hiking trails that people can. And then yesterday there was a missing hiker case, so there was lots of helicopters right outside.
Oh, yeah?
Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I think he's still missing.
Yeah. That was over there at
by Ritz Carlton.
What's that? It's the town starts with an A. Yeah, Abak, something. Because yesterday I thought it might have been related to some way. My interest in this case that lives out that way. I'm not gonna say a name. Somebody peeked.
There's a little airport out there. But
I went to quite a few places here. I went to the impound lot. I was trying to see if there was where her car went to. If it went to the Pima County impound lot, evidence impound lot. Didn't see it there. I went to the FBI building, which you can't really see in the FBI building because they have a giant gate going around it with a security guard. But when I went to the FBI building yesterday, I saw 4 vehicles. They opened up the gate.
Yes,
4
Teresa.
Started up.
Yeah, Teresa, isn't that a trip? So the Clintons, I mean, look, she goes missing. Nancy goes missing with the drop. We got the last big drop from the DOJ, right? We have that go down. Savannah's supposed to go to Italy. That's out. We have so much going on. The Clintons are supposed to be in court. We've got, what else happened that day that she goes missing? Oh, the ambassador from Israel comes to Arizona. There was a lot going on when she went missing. A lot going on when she went missing. And he did. He definitely worked with the Clinton campaign. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a full moon, baby. Exactly. It was a full moon in Leo. Full moon in Leo. All about the publicity of the children, of the kids. The kids. What's up, Smack Talker? Hey, honey. Come on in. Y'all don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Get us out in the algorithm, guys. Get us out in the algorithm. I hear that there's new details. Oh, Shalimar, thank you for the $10 Cash App, sweetheart. Appreciate that. I'll definitely buy me a coffee. Buy Jeff a coffee. Thank you so much, babe. I appreciate the support. I know I was reading it and she was definitely getting taken during that snow moon. Yeah. No real surprise. Nancy and her clan have played with the big boys for a long time. Yes. Yeah. 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 So the moon today is in Scorpio. So it doesn't surprise me that they would be checking landfills, murky water, things of that nature. All things that, containment, places that she could be contained with water.
Zooming out of there, they were like Nissan Versa type cars. So I followed them, but then they hit up I-10, but they went towards El Paso. They went another way. So
I
they came
10.
this way, so I decided not to follow them. So. See, because also, you know, there's media stationed at all these law enforcement places too.
Yes, King. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm telling you, this is such a. I mean, I hate to use the word psyop, but it's a grand media diversion. Who would do such a thing? Who would do it? Yeah, so last night I was on live and I was talking about the opposition. So there was an opposition that was coming to Nancy, and this opposition was definitely showing up with the car. With the car. There was an opposition with the vehicle because Mars is a vehicle. And lo and behold, they were taking her vehicle or whenever that was. Well, there's so many Masonic lodges that I haven't put any Masonic lodges on the map. I'm focused on Fort Huachuca, military defense, planes, airports, like the Fort Huachuca airport. Yeah. I'm going hard with the Alan Dershowitz, all of that. There is definitely I'm creating a map. Hey, hectic way. I know you're hectic right now. Things are hectic with you. But I create maps for the missing. This is definitely not a circus. And what I'm laughing about is the fact that there are so many people that will believe a narrative hook, line, and sinker without doing any research, without doing their due diligence, waiting on somebody like the media to tell them how to think, what to think, all of that. So let's be respectful because I work hard mapping the missing, not just adults like Nancy, but children. I map children. I'm looking for children. I just so happen to map Nancy because this is such a big case and it deserves the work for sure. So welcome in, Hectic.
To see if law enforcement does any activity or mounts up and goes to a location.
I think that's
the neighbor. Yeah, it is.
Just like it. That's the neighbor.
That's the neighbor. That's the neighbor.
Get the stops. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's the neighbor.
I don't think anybody is joking about I don't think anybody's joking about Nancy being missing. This isn't a joke.
She was the one who came over yesterday.
The biggest cartel is those who claim to run our country. That's the biggest cartel. That's the biggest gang.
I can't see the comments, but keep the comments clean. Disrespect each other, please.
Folks, so this is the scene outside of Nancy's home for people who are coming in the chat. I know a lot of people have been coming in and out, in and out, in and out. This is where we're at. And, law enforcement is here.
Mr. Lucky, my thoughts are it goes much deeper.
The reporter said they're here on the request of the Guthrie family. I don't know what
the manhole cover thing is pretty strange. To do that on day 8.
It's starting to get pixelated there.
Yeah, it's in and out.
I might switch spots. Let me go see what's going on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to see if I can find another spot. See how? Okay, it's okay, but
yeah, that's.
I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to go see if I can find a better spot so we can position.
Yeah, this is definitely not the average shakedown. Definitely a psyop. Yeah, trolls do indicate I'm doing something right. That's right. Yeah, it's definitely not your average shakedown. And again, I ask, what else is going on that you're not focusing on, America? Exactly, girl. You already know what is going on here. What is going on is we have major, major drop. We have all kinds of things going on the day that she goes missing. I don't believe in coincidences.
All right, everybody, we are here. We just kind of let the stream go. I hope we get a break in the case today. Hope for Nancy is kind of the we got JLR out here.
Raytheon, #1 aerospace engineering, right beside the airbase. I'll put that on the map, Cinderella. Thank you, babe.
All right, I'm going to go up. No, it actually got better. Look.
Let me put that on the map. Raytheon.
Can you finagle your? Yeah, it's kind of in and out no matter where you go, I think. But can you put this for the shade? Can you put that
Perfect.
over?
Perfect. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this, Cinderella. Thank you so much. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. The natal Vesta in Sagittarius is squaring her critical Neptune in Virgo. You know where this goes to? Okay. Look, Cinderella, you still in here? This is what I need y'all to do. This is what I need you to do. Okay. I need you to see how this is connecting to Israel, Missouri, and or Russia. So we've got, okay, Cinderella, look. See how this connects to Russia, Missouri, or Israel. Please, 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 please. And we need more information on this Raytheon 801. What is this? Oh, oh my God, look at that. Look at that. There's another airspace right here. Holy shit. There's another airspace right here. Look at that. Wow. So that's an airport. Okay, we know that. Look at all of those planes. Innovation Way, Aero Park Boulevard. Look at that. Look at that. Cinderella. Miles and miles of acres. Yes, girl. Okay, so we need more information about this. We need to know. I know that this place is definitely going to connect to Israel, Russia, Missouri. One of those three, and that's where we want to focus. Raytheon. Raytheon. Interesting. You nailed it. You nailed it, Cinderella. Thank you. You nailed it, girl. And so that 29 degree of Virgo, my goodness, that's like jackpot right there. Because look at that. It's going right over it. Going right over the Tucson airport. Going right over this aero park. That's crazy. Going right over it. Most are secret project around the world. How investigators interpret a kidnapper who doesn't talk. When a kidnapper speaks in a ransom call, voicemail, video, written note read aloud, investigators treat that speech as evidence. Gotcha. So how is this connected? That's what we need to find out. We need to figure out how this is connected to, because this is a 2941 with her Neptune. And her Neptune it connects to Israel and Russia. Israel and Russia. And I'm banking on Israel. I'm banking on Israel. So let me know what you find out, Cinderella. Good work, girl. That's what I'm talking about. The maps that I create work best with the law enforcement, the information that they know, but hey, they're not talking to us. They're not giving us everything. So we have to do our own due diligence and work it. Nobody talking about active cartels there. Oh. So are you saying okay. I just received Annie's birthday. Thank God. Okay, I've got that now. I haven't had her birthday until now. So nobody talking about the cartels. Well, I mean, we kind of are talking about the cartels because the cartels are also in with our government. Okay. They don't, our government, our leaders in these cities, in these states work with the cartel, right? I think that's, we all pretty much can agree on that, I think. Mossad, yeah. Helicopter. This may be trying to create uncertainty or fear. Or they may be, yeah, definitely. Yes, Difna, thank you so much, Beth. I received that. But okay, so Difna, this is where we're at right now. This is where we're at. Look, her Virgo critical Neptune is going over Raytheon 801. This is an airspace. This is an airspace. This is military. And I need to know how this connects to Israel. How does it connect to Israel? I mean, I guess I could do a Google search and see Raytheon 801. There's too much military stuff going on here for me not to take note. Raytheon Defense Contractor Corporation. So again, we're looking at the defense, our defense system, our defense agency, the intelligence. Raytheon 801 connections to Israel. Let me see if anything comes up with this. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. This is what it says. Raytheon maintains deep strategic connections to Israel through joint ventures, co-production of defense systems, and direct weapon sales. There it is. Okay, so Raytheon Raphael Protection Systems operates a facility in East Camden, Arkansas to produce Tamir. So Tamir missiles. I was thinking Tamar, so it's Tamir, which supports the Israeli Ministry of Defense Iron Dome system. And look, who came to Arizona the day that she went missing? The ambassador of Israel. Are y'all understand what I'm saying? The ambassador of Israel was in Arizona when she goes missing. This is the connection here. So the operates a facility in East Camden, Arkansas. So we need to put that on the map too. East Camden. Look, I mean, they support the Israel Air Force, F-15, F-16, F-35, sensors, weapons. Y'all, we just hit the jackpot with this. Cinderella I mean, girl. I mean, you showed up and showed out with this. You showed up with this. So while they are being distracted, we're not. We got it going on here on this channel. Okay, so which produces the Iron Domes to mirror interceptors and the David's Sling system. Interesting. Army vet, are you seeing this? This is cray cray. So East Camden, Arkansas. In East Camden, Arkansas. Arkansas. Where is the $63 million in the facility located? Situated in the Highlands Industrial Park. Okay. That's what we got to put on the map. Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. And then I'm going to have to pull up Arkansas. Right there. Is that it? Okay, let's see. That's a university. So there's a University of Arkansas, University Tech, University of Arkansas. Okay. Let's pull out and see. Boom, bam. Intense, check this out. Check it out, guys. Intense transformation with health, communications, and other people's money. Look at that. Right there. Right there. And the missing event. Hygeia in Gemini. Sextiles Eris and Aries. So this is about the war. This is about warring. This is about the money. This is a military operation. God dang. Missing Hygeia. The communications, that is, so the Gemini is definitely going to be the Bitcoin. Whoa. So I'm going to have to pull up Arkansas and look at Arkansas chart. Arkansas. Holy. Wow. Girl, you just opened up a whole new worm, a rabbit hole here. So let's look at this. Let's look at, okay, I've already figured it out. I got it. Hold on, let me show you my whole screen now. Let me show you my whole screen, and we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this because y'all got to see this. I'm about to duel the charts out. You know, this is a part of the investigation with the tool of astrology that we could definitely use more of, but let's watch. Y'all watch this. These conspiracy theorists. Okay, just hang on, Ben. Looks like you think we definitely went to the moon, and maybe we did. But this is where we can think freely here and not believe everything that we hear and see, and just think for ourselves. You know, think for ourselves and not be wrapped up in the programming of the mind. So let's look at Arkansas, because what I want to show you right now is just their chart. Let's just look at their chart right now, because this is where we're going to find some. Okay, so the 2444, this is Arizona. So Arizona, that facility that we just saw, okay, the facility that we just saw, the Raytheon, that facility that connects to Israel. This is the connection right here, the 2444. And this is a lot of warring that is going to come in to this degree very soon. And I'm going to show you when. Again, I'm going to show you this 2021 with the 11th house of how we bring in money. That's Ghislaine Maxwell. That's her lunar nodes of fate. She's fated with Arkansas and bringing in money. And if Epstein's money is tied up, how's he getting money? The dark moon has just come over and contacted that degree. Oh, yeah. They connect to Mexico. There's a breakup here with Mexico, with Arkansas. Guys, I think we have seen a connection here. Yeah. So when she goes missing, there was a justice that was connecting to relationships. That's definitely Arizona, the relationship that Arkansas has with Arizona. Wow. Their lowest point is a 940. So the dark moon is gonna it's gonna be a while before the dark moon gets there. And that could be about the university, about the aerospace, the flight. Interesting. Quartz, 543, that's going to be coming into transit as well. It's gonna take it a while, but that 2444, let's look at it. When was that coming into fruition? The 2444, was it this day? No. No, it's going to be we're gonna see it. We're gonna see this connection on mark it down on your calendars. We should see this connection with New Mexico, and then it goes from New Mexico to Arizona and their connection with Arkansas on February 16th, and that is exactly when Tomas, the Defense Intelligence, the FBI there is a major intensity. Ooh, there's a shakeup with the United States with money, with the public image. Yeah. So this is the 16th. What else do I see here? Definitely we're going to see some things from the past with Ghislaine with this connection. Oh, will we see it? We may not see it. We may just be given some type of hoopla or something. And then let's see how many days it's going to be. Then it moves to China. So the warring will move off of Arizona and their connection with Arkansas, and then the warring moves to China. The warring will then move to China. Okay. Interesting, guys. Yeah, write it down. $6 million. It's crazy. Crazy, guys. So the Jupiter is at a 1544. Let me go back. That's on the 18th, February 18th. So February 18th, it moves off. It's 1543. Let's look back at Arkansas. And there it is. There it is. We still haven't truly moved because oh yeah, that 1543 with, I think it was Kronos. There's going to be a devouring energy with other people's money, with the warring. Interesting. Oh, look, that 418. Okay, let's look at this. That 418, that is our defense. That is our defense. This is the 418 that is connecting to the Department of Defense, Defense Intelligence. And yeah, so when we see the intelligence showing up, those days that I've addressed them earlier on in the live, it's also going to go to Arkansas. It's this defense. Yeah. Boom, bam. Wow. I think that this is just going much deeper, guys. I mean, the map doesn't lie, people lie. Okay? The map doesn't lie, the people lie. The map's not going to lie. It's going to tell the story. Now, whether or not this story is going to be told truthful to the public eye, I don't think so. I don't think so. Here we go. Let's go back to this because, guys, let's go back to this. Yeah, I mean, I can't make it up. I'm not making up the charts. The charts are already done. I mean, it's already done. I can't make it up. Let's see what he's saying here. If there's anything going on. It looks like there's nothing new. Maybe it looks like the media is leaving. Oh, we know the truth. We'll know the truth. It's just, will they tell us the truth? I don't think so. Someone, the son-in-law, the ex-pilot knows, and the family knows. Yeah. Somebody in the defense. There's a connection to Israel. There's no doubt about it now. I mean, it's a hook, line, and sinker for me now.
Welcome
I don't care
aboard,
what.
folks.
You think Annie has
Again, if
turned
you want to
witness?
restream this,
Maybe.
go ahead. No problem.
Huckabee? Huh? Maybe. I've just shown, I mean, everything that there is to see. I mean, Cinderella, that was an amazing find to put on the map. Amazing find. She may have turned in husband. Maybe so.
Red shorts, black hoodie. Or red hoodie, red shorts. Red shorts. It's the JLR trademark. Red shorts. Stay elusive here. Walk around. You might have to go out in the elements. She said, were you with the black hoodie and the shorts yesterday? I said, yep. All right, so yeah, we're just sitting here. We're just, again, this is a feed, take it what it is. This is outside the home of Nancy Guthrie. Sheriff is here. They said they're there at the request of the Guthrie family.
I mapped the missing caregiver. I mapped the missing. And so I've been doing it for years, and the maps that I create work best with the law enforcement with the information that they know. But because we don't have that information, I'm just building this map that I've created for her. And we are looking at different places that are definitely showing up on the map that have to do with Fort Huachuca. There's a lot of conspiracy that is surrounding her case. And I just put a major connection with Nancy when it comes to Israel and aerospace and the Department of Defense. There is the Israeli ambassador visited Arizona when she went missing. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this is some type of distraction from a massive media. The media was going to be reporting on everything having to do with the Epstein files, with all the high profilers, the leaders, Clintons, Elon, Trump, all of them, right? And the same day, the Israeli ambassador comes to Arizona. She goes missing. And I don't believe in coincidences, and the maps that I've created are telling a story. And this Raytheon 801 is a massive, this is for the Department of Defense. It has another facility in Arkansas. And that other facility that's in Arkansas is showing up with the FBI, and the missing event with the Bitcoin and the FBI, their intense transformation that takes place with other people's money. And it's about the Bitcoin. So that's what I'm seeing. That's exactly what I'm seeing. There's a lot of Mossad, Epstein manipulation. I don't know if Epstein's money is tied up. I know that he absolutely adores Bitcoin. I don't know if his money is tied up. I don't know if he's looking for a way to make money. It sounds crazy, but I don't know what else to think. Who is connected within the military? Well, we know that Nancy's son is an ex-pilot. He's a vet. I don't know about the son-in-law. I don't know about the son-in-law's kid and their connections with the military. But there's definitely a military connection here. Okay, so let's talk about that, Joseph. Let's look at that on the map with Tomas's work. And so I've got that on the map. And I think that that's a distraction. I think it's just slowing them down. This is where the moon was full in Leo and there was a geometric angle. It was a trine. It's in a good standing. So could it be Tomas's child? His kid? I don't know how old his kid is. I don't know if he's in his 20s, if he's in his 30s, who he is, nothing about it. But I'm interested to know who the kid is, if he has kids. If Tomas has kids. Angela, thank you for being here, honey. Okay, so he's only 6 years old, so that doesn't have anything to do with it. So he would definitely not have anything to do with that. Yeah, if the Israel scenario for you is too much, caregiver, I don't know what you think about the Israel connection to Jeffrey Epstein, because there's a major connection with them. There's a lot of corruption, and all of that corruption is being exposed. This is a major shift that we are going through. Major disruption of corruption. All the corruption is being exposed. The map is telling the story. I just read what the map is saying, and I have to go with what the map is saying, you know? I have to believe what the map is saying. I don't, this is why I map, because I get the truth here. I don't from the media. The government benefits from the distraction. Thanks for you sharing your gift, Jen. I've never seen astrology like this, and it's captivating. Hope Nancy is okay. Thank you, Spicy Gemini, so much for that beautiful message of hope. Not Israel, but the Mossad is where my head is. Yeah. Yeah, same. And we see the dark shadows of the government. We are seeing that big time. Big time. Ah, Spicy Gemini, thank you for that $19, $20. Thank you, honey. Every little bit helps support the work. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. You joined the second you saw the mapping skills. Thank you, because the maps don't lie. The way that I tell the story may not be exactly, but look, I mean, this conjunction with Saturn, this is slowing things down. But this one right here is where the Secret Service came to today with Arizona. And that's going to the Honeywell Aerospace. And then it's going also to Secure a Plane. This is warring type of facilities that I'm looking for. It's insane. It's insane because It's telling the story, and we have a sextile in Uranus with Uranus, and it's bringing a shakeup. And that shakeup is going toward, and I haven't found anything here yet, but we're going to, other than the ranch. I'm not really concerned about the ranch, but we've got to find something else that is connecting with war and Bitcoin and Bitcoin that is going this way into New Mexico, and even possibly Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, but I'm thinking New Mexico. There is something with these facilities. Secure a plane. Secure a plane. Let me Google that. Let me see, because there's got to be some type of connection with Honeywell. Let me write that down. Honeywell or secure a plane with New Mexico. So Honeywell. Let's see. Let's Google it. Let's Google it. Honeywell and New Mexico operations. Yeah. Let's see. A division of the Kansas City National Security Campus has been selected as one of Albuquerque's business. Okay. Kansas City National Security, New Mexico operations. Contact us. Where it is right here. Oh, that's Missouri. Wow. Okay. So Missouri. Okay. Let's look at this. That would be the other 2941 that's connecting to Nancy's. That's not it. It could be, but I don't think so. It could be, but it's a little too far off for me. The Albuquerque one, maybe. Let's go back. Let's go back. Kansas City, Missouri. No. Okay. It's a specialized division. Okay. Primarily located near Kirkland Air Force Base. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with gas. Look at that. Kirkland Air Force Base. Oh, it supports the National Nuclear Security Administration, and I've got that chart. Okay. Wow. I wouldn't have even thought to go that deep. Okay, so let's go ahead and put this one on the map. The Kirkland Air Force Base. Let's go ahead and put that on the map. Let's do that. Let's see how close we get with that. It's still not. Dang. So Epstein was that close? It's still not. It's still not. Maybe I need to put in another line. That's a 23 Taurus. 23 Taurus. Write that down. So, yeah, Kansas City, Missouri. So, Missouri is also, so Missouri goes to the 2941. So, Missouri connects to Israel and Russia. And so, me seeing her have that 2941 is, that's the connection that Nancy has to Missouri, to Russia, and to Israel. It's a critical anoretic degree, so it's very serious in her chart. Look where Fort Leonard is. Okay, Fort Leonard. Fort Leonard Wood. Joint services. Legal. Replacement. Let's look at the joint services here. Gosh, you're coming into that natal, aren't you? We're getting closer, I think. Maybe I just need to put some more lines on here, but I'm thinking that we're getting closer. I've got the most important on the map right now. I don't really want to just fill it all up with lines, and it just be insane. Near Kansas City, yeah. What about Sierra Vista Military? Sierra Vista? Oh, yeah, Fort Huachuca. Yeah. Yeah, so you wanna see that one on the map? You wanna see Fort Huachuca? Let's look at this military. Ooh. MICA, Military Intelligence Corp Association. Look at that. It's Fort Huachuca, guys. I mean, this is a big one. There's the airstrip. There's Fort Huachuca. This is all Fort Huachuca right through here. This is it. Is the town outside? This is? Look at that. I mean, we know that we're going over the airport. So we're going over the airspace, and then we come down to Hatfield. Let's look at this one right here. What is that? What is that? What is that, I wonder? Like a helicopter pad? That's the helicopter pad, isn't it? I think that that's what that is. I don't know. I'm thinking a helicopter pad. It could be something else, but let's keep on going. What facility is this on Jim Avenue? On Jim Avenue. What is this? Jim Avenue and Martine Street. Jim Avenue. Fry Boulevard. Fort Huachuca, Buffalo, Soldier Gate. Hmm. Hmm. Predicted the Seahawks for the win. And see this, okay, so this is interesting because, the Venus and the Mercury that were in an opposition here. It's about the future communications with the media and money. I truly believe that this is, I hate to, I mean, I'm not going to be able to believe the story that they're going to tell me. They're going to tell me that it's some type of construction worker, somebody that worked on the house, a neighbor or something. No, this is a sophisticated kidnapping. This is sophisticated. And our Army intelligence, the intelligence is definitely involved, okay? But could we say that they are involved in finding her? Is that what this is showing? That they are just, this is the technology? No, no, because these places that are showing up on the map that are connecting with truth to the map is showing us a defense, money, contractors with defense. Jim Avenue. What is here? Jim Avenue and Martine Street. Jim Avenue and Martine. Residential property? No. Jim Avenue and in Arizona. A historic remote mine located in Martinez Canyon in central Arizona near Florence. I don't think so. Let's see. I know I've got the 1604. Oh, well, that's interesting. Brainard. I'm going to ask AI. Dang. Okay, tell me it's the government without telling me it's the government. Arizona State Prison Complex, Yuma. Let's see. The main office is located roughly 12 Yuma County Detention Center, maximum security jail. That don't look like a jail to me. But I mean, I'll put it on the map just because, but that doesn't look like a jail to me. Brainard and Brainard. Okay. And Brainard. This is a private aviation facility located in Lynchfield Park, Arizona. A business located, no. Nope. Let me see. Private aviation. I don't think that's it. I still don't think that that's it. Definitely not. Jesus. That's not it. Let's go back. What place is that, guys? What is that? If we're looking for where she could be held, so Brainard Road. I can't get there. Of course, it's not going to allow me to be there, but it's like, could she be held somewhere like that? $517, like right there. $517 Mitchell Avenue. Oh. Let's see. Dang it. It's still Fort Huachuca. Okay. Provides equipment issue and turn-in services for permanent party military personnel. Interesting. Central issue facility. Let's look at it. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. That's what it is. So this is a facility that I'm looking at, and it's called the Central Issue Facility. Permanent party military personnel. Provides equipment and turn-in services. A multi-family residential property. Okay. That's also near there. Okay. Well, that's what we're looking for, right? Looking to find out what is up. So this is some type of turn-in. Okay. Whatever. Soldier Trail. Yeah, this is we're looking, this is some type of military stuff, guys. This is a military. I don't care what they say. There's going to be some type of military. Let's look at this building right here. Vista Glass. Laundromat. Fort Huachuca. That's the entrance to Fort Huachuca. Wilcox Drive. Hold on, was that a hotel? Is that a hotel? Hold on. What is that? Looks like a hotel to me. Or apartments? I'm definitely gonna mark this hotel if it's on the line or by the line. Gateway Studio Suites. Yes. Gateway Studio Suites. Definitely wanna mark this hotel. Because she could definitely she could definitely be held at a hotel. Damn, I'm sorry. I thought y'all could see it. Sorry. My bad. My AI is asking, where do I find this information? Hey, Little Red, we have finally thawed out. Thank you. Thank you for checking. Yeah, we finally thawing out. Finally. And our chickens are like thanking God that they can come out. Look at that though. This is this is what I'm talking about. If there's any type of militant connection, okay, let's just say there is some type of militant connection. Yeah, thank you, Jules. What K9 said, please remember to hit the like button. Please show some love to the hard work. Thank you so much. Could definitely be a militant connection here. I like that that's right there. Oh, that's a hotel. Look right here. Laundromat. Yeah, see, that's not no. So, but the hotel is definitely showing up. That could be a good one because it's going to oppose the teacher. Who's the teacher? I don't know. He's an instructor. She's an instructor. It's some type of militant. And if not, I'd be really surprised. If I'll be really surprised if this doesn't have, which, I don't know what they're going to tell us. Ooh, is that ooh, that's a rundown hotel right there. If I ever saw one right there. Let's see. What is this? What's the name of it? Look back. It definitely looks like a motel, not a hotel. So we don't have suites. There's a hotel right there. That's the one that I just marked. Ooh, look at that. Somebody was asking me earlier about Masonic lodges. There it is, guys. There's the Masonic symbol. There's the G. There's the G. And my little man is looking at this building. So let's go back. Dang. We got a Masonic building right there. So Freemason building right here. Law. So we got a hotel suites. We got a Freemason building. Then I don't know what all this is. What is all of that? What is all of that? Picnic tables. So I'm thinking that this could be something having to do. Look at that. Oh, RVs? What? What? I'm looking at this one. I'm looking at one here and one there. So we have RVs. Interesting. She could be held in an RV for all we know. We got sheds. Huh. Party. Okay. This is an RV park, so let me mark that. I'm just looking for anywhere she could be at. She could be held on this line, maybe. That's it. This is a hotel. I mean, a motel. That's definitely a motel right there on Wilcox, 448 West Wilcox. I just was looking for the name of it. This now. I mean, it looks like a motel, but it could be like apartments. Let's see if I go down this street. We got more apartments. Hmm. Lots of apartments on Frontage Road in Sierra Vista, Arizona. West End Realty. Again, we've got this RV park. Let me see what that is showing up on the map. Where am I at? I'm looking this way. Okay. Yep, I'm looking at the RV park. And then it looks like we've got more RVs. We got this is Soldier Trail. So this is South Buffalo Soldier Trail. This is by Fort Huachuca. Let's see. Because I can promise you, if she would be, I mean, wherever she's going to be found, where the lines are going to tell the story. It's going to tell it. It's going to go right over where she's being held. But look at all those RVs. Is that RVs? Looks like it. Oh no. Mountain Vista. So this is like so we do have RVs, but then we also have mm, I wonder if a lot of our military, like, is this like military housing? Or I would think that a lot of military would be here because it's right there at Fort Huachuca, you know? So we got mobile homes, RV park. There's Jennifer Lane. Interesting, guys. Call the authorities and help this woman of God. Yes. Loading chat data. This, I don't know. Seems like a military. It's just too much that is going here with the money, with the media and money. This is the media money line. But then we've got the FBI. Let's see. The FBI would need a 23 Leo. So we're looking more for a 23 Leo with the FBI. Let me see if the FBI has anything that is going that direction with 23 Leo. And it does. So I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to put in the dark moon and Vesta, and their physician is there. Okay. So let's go ahead and draw that in. Look at all these addresses I got to put in. Okay. Hold on. Let me do that. We're about to put a line. We're about to put some conjunction for the FBI that's going right here. Going right here where we're looking. I'm going to draw it. Because they have a disordered aggression, a dark moon. They also have a lot of enlightenment with the flame of life that is going this direction. So let's do it. Let's draw in those lines and see what we come up with. So their dark moon is a 23. So that's going to be a 120, a 143 compass bearing. And then we've got a 25 with the Vesta. So that's going to be a 120, 45. It's going to be right there. So that's the FBI. 11th house, the friends, people that they work with. FBI, 11th house, dark moon, conjunct Apollo, the physician, and Vesta, the flame of life in Leo. And Leo, there it is. So let me make sure that this is going to line up perfectly. I've got to take it down, make sure that it's going to line up. Perfectly. All this Leo energy. That's where the moon was full. It was full here. It was full. Okay. Now, we're going to turn those addresses back on. We've got Tucson Medical Center. Let's go back down. Let's go down into that medical center. Hold on. because I'm going to have to check these out too. The missing is there. The okay. So the medical center, that could be where she ends up. Hell, she might be there now. Let's see. There's the aerospace maintenance. So what I want to do is I want to see. There is the South Node in Virgo. South Node in Virgo. County. Let's go back down. Let's go back down here. See how the FBI is showing up around this area? So if I'm looking for a place that Nancy could be held up by a militant, somebody in the military, I want to come to these, not necessarily the green line itself, but this conjunction with the FBI. There's St. Andrews. Let's see. So I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on it and see where. There's got to be something with military here. Let's go over here. I can't get there. Damn it. I can't get there. What is that? East Buffalo Soldier Trail, 5061. 5069. 5069 East Buffalo Soldier Trail. 5069. East Buffalo Soldier Trail. This address is located in an industrial commercial corridor, primarily houses metal fabrication and landscaping supply businesses. Okay. So we're going to blame it on a landscaper? Somebody that welds, hitch and post iron and welding supplies. I don't know about that. General contractor, landmark, metal buildings. Let's look again. 5069 East Buffalo. East Buffalo Soldier Trail. Yeah, it would, that would look like, okay. I can see that. Metal. Metal. On that conjunction, if we go this way, let's see what else we got. Well, I mean, it's just Fort Huachuca. I mean, that's what it is. So we got the airspace. The actual runway. Five 5145. 5201. 5201 Hunt Road. 5201 Hunt Road. Weinstein Dining Facility. Located within the Fort Huachuca U.S. Army installation, it serves as a primary military dining hall. It's a dining hall. Holiday meals for the base. Interesting. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hey, Orb. Mountain Dog Mom, what do y'all think happened to Miss Nancy? That's what we've been talking about. Hybrid with what? With astrology. There's an astrology. This is a astrology channel, right? So it would definitely be long time no see. What's your take on this, Jen? Mountain Dog, I'm thinking this is definitely military related. There is something to do with the military. Michael Jackson, one person not in the files. Poor dude. Starbucks out. 1971 coffee, same year the movie Kidnapping came out, same year Savannah was born. Wow. They picked up her meds? Huh? What if she's not found for a long time if it's that kind of operation? I mean, it makes you wonder. Nancy was airlifted off to Never Never Land. FBI behavioral unit, just saying. Oh, really? What? Army vet. I have looked into storage units. I do have some storage units and landfill on the map. Good idea, Foxy Sees. I definitely have got that on the map. Oh, thank you. Got to be more careful. Thank you so much. I wasn't in the files, Little Red says. So she's either under supervision right now or she's in several, yes, stress. The brother is a pilot, like a jet pilot, right? Yeah. Fighter pilot. Fighter pilot. Half person, half sky. I don't know what you're talking about. Half person, half sky. Huh? Are you talking about an astrologer? The hybrid astrology? I don't know what you're talking about. Love Riz. Thank you, Little Red. I appreciate y'all. I do. I really appreciate y'all coming in and, just looking at something different. This is definitely a different channel. You'll never find a channel like this one anywhere. Anywhere. They can get Nancy's meds by other means to keep her alive. Sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Someone made the wrong person mad, Army vet. You already know. You already know. Dining facility. I don't think so. I don't think she's going to be held in a dining facility. So we got to move on from that one. That's a dining facility. But this is definitely a recreation area. This would definitely be with Leo. I like the recreation showing up because Leo is definitely about recreation. It's about having fun, like the party, like a dining, like a party place, a party facility where they house party supplies for the base. Something like that, I like that Leo energy. Hey, Shauna, glad you're back, girl. Sometimes it is easier to just keep it simple. Yeah. And I definitely have to keep this map simple. I can't be trying to, You're trying to understand the hybrid astrologer combo. So that's just what Jeff calls me, as the hybrid astrologer. He made that up, so he'll have to answer that for you. Why he calls me that. The channel is Astrology for Mystics, so I'm an innovative astrologer. I work in degrees, so I'm just a different type of person, you know? Yeah, Super Bowl halftime, girl. I'm telling you, the Super Bowl is looking really intense. I don't even wanna I just wanna hear what happened afterwards, and I wanna hear that everything went okay and that there wasn't anything that is going to also take the media somewhere else. Yeah, she's in the cell beside Maduro's wife. For real. I mean, like, we just don't know. I'm not watching the Super Bowl either. You watch the Puppy Bowl. I think Jeff's outside with the chickens. This would be a good place though to find her with any type of Leo energy, competition. That right there is just really calling on me hard, but I haven't found anything else that would be like that. Let's see, what is this? What is that? Oh, no, don't want to do that. See, it's not, I'm not going to be able to get down at the ground level to see what this would be. 1230, 1230 Jim Avenue. Now that 1230 Jim Avenue. Let me see if what this is. 1230 Jim Avenue, Arizona. Nope, that's not. Sierra Vista. The thrift shop. A thrift shop. A nonprofit resale store operated by the Fort Huachuca Community Spouses Club. What? Look at that. So the proceeds from the shop are used to fund scholarships and community grants for the local military community. That's definitely Leo. Leo, community grants, scholarships, a club. Okay, let me mark that on the map because that is looking like a place that would be a great Leo. That would be a good Leo, a Leo place. What is this back here? Those look like maybe storage buildings. What do y'all think? Think storage building maybe? Oh shit, y'all aren't seeing it. Dang it, I'm sorry. So I marked that one, the Community Spouses Club. Sorry, I forgot to show y'all. But this is looking like some type of storage buildings. There's 4 of them. Kind of looks like storage buildings and maybe a, a dumpster or something. That's 1288 Jim Avenue. I think I like, let's see, what else is, shit, what is that? Army vet, you still here? What are those? That's, what do you call them? Solar panels. My goodness. Yeah, performance. Exactly, Love Riz. Anything having to do with competition, anything having to do with like that scholarship, school, education. I think that the kidnapping, there is definitely ICE signatures in this. There's definitely ICE signatures in this. Heavy military. Heavy military. I'm thinking that this looks like, I don't know about y'all, but does this look like storage buildings? Like storage buildings? It kind of looks like it's kind of like those, but this is smaller. I can't see the road. Dang it. So we got the community spouses club right there that donates money to scholarship funds. That's a great Leo. This area right here is really Leo. That's a lot of Leo. $12.88 Jim Avenue. $12.88 Jim Avenue. I mean, today, yeah, they should be checking. They should definitely be checking anything and everything. Labor Temple. $267 Southstone Avenue, Studio C, Tucson, Arizona. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is still on the base. Yeah. So this is an arts and crafts center. I bet that that's what it is. Arts and crafts, the gift headquarters of the fort. Arts and crafts. Do-it-yourself studio, spaces for wood shop work, pottery, sewing. Yes, yes, yes. So these right here, this is all Leo right here. All of this is a great Leo for the FBI. For the FBI. Heavy military, yep. So Foxy sees, what are those addresses? Labor Temple. Labor Temple. 267 South Stone Avenue. Hold on. 267 South Stone Avenue. Studio C. Okay. I'm not sure what that is. I got it, but I don't know what that is. So the solar farm. Okay. It's just a solar farm. Yeah. Okay. Solar. Interesting. Okay. Solar farm. And then we go into Mexico. Look at that. Right there into Mexico. What can we find here in Mexico besides jungles? I mean, it's a jungle here. Let's look at the FBI and see if we can find anything here. Right there. What's that? My Animals Safe Haven. Okay, so animals, safe haven. It's right here on the border of Mexico. This is definitely hmm. Look at those mountains. My goodness. Somebody lives there. This looks like a storage, some type of old ran down storage. And I'm right here between close to Mexico. Interesting. Mustang Trail. I don't think so. That other one looked better. If I was going to hold somebody, you know. Welcome to the Watchers, Little Red. Welcome, honey. I don't like being gray. Welcome, honey. Welcome to the Watchers. So shall we weep. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like that, it just, I don't know. It's just really, really interesting because this would have something to do with the 11th house where the FBI is their friend group. This is the friend group of the FBI, with which would mean military. We are going to Fort Davis for my birthday. It's so cool with the observatory. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That is going to be so cool. Yeah. Yeah. So Fort Huachuca is definitely, where we've got a lot of disordered aggression. There's an RV park right here, but this is where the FBI is. Eventually, we've got to see more than just this. Eventually, we need to see more than just Huachuca. There's the park, Tucson Park. We could even say that that is definitely Leo, the Tucson Park. Let me look at that for a second. Hold on. That's residential. It looks like. Hold on just a second, guys. Hold on. Sorry about that. It can detect low-flying aircraft day or night. Some programs can also carry electro-optical infrared cameras for visual thermal imaging at night, but the primary sensor at Fort Huachuca is radar. And that facility, those other places that I put on the map is definitely radar. And it goes to Israel, Missouri. I mean, wow. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you, babe, for your support. It means so much to me. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for supporting the work, the good work. the person is very smart. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm really, a lot of people are thinking it's construction, somebody that worked on the house or something like that, but it doesn't appear to be anything like that. It doesn't appear to be anyone that is this is sophisticated. This is intelligence. This is intelligent. And I'm not saying that construction workers or, electrical, Jeff is an electrician. I mean, he's very intelligent, but when it comes to stuff like this, no. No. I mean, how can they pull this off for this many days and not get caught? They're good. No car, no visual, right? Right. And we have to consider that this is definitely an experienced intelligence type of military. That's what it seems like to me. Let's see, what is this? What's going on here? What is that? Let's look. What kind of place is this? It's gated. Is that a school? Because this could definitely be Leo. If this is any type of school. No, what is this? No. What is that? This is on I-10. Okay, we gotta have another entrance somewhere. If I can just see that sign right there. The trees are blocking it. There it is. Hold on. What is that? National? This is something school. National something school. This is definitely Leo. What kind of school is this? On Colossal Boulevard. Let's view it on Google Maps. National. I can't read it. What kind of school is this? Let me see more dates. See if that comes in any clearer. National Blue. National Blue. National Blue Ribbon School? What is that? National Blue Ribbon School. National Blue Ribbon School. What kind of place is that? That could definitely be Leo. Look at that. This was a federal recognition program led by the United States Department of Education that honored public and private K through 12 schools for overall academic excellence as for significant progress in closing achievement gaps. On August 29th, 2025, the U.S. Department of Education notified states that the National Blue Ribbon Schools program was discontinued. Ah, ah, here we go. Interesting. Because the federal program was canceled mid-cycle, the used did not publicly announce a formal national list for 2025. So this school closed down. Let's look. Okay, so Kansas, Maryland, Hawaii. So I bet that was a big deal. I bet that was a big deal. It was discontinued by the second presidency of Donald Trump, August 29th, 2025. Huh. Sponsored by the United States. The National Blue Ribbon School. Okay, so the National Blue Ribbon Schools program accepts nominations from both public and non-public schools that meet one of two criteria. Exemplary high-performing schools are among their state's highest performing schools as measured by state's assessments. Gap closing schools. Okay. Although at one time, schools self-nominated for the award, this is no longer the case. At the invitation of the U.S. Secretary of Education, chief state school officers, including Washington, D.C., the Department of Defense Education Activity, the Bureau of Indian Education. Okay. Because, we do have a lot of reservations. There's a lot of reservations that I could circle on the map. Lots of reservations. The reservations could definitely stand for the Aquarius, but I don't think so. Let's see. It's about the No Child Left Behind. Okay. Okay. Well, that's what this is. And the FBI is not going exactly over it, but this is definitely a school. Closed down school. I wonder what's in this place now, if it's not in operation. If this place isn't in operation now, huh? Interesting. That's definitely Leo. Any schools, definitely Leo. See what this is. Benson Highway. I mean, are y'all feeling like cartel back here? I'm feeling like cartel stuff for sure. But the Tucson Park, now that's definitely Leo as well. The Tucson Park. Let's see what this is. Interesting. What is this? Vail, Arizona. We got trucks. Remember the guy said that there was a white van? Said that there was a white van. Let's see what this place is. I need to go that way. And let's go toward the entrance. Dream Stream. Empowering students to employment. Interesting. Mr. Leo. Let's see. This is in back. It would be in back of the property. Okay. Let's go back. Main road. Let's see if we get a sign to tell us what this is. Nothing. Let's go this other entrance. See? Interesting. I'm liking this place right here. 13. but no sign to tell us. Oh, yes. Calvin Baker Leadership Center. Calvin Baker Leadership Center? I wonder what that is. Calvin Baker Leadership Center. Calvin Baker. Is what? Calvin Baker Leadership Center fittingly bears his name and will forever be a place in stone. Memorialize his legacy. What is it? Oh, let's ask AI. Let's ask AI. But what is it serving? Oh, tribute to his legacy and vision for community-based education. It houses the district's administrative offices and leadership team. Is frequently used for school board meetings. Lord. The facility underwent significant renovation projects around 2023 to modernize the space. 400 students into a high-performing system of over 20 schools. He recently passed away in 2025. When? December? Hmm. Interesting. So that's definitely Leo, right? We're finding Leo facilities for sure. So this is going to have to be put on the map because this is all about children. Right there. He died on December 26th. Thank you. Virginia Guthrie. It was holding the fate today. She has definitely been holding the fate today. And the Super Bowl. All that stuff that's happening right now. It's just insane. So that is definitely a good marker right there. I'm glad that that was found. I'm glad to see that that was found. Let me see how many miles that is. That one. Let me see how many miles that is. From her home. $39. It's about 40. Dang. Interesting. That's where his memorial is taking place. That's where his memorial was taking place? Okay. Christ Community Church, 5:30. Okay, let's check that. Good thinking. 5:30 S. Pan Tano Road. Tucson, Arizona, right there. Yeah. So this is where see. Yeah. And where was he buried? Where was he buried? There's a park. Kids are playing. Where was he buried? Is that hotels? Fellowship Square. Welcome Center. Fellowship Square, Welcome Center. Apartments. Hmm. Think that these are apartments. This looks like a hotel. That's right there. Hold on. Let me turn around. So that's a hotel, it looks like. Is this? Dang it. I can't get there. Dang it. What is it? This looks like hotels. All right. Church is chicken. That's Nancy. So that's I don't think that, I mean, it could pull the publicity, that's for sure. Doesn't have to be a school. It could just be anything that's going to be pulling the publicity when she's found. Pulling the publicity. What is that? Little businesses. Nothing they have found is leading them back to the kidnappers. They have to start investigating something other than the house soon. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, they are above prosecution. We've already seen that, you know? We've seen that. And that's the saddest part. Okay, Fellowship Square is a retirement assisted living apartment, retirement nursing home. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mary. Retirement. Okay. Retirement. Well, it's a nice one, isn't it? I mean, it looks really nice. They got pools and everything. Like, wow. It's got that blue and white signature with Israel. It's got that blue and white. That's interesting that that's a retirement home. Dang. Bougie. Bougie with the retirement. Look at that. Oh, it's the retirement facility, huh? Interesting. Interesting. What is this? I think I've already looked here, but let me just look again. Oh, that's right. I couldn't figure out what this was. It's gated. It's definitely got some security with it. I don't know what it is. There's one entrance right there. $8180 East Broadway Boulevard. These are apartments. I'm looking at apartments over here. Right. His name Maria. But it's all for retirement and the elderly. Wow. Some of the most targeted people lately are politicians and reporters. Exactly. Maria. That is hilarious. They do need to start knocking on some doors, that's for sure. They gotta do something different to get different results, right? I mean, they've definitely gotta do something different. I wonder if JLR is still doing his thing. Let me see if there's any news that's breaking. Let's see what JLR is doing. Hold on, he was talking to somebody just a minute ago. Let's see.
I don't know. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Be safe and
Oh, dang.
all right, folks.
Doesn't look like anything else is really going on
It's much
today,
cooler over here.
other than a lot of media.
Outside the home.
What do you mean? Why am I looking with all caps Y? Hey, Linda, where do you suggest I look? Feel free to give me an address.
How's it going? What's your name?
Troy.
Troy.
Yeah.
Brings you out here.
Just kind of wanted to peep the scene. I've been kind of covering it on
Wolf
my
Wisdom, I
YouTube
mean,
channel.
You got a
exactly.
YouTube channel?
Yeah. The juice is my
I mean, look, it's like, look over here, don't look over here. You know, it's so old. The distractions. As long as we are distracted, confused, dumbed down, we're not going to question anything. Not going to question the narrative, not going to the media is not even focused on the Epstein files. Okay, but Linda, I'm looking for Nancy. I'm looking for Nancy. So if you want to give me an address to look for her, that's fine. Maybe it'll come up on the map. I don't know if you've watched any of the this live about the mapping, but I mapped the missing using the tool of astrology. They brought in dogs the first day, the border patrol dogs, 3 of the best dogs in Tucson. Exactly. I mean, like, wow. Church of Scientology. Okay, I'll definitely put that one on the map. Well, what I was looking for, I was just riding the line of a Leo line, and I was just riding it to see where we could find any type of education, any type of publicity that would be on that line with the FBI. So let me check out that Church of Scientology. Thank you. Thank you, Foxy.
YouTube channel.
The juice. Nice.
I figured I'd come out here and peep the scene, kind of see what's going on. And hear all kind of things. So
I don't know why JLR's got there he goes. I was like, I don't know why he's
The
got it blocked
juice.
out.
Want to talk on JLR Investigate? Share your perspective?
I don't mind.
All right, come on in. Come on in, right over here. Here with the local resident, the Juice. Juice is on YouTube. What's going on?
Nothing, man. Really actually overheard this. My girl had told me about it. I looked it up. Decided to kind of tune in and see what was going on. I've been hearing a bunch of different tips. I mean, the new information just been popping up left and right. So I figured I'd take it live to my YouTube channel to kind of put the message out there a little bit.
Public awareness.
And I don't want to say too much because I don't want nobody to quote me on it. So
Speculation.
we
can speculate. Shoot it. What do you think? What do you think? Go for it. Go for it. We're speculation. We have opinions. Everyone
just
shares.
Considering I've been hearing a lot of talks about like the family member being in debt or having a gambling issue. I feel
Which
like,
family member? Masso? Annie?
Is that the brother-in-law? I want to say. I don't know his name exactly, but
son-in-law.
Not gambling.
I thought it was the sister of Nancy. That was.
It's her husband.
Oh, it's her husband.
Yeah.
Oh.
Annie and Tommaso Cioni. Her real married name is Annie Cioni, but she goes by Annie Guthrie.
Yeah.
Gambling
so I feel
problem.
like,
Interesting.
It just has to be family related for whatever's going on. I feel like it's got to be
Interesting.
Family
Okay,
related.
so I wonder if he really does have a gambling problem. That could be, we could start pulling. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Let me look at the map. Hold on. We'll come back to JLR. Let me show. So this is the Scientology. It's not really a hit, but look. What about where's Vegas? So where is the casino in Vegas? What's it called again, guys? Sorry. Let's check out the casinos because this could be a little. That's why I like to listen to the. Yeah, I mean, some guys pretend their sons need a liver for donations. Oh gosh, Tucson has 4 casinos. Okay, let's put them on the map. Let's put them on the map, guys. Start giving me addresses. What about Nevada, Las Vegas? Okay, Linda. Yeah, please. I mean, anything that you can do to help, that'd be great. So this is the map that I've created for Nancy. And the maps work when we work them. Desert Diamond Casino. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Desert Diamond Casino. Right there. Glendale. Ooh, Glendale. Glendale, Arizona. Indian reservations. Yeah, that would be. So hold on. That one's 73. Okay, in Tucson. Lord, look at there. Look at there. Look at there. I mean, we're working it. This is what it was. Okay. Interesting. Okay, it's in the parking lot, but it's still a good hit. Okay, so let's keep on going. Let's put some more. Let's put some more. Good one, Foxy. Thank you. Savannah's ex-husband is the one with the gambling addiction. Top dog. Talk to me. Where does he live? Do you know? Do you know a name? Talk to us. Talk to us. Casino del Sol. West Valencia. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, there's the FBI. FBI receives leads here. So this is opposing Tomas. We need to find Savannah's ex-husband, guys. We need to find that person. We need to find their birthday. Yeah, I put the diamond. I put the diamond one in Tucson. Yeah. Great googly moogly. Okay, so which other one? Well, they just opened a brand new casino right smack dab in the middle of Tucson. I don't know where I think. It's off of Oracle and Grant. Huh. We need to find that one. Casino, Arizona in Scottsdale. Scottsdale. Nope. Not there yet. So let's keep going. Got a hit on the FBI. Glendale's up in Phoenix. Yeah. I know the FBI must be all over this. Okay, so we need to find more casinos. Twin Arrows Resort. What's the big one in Las Vegas? What is that one called? What is that casino called? Okay, we're getting close to the Saturn. The new casino is off of Oracle, north of Grant and south of Miracle Mile. Don't think it's open yet, though. Okay. Chan Casino Resort. Casino. That's California. Okay, there's Chino Valley, Arizona. No. Nope, I don't think so. Well, I mean, possibly, but I don't think so. We need to find, it says on Google, current residents not disclosed. The newest casino is closest to Annie's neighborhood. Luxure, Las Vegas. Yeah, I've got the Casino del Sol already. Is Nancy chilling at bingo night? I mean, she could be. The Luxure, Las Vegas. I don't think so. That would be wonderful if she was, right? The Luxure. Casino. The Oasis. The Oasis. 2. Let me check that one out. Okay, the Oasis. Okay, same place. Okay. So the Oasis is the same place, all right? Interesting. Look at that. The values, the money opposes the teacher. Here is another terminal. Here is another airport. The teacher. So the teacher is, of course, Tomas, right? But there's another airport showing up. Where else? Okay, Gila. Imagine the gambling ex-husband is behind this. Let's be nice to the ex-husband. He probably went through a thing or two. Yeah, he probably did. Casino del Sol. I've got that one. I've got the Luxor Las Vegas. Twin Arrows Navajo. Okay, I've got that one. Yeah, I got that one. Oh my gosh, I'm putting them all in the natal. Rose. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take them out. We're gonna see which ones are gonna be the biggest. Then I'll take some of them out maybe. Because even though I don't have a lot of the lines on here, I don't think I want to cloud it. I want to keep it simple, you know? I want to keep it simple. We'll put Calvin back in there. Let's take off. Let's look at the FBI. Look at these that are close. That one's a big one. Hold on. Don't want that one. Don't want those. Okay. So let me take that one back up. Take that one back up. Now, look at this. So I like this one and this one. So Casino del Sol, this is going to be the opposition with the money that he owes. So if Tomas owes any money, if anyone is owing any money like Tomas, this is where the FBI is going to receive that lead. That's where the FBI is going to receive that lead. Says on Google, current residents not disclosed. Newest casino. I wonder what that casino is called, though, that's next to Annie's neighborhood. Is that one it? No. So we're looking at casinos because we just heard from this guy. This is why. Hold on, let me backtrack. On JLR investigates. Yeah, I've got Desert Diamond. Yeah, I've already got Desert Diamond, I've got Casino del Sol. We have 3 Casino del Sols. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you try to find the address for the one that you're thinking about that's close to Annie's house? It's owned by the same tribe. Ooh, they're owned by tribes? Okay, now we're really cooking. Hold on. Now we're really cooking with gas here because if that is owned by tribes, there could be a reason why that is the Aquarius. Okay. That would make sense. Okay. From the tribe. So let me see if I can find all the casino in Tucson. Let's put them all on there. Owned and operated by the soul of Tucson and is known for its Mediterranean style architecture, slot machines. Performances include Ice Cube on April 17th. The resort, such as Tucson Tattoo Expo in March 2026. Let's see. I want casino locations. there's 3 of them, then we need all 3 on there, you know? So that's the Casino of the Sun, okay. Casino of the Sun. Damn, it says 7406 South Camino. 7406 South Camino. Oh, which one was it? Hold on. South. Okay. It's this one. Okay, there's another one. There's another one. Okay. We still haven't gotten the one by her house though. We need one up here. Let me go back and look for that address. Opening 2026, 2027 on Grant Road. Okay, so I don't know when it's going to open, but let's look at this one. No, that's not by our house though. Here's the other one. Let me make sure I've got the right address. Grant Road, Tucson. Casino del Sol. This is the one that's about to be opened. It's within the Tucson city limits. Look at the Del Sol Marketplace. Additional tribe property. Let's look at that. I'm going to put that on the. Let's see. 5405. Valencia, West Valencia, 5405. West Valencia. Right there. Okay, so they've got a little store there too. So this is the one right here, guys. This is it. I think that this is going to be the one. I think that it's possible. So let's go back and listen. Let's see what they say. Then there's the Batavo 7350. It's trusted online casino, poker, gambling house. Let me put that on there. Hold on. Because they started giving people credit. Ah. Yeah, the casino by her house is not open yet. Right. So Batavo 7350 South 7350 South Charles Highway. One of the best casinos. Trusted online casino. Look at that. Boom, bam. Okay, so we got that one. Okay, so we've got this one on the Libra line, which would be contracts. So this would be a contract, and I'll look for the FBI to put on the Libra, the 4 Libra. The Libra, let's see what the FBI has with the Libra. They definitely have a 1 Libra that's going to come in right here, a 1 and an 8. So it's going to be right through here. It's going to hover. Yeah. So it's either going to be this one, the Desert Diamond Casino, this one, or this one. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we have found them. Okay, good. Good, good. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, he could be. He could be online casino equal Bitcoin. Yeah or no? I don't know. I don't know. Why is the FBI expanding out the search, particularly all the way towards the border? Right? Casinos that take Bitcoin. Check it out and see. I don't know. I don't know if casinos take Bitcoin. Used to go into debt playing poker. Yeah. But this is what JLR is. He's talking to this guy and he says something about a gambling problem. So we're like, what? And so I started putting on, we started looking at.
Here with the local resident, the Juice. Juice is on YouTube. What's going on?
Nothing, man. Really actually overheard this. My girl had told me about it. I looked it up, decided to kind of tune in and see what was going on. I've been hearing a bunch of different tips. I mean, the new information just been popping up left and right. So I figured I'd take it live to my YouTube channel to kind of put the message out there a little bit.
Public awareness.
And I don't want to say too much because I don't want nobody to quote me on it. So
speculation.
Really
we speculate. Shoot it. What do you think?
What personal opinion.
What do you think? Go for it. Go for it. We're speculation. We have opinions. Everyone
just
shares.
Considering I've been hearing a lot of talks about like the family member being in debt or having a gambling issue. I feel
Which family member? Maso? Annie?
Is that the brother-in-law? I want to say. I don't know his name exactly, but
son-in-law.
Or I thought it was the sister of Nancy. That was.
It's her husband.
Oh, it's her husband.
Yeah.
The sister of Nancy.
Sione. Her real
I don't know if
married name
Nancy
is
has
Annie
sisters.
Sione, but she goes by Annie Guthrie.
Yeah. So I feel like it just has to be family related for whatever's going on. I feel like it's got to be.
Can y'all give me, okay, so American Plastic Brain, can you give me the address to the Border Patrol Station? And Foxy, can you give me the address to the one at the border? California, New Mexico, and I think they're probably working with Mexican authorities as well. I think so too. I do too. I mean, we definitely know we know that Homeland Security is involved in this, and there's a reason for it. You think so, Danny? Okay, let me put that on the map real quick, and we'll come back to him. Let's see, 171 Centro. Sun, Mexico. Centro 84030. No, I'm not finding that. No, Jaws. Hold on. They're definitely not going to be dropping her through no port. Oh, what is that? So I've got Tucson. I got Brazil that's showing up with that 171 Centro. Okay, let me try the other. Cal Aldolfo. So we're not. This is just to see if we can pinpoint if there is a casino. Is it that one? Hold on. Matios. Is it this one in San Luis, Mexico? Which one? Son, Mexico. Sonora, Mexico. Okay. Dang. That doesn't look like a casino. What is this? Is this it? Okay, let's come back. Let's come back. Could that be? No. No. So the border is going to be up here. So no, I put in the wrong one, evidently. So it could be right here. This must be where it's at, and I just can't find it. He's Italian, not native, right? Play till you win back your story. Yeah. The fact that an investigator at the house was seen carrying a Celebrite digital forensic, yeah, to extract data. What is a Cellbrite briefcase? The only port that stops people on both sides is the border if you are going directly down on 19. Okay. So I wonder where where would this is also the Neptune and Virgo. So I'm still thinking, let's see. It's probably not. Oh, we can. Okay. I need to find the I need to find the casino. If there's any casino down here, but this is definitely the border right there with the natal. Rio Rico. So I want to try to find one that's off of 19. Casino del Sol on Valencia has a conference center. These Mexican address they don't make sense. They don't. 84,000. Okay. Look at that right there. Well, that's it. That's what we're looking for. Is that a casino though? Let me see. Because it looks like a house. My gosh. It just doesn't look like a casino, guys. But I don't know what a Mexican casino would look like. That's not it. Freddie, you're funny. You're really funny. This is an astrology channel. I think you made it you came in here by accident. Oh my gosh. Mary, are you serious? The coin flip Bitcoin ATMs. There's one at Park Deli and Liquor. There's one at 1368 West Roger Road. And a psychic said she's being held in a trailer park on Roger Road that she could see the slide. What? Let's check it out. Let's check it out. 1368 West Rodger. Let's see. 1368. It's not showing up. There it is. Sun City. So I've got, yeah, West Rogers. I don't see that unless it's that right here in Sun City. But that looks like a neighborhood. So I'm going to back out of that one. Yeah, I don't know about that. If we can't find the casino, Nancy is lost forever. We found the casino. What are you talking about? We found them. We found two. We found two that are a good hit on the map. Called Devin. He lives on Roger. Tell him to check. Coin flip Bitcoin ATMs. That's crazy. On Pima Mine Road is about 100 yards off of, okay. Desert Diamond Casino. Let me check it out. Desert Diamond Casino. Pima Mine Road. Pima Mine Road, right there. Oh, and there's another one I see south. I see that one too. Okay. Okay, I've got three on that one. Okay, let's go back. Look at that. Let's see. So we got two now. So we got three. So we got that one. We've got that one. We've got this one. And then this other casino over here. So those could be definitely places that he would have owed. He would owe. Not where she would be necessarily. Necessarily, we don't know, We don't know. American, that's right. He's still missing. Yeah. There are no games inside gas stations in Arizona. Okay. Good to know. One's at the ransom 6 million. Yeah. No, we were just looking for places to put on the map to show that, we could be looking at Tomas as the perpetrator. The coin flip Bitcoin ATM is in West Side Smoke Shop. Smoke Shop 1368. West Roger Road. I didn't find it, I don't think. Oh, inside the okay. Inside the smoke shop. Is that in Sun City, Arizona? Because that's the only place that I'm finding showing up. There's one in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Dallas. Well, not really. But is that in Sun City? A mobile home park. Yeah, okay, so that's not it. So we don't have that. Okay, so Continental West Mobile Home Community, 3740. Quick access to gas station, okay. 775 West Roger. So I'm not finding anything over here. Now, if we wanted to go to like more over, if we're going into Sun City, but I don't know. As opposed to the military operation, I don't know. It kind of seems like there's, the military could definitely be showing up so strong because it's taking everything that they have to try to figure this out. But I don't think so. I'm still thinking it's some type of military operation. Green Acres Trailer Park. What about the trailer park? Why are you thinking a trailer park? What are we pulling the trailer park for? 2052. West Main. St. Mesa, Arizona. I've got trailer parks on here and RV parks. No, I'm not thinking. No. Casino, Arizona, Scientology. Unless I just don't have a line here that's going to be meaningful in the future. Comanche is a mobile home park. Okay. They could go back, search warrants to the providers and get the information on who that was. Nothing's been reported. Across the street, the old man was poisoned by his wife's former caregiver. Oh my goodness. I was talking about the 6 million demand. Seems low, but maybe a gambling debt might be realistic. True. A gambling bet may be more realistic. That's true. Let's listen to more of what he is saying here.
Family related.
I don't see anybody taking a, randomly taking an old lady and holding her for ransom. It just doesn't sit well with me. But
my chat here has all types of people with all types of opinions on the matter. We let everyone express until we find out more details. We don't know details.
Yeah.
Pima County Sheriffs, your take on them? Good, bad, incompetent in this situation? What do you think about the Pima County Sheriffs or the FBI or law enforcement that has handled this case?
I feel like they're keeping a lot of information from the public for sure. I don't know. I feel like they know a lot of stuff we don't know yet. For what I can see, I think they're doing a decent job. I mean, I feel like they could have responded a lot more quicker, considering there's a door cam and then we got the pacemaker. I mean, I feel like there could have been a quicker response, but I don't know.
Appreciate your time. Thank you. Be safe. And
Thanks a
your
lot.
YouTube channel's The Juice?
The Juice.
The Juice.
Yeah.
We're going to go check out The Juice.
So what is everyone waiting for right now?
Well, I mean, the family requested law enforcement to be here.
Yeah.
We don't know when a raid would go down. We don't know if there will be a warrant executed at any houses. Last night, as the sun went down, 8:00 p.m., they were over there at Annie's house.
Yeah.
So that could happen again. Something could happen here. Law enforcement could arrive. They could get some sort of credible tip, something. Maybe they come and do a quick search at any given time. That's the thing about it is you never know what you're going to get.
That's true, Chrysler George. I mean, that's definitely true. Any of them could have a debt. And is there really Tennessee Vols? Is the Circle K's really have crypto machines? A military op might lowball the ransom to appear realistic. True. Who is that American Plastic Brain? I thought they offered a $6 million reward for her return. The FBI offered a $50,000 return, but they are asking the ransom is $6 million in Bitcoin. We don't know if they have a suspect. We know if Miss Guthrie is alive or not, right? Facebook says Annie is taken into custody. See if you can prove that. Let's see if he's saying that. Now, let's see. Facebook is saying Annie has been taken into custody. Interesting.
All right, so we have about a half hour before it starts getting dark. We'll see what happens. Seems like some of the media here are kind of winding it down. They're burning a drone back up. People back there, they're sending a drone back up.
Yeah, let me know if you find that out about Annie, because I think he would be breaking it. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll look at that. Let's look at this casino Apache Sky. Okay. Apache Sky Casino. Interesting. That one may. It's a 19. It's a 0. Let's see. I mean, a 19 Aries. 19. 19. I'm going to leave that one on there because that could be a good one. But I mean, the FBI These that are coming down here, wow. Okay, so let's go back and see. Let me refresh it and see if he has
But I don't
anything.
know if law enforcement can accept anything of value, though.
Somebody is saying Annie is arrested. There a bunch of them. Annie's house. FBI is there. Annie's house. Everybody's saying Annie's house.
Good job.
Brian's video from last night. What is happening at Annie's house? Everybody is saying that everybody in chat is saying the same thing, but you just never know. That could be why they wanted all the media to be here at Nancy's house, because Annie's house, there was a lot going on.
So up on the top of.
Yeah, it was searched last night. They did forensics. It was looking like. Let's see.
The hill up here, see?
Let's see. Let's see. 8 hours, 8 hours. 17 hours ago, 16 hours ago, 5 days ago, 21, 4 hours ago. So nobody's breaking it. Let's see.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I really appreciate all the support.
Let's see. Well, this was 30.
Of course, I'm still in Arizona. I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house right here. It's been some action here today. There's more deputies than we've seen here in the past. You can see them out here, right here. And earlier, there was actually a team that came in and was looking in a septic tank behind the house, which I'm going to get into in this episode. I'm also going to go over everything that I saw late last night at Annie Guthrie's house when the deputies showed up there. And I have and this is really helpful, I have a Pima County sheriff's detective who just recently retired. And he is going to help me break down a lot of what we're seeing. It's all coming up in this episode of Brian and Tina. All right, hey guys. So again, I'm outside Nancy's house. If you're wondering what this big white thing is, this is what we use for our TV hits. And it's so hot out here today. It's so sunny that I was just going to do my my show under this too, because at least it's shady, you know. But it's been there's been a lot of activity over the last 24 hours. Obviously, there was the Savannah Guthrie new video that she made where she said she's willing to pay. And again, my heart just goes out to her and her family. The whole thing is just, I was just talking to one of my colleagues out here. I'm super close to my mom. I'm an only child. And if this was my mom, I would just be wrecked. So the strength that Savannah Guthrie is showing is pretty incredible. And so my heart goes out to her and her family. But in terms of the latest and everything that's been happening here outside Nancy Guthrie's house, there's been some action today. And depending on when you're watching this, today is Sunday. There were some deputies that showed up earlier and then were in the backyard or behind Nancy Guthrie's house and opened up what looked like a manhole cover and then had a long stick that they were pushing into the manhole cover, which it seems like it's a septic tank. A few of you all messaged me and said you thought that it was a water tank. I'm not really sure. One of my sources was telling me normally they would use that pole to, again, it sounds kind of graphic, but they would use it to probe for a body to see if there's anything down there. So they were doing that. That seemed to be their main focus today when they were out here, and they were here for about an hour and then left. And besides that, it's been relatively quiet here at Nancy Guthrie's house, besides just sort of deputies patrolling the area. And they have still been canvassing and going door to door and that kind of thing, just looking for anybody who has any information. There was also a lot of activity last night at Annie Guthrie's house. If you were following me, I was posting a lot on YouTube stories and on TikTok because I was out there late last night. Basically, we got word that there were these 3 deputies that showed up to Annie Guthrie's house. We didn't know, at first I didn't know if they were like FBI or deputies, but when they left, I was able to look and see they had like a deputy logo on their side. And they were there for 3 hours. There were three of them from what I could count. They showed up, they went inside, and they had some equipment that they brought inside, and then we could see flashes from inside. We could see light flashes, which
Yeah, that forensic team, I mean, you know, Ashley did say from her source, but I don't know. It seems really professional. I don't know how smart, intelligent the son-in-law is, Tomas is. It seems a lot deeper and bigger. And it could be because we are dealing with people, not him. Like, it could be that he owed a debt. It could be that he owed a debt and they went to collect the debt. You see what I'm saying? So when the sheriff said he could be a victim, it means that he has a debt and that debt has now placed him and his family in dire jeopardy, you know? Yeah, who injures their cash cow? That's definitely the only thing that I can think of is like a cartel. So when he said, you know, he could it could be that he is a victim. Basically, he didn't say he talking about Tomas, but we knew who he was talking about. And if he is a victim, it could be that he's a victim because they went to collect and they took Nancy. But you would think, why not take Annie? Well, because Annie doesn't live alone. Savannah doesn't live alone. And that could be I think that's going to be more like it if we're not looking at a military operation. And the military operation that we're looking at could definitely be going in to get her, to get Nancy. I guess we wait for Annie's mug. I mean, I don't know. People are saying that she's been arrested, but I don't know what I don't know that anybody is, you know, talking about it other than Facebook. Yeah, they were comfortable enough to be in there for 40 minutes. It makes no sense to injure Nancy. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, just have to keep an open mind, Wolf Wizard. Exactly. We just have to keep an open mind.
they were taking
Keep it
pictures
open.
inside. It was pretty obvious. At first, they were just taking pictures near the garage area. I could see through the windows, but then I was watching and you could see they were moving throughout the house. They were taking pictures in different parts of the house. They were there for about 3 hours. They had blue gloves on, I noticed when they came out. And after being there for 3 hours, came out, got in the cars, didn't say a word, and then slowly drove off. So the timing is interesting because remember, this was happening around the same time that, or a little bit after that Savannah Guthrie had put her video out, you know, saying that they would be willing to pay. And I can read, you've probably seen the video by now, but what she said was, I wrote down the verbatim. She said, we received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us and we will pay. A lot of people have read into this that they think Nancy is not alive based on what Savannah said there. I'm not sure. I mean, we could read into it a million different ways, but it's just tragic, regardless of what way you read into it. And that video came out, and then afterwards is when the deputies showed up at Annie Guthrie's house. What they're looking for there, I don't know. I didn't see them searching outside at all. They seemed pretty focused on the inside. And were they just taking pictures inside? I'm not sure. But it was interesting timing. It was interesting that they came there late at night. And sorry, I'm just checking for one other thing I wanted to tell you guys about. Yeah, they were in and they were out and they left without saying a word. So I have something interesting. I interviewed a man named Kurt Dabb. He's a former Pima County Sheriff's detective. So Pima County, of course, is where we are. He was a homicide detective there for years. He has some really interesting insight into what he thinks is going on, what was going on at Annie's, and then also just big picture what's going on with the Pima County Sheriff's Office, because a lot of people have questioned whether they're really prepared for an investigation like this, mistakes that were made early on, things that the sheriff has admitted to. Why did they open up the crime scene so early? So it's interesting to get this insider perspective because he still knows people there and he was there for a very long time.
Let me show you guys Facebook. Okay, so it looks like, guys, this is looking like, I mean, they're showing her arrested days ago, yesterday, 2 days ago, and she wasn't. She was here. So I think that we're looking at a lot of distraction here. They're saying, that she's been arrested and everything, but she can't be arrested and be sitting here. I mean, I think that it's just a distraction. Fake news. Fake news. This is 13 hours. An arrest has been made. And laying radio music. Look, if all the major news outlets aren't reporting it, it's not true. Yeah, it's not true. Oh, sorry. I thought I hate it when I do that and I'm sharing stuff and y'all don't see it. But look, this is not, yeah, I don't, this is so much. There's no way that she's been arrested and sitting there with her brother and sister just minutes ago. This was 5 hours ago. What they're trying to do is get you to click on something. They're taking advantage of people. They're just taking advantage of people. That's sad that people will do that, but they do. They do. So let's listen to what else he has to say. Let's get into some juice here. Okay, he's about to start talking to somebody.
Kurt was. So I want to play this interview that I got with Kurt for you guys. So
and thank you everybody for being here. Please like, subscribe, share, do all that good jazzy junk to help this channel grow. This channel is not like anybody else. You'll never find anybody else mapping the missing like I am.
Pima County homicide for how long?
7 years total.
And how long were you at the department?
I was at the department for a little over 20 years.
Okay. So thank you for talking to me.
Sure.
Because just with your experience and knowing the area locally is really helpful. I just want to start with the most recent thing. Last night I was out there at Annie's house, and we saw 3 deputies come, and they had not a ton of equipment, but one bag and box. They went inside, and they were inside for about 3 hours. Okay. We saw flashes, definitely camera flashes.
Thank you so much for becoming a member here at Astrology for Mystics with Jen. We are so happy to have you, to have all of our new members. Thank you so much, honey. Welcome to the Watchers, babe. Welcome to the Watchers. Glad to have you, Debbie. He's wearing long sleeves in black. Yes. My goodness. Yes, Debbie, welcome to the Watchers. Welcome, sweetheart. We are so glad to have you and all of our new members today. We appreciate you.
From different rooms in the house. What do you think was happening?
Well, they were obviously sent back there to find something. How that something came about, I don't know. You know, I'm sitting on the outside like you, but it could have been through an interview. It could have been through some of the forensic stuff that they had sent out to be processed. So,
Hey, peace, love. Hey, honey, good to see you again. Yeah, I'm still on. I know it's crazy. It's great. But, I'm dedicated to the map and trying to help find Nancy. You know, we had like 600 people in here earlier. It was cray.
there's a myriad of reasons why they could have been back there. But suffice to say, you know, at least they were back there, you know, following up and continuing the investigation.
The one I saw was wearing blue gloves.
Okay.
Do you think they were just taking pictures?
Well, I mean, you got to think about it again. It's should be treated as a crime scene, whether it's Nancy's house or Annie's house. So you want to make sure that, you know, you're not going to leave any evidence that contaminate the scene. So that's why they were wearing gloves, I'm sure. But what they collected, we don't know. Yeah.
I didn't see them. They brought one brown bag out, but he didn't seem like he kind of tossed it in the car. Like it didn't. I think it was more maybe what he was, some kind of work he
Sure,
brought.
could have been, you know, it could have been scraps or garbage. They could have collected, you know, some pieces of evidence in there. Maybe they were fingerprinting. Maybe they were collecting DNA. Maybe they were simply just taking photographs. And that's the stuff, you know, that they may have brought out. It could have been trash from, you know, their processing, or it could have been pieces of evidence.
Are you surprised that they were just doing that now? I mean, it's been 7 days.
Right. Well, it's not really a surprise if you think of it in the grand scheme of things, where you're furthering an investigation and you're getting more.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Linda, is it's more like a well. That's what I'm thinking. It's more like a well. I mean, it could be a septic, but I'm thinking more of like a well. Either way, I think that that's a beautiful thing. If y'all know where the uh the well or the septic is on the property, like whether it be in the back, side, where what have you, I'd like to put that on the map, on her map, on Nancy's map, because if I could find where the actual area is, then I could see, because we can go down and we can look, just like, with the neighbor, just like, with Brett, dude that saw the neighbor that saw the white van. If we could put this on the map where the septic would be, I think I mean, this would be, I think that if there's anything septic, it should be somewhere around here on this side in the back. So let me know if if anybody discovers where the septic could be, which side it's going to be on. They have city sewers there, not septic tanks. Okay. City sewer. So are you thinking, Jeff, it would be the sewer like on the road? Like manholes on the road? Manhole on the road? Oh my gosh, it stops right there. It stops right there. Turn my little man around. It would have to be, I'm looking at it right there. I'm looking. I don't see any manholes right there. Let's go back up to her property. Let's look for a manhole. Start right here. Let's go toward her house to the right. That's not that's that little white thing right there. stuff right there. And that looks like a metal rod right there. That looks like a metal rod. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Manhole police activity. Okay, so Orb is sending this to me. Let me check it out. Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. She just sent me this. Let me check my
Navy SEAL commander and former hostage negotiator. I just want to build off of Alicia's incredible reporting there as we watch the live pictures. What do you make of what you're seeing? A retired Navy SEAL commander and former hostage negotiator. I just want to build off of Alicia's incredible reporting there as we watch the live pictures. What do you make of what you're seeing over in the grounds there right now? It looks like they're still sort of working perhaps in a water or sewer line there, also working around some of the vegetation on the grounds.
Well, obviously, intelligence has come in, maybe from the second ransom note that they haven't released the details publicly, but it gave some more insight because the kidnappers have to prove that they have, have Miss Guthrie in custody and in their possession, if you will, and maybe that is what's driving this new investigation. But again,
Sheriff's deputy come up, park in front of the home. That caught everyone's attention. Now, not too long ago, within the last 20 minutes or so, we saw an unmarked vehicle with law enforcement drive up. The two spoke, they got back in their cars, and then we saw yet a third member of law enforcement walk up. 3 people walked to the back, 2 to 3 people walked to the back, and you can see them now. And they are what our drone team is describing to us. The Fox flight team is describing this as possibly a manhole. I heard Jonathan say that it could be some sort of water drainage. Either one of those is possible. We're not quite sure, but they've been poking around in there almost like they're looking for a sample of some sort. Looking into this area. We've been kept back just a bit, actually. Usually when they have some sort of activity here at the site of Nancy Guthrie's home, we're often pushed back. The media is pushed back so they can do their job. Clearly, they're not concerned about that right now because we've all been allowed to stay as law enforcement continues its work to the back. About an hour and a half ago, we had a sheriff's deputy come up,
public pleas by Savannah and her siblings, begging for a proof of life, wanting to say, hey, we will pay, which I think if they're, and as I understand, she's.
At least my understanding is, and Alicia alluded to this, as did Jonathan Hunt, Saturday night, investigators were back over at Annie Guthrie's home. Is that just sort of dotting I's and crossing T's? You sort of keep going back over to the home of different family members. Walk me through the thinking behind going back over, taking more pictures, or maybe removing items.
Well, bottom line is, in a lot of kidnappings, it's usually many times there are family members or relatives involved. There's internal family jealousies. There's resentment with maybe one sibling who's done very well and the others who haven't. So they've got to overturn every stone. And and when more intelligence come in, they need to go back, and that's why you're seeing this exhaustive. I mean, we're at day 8 of this crisis. The clock is ticking. Nancy Guthrie is supposed to be on daily meds. She presumably hasn't had in a week. So
more pictures, or maybe removing items.
Well, bottom line is, in a lot of kidnappings, it's usually many times there are family members or relatives involved. There's internal family jealousies. There's resentment with maybe one sibling who's done very well and the others who haven't. So they've got to overturn every stone. And when others who haven't, so they've got to overturn.
My goodness. Have I been talking this whole time and y'all haven't been hearing me? I've been talking this whole time. Well, I mean, you saw the map, right? This is the reason why I think that the public works. That's the reason why I marked the public works, because this line right here, and it also goes to where Maxwell is held, not this way, but the other way. This rising event with the missing event. And of course, this is, sorry guys that I was muted. I think that this is where the unit was, or whatever it was that I'm seeing, and they walk from here with the moon, because the full moon is coming here. Nancy's Chiron, all the pain that she has with children and publicity is coming here. Here we go.
Coffee's still there. Somebody's gonna leave.
Sorry,
coffee
guys.
on it. Coffee and the bagel.
Technical difficulties. Yeah, I don't follow Donna.
Even though there's a, this area is peaceful, there's a sense of like darkness at this house here. There's a sense of darkness hovering around this house.
Ooh, Cindy. Ooh. That is definitely eerie. This case is so odd. No doubt about it. Yeah, Donna makes us sick. Hey, Seth. Hey, Seth. Yeah, we're not with Donna. Yeah, we're not with Donna. The things that Donna has done is very unprofessional and not good. Yeah, he's just, they're just camping out. There's nothing going on. There's just nothing going on. I'll keep checking back. I'll keep checking back, but I want to see this is right there where they are checking that manhole, where the missing event, where the moon is going, where her Chiron is going, and that this is it right here in the back.
Turn every stone.
Right by the
And
pool.
when more intelligence come in, they need to go back, and that's why you're seeing this exhaustive. I mean, we're at day 8 of this crisis. The clock is ticking. Nancy Guthrie is supposed to be on daily meds. She presumably hasn't had in a week. So I think everything is rationing up, and why they're going after anything and everything, including going back to family members to rule out all possibilities.
Let me ask you, as a former hostage negotiator, what is the message you're trying to get out to the apparent abductors in this circumstance? I thought the family, with their videos, have really done an effective job, Dan, of just not just humanizing what's happening, but also sending messaging out there saying, listen, we understand, we are in contact the best way we can with you, we will pay. I think they're handling this the right way. As a former hostage negotiator, is there anything more that ought to be happening?
Well, to be frank, this is the last scenario a hostage negotiator wants to be in, because you want to do negotiations in good faith behind the scenes, where you're going one-on-one and you're holding on to the leverage. They want the money. You want your husband, loved one, grandmother back, whoever that is. So this exposure does not help the situation. And, it's hard. I mean, the first letter, the first public plea that they made out to the world with their 2 siblings, on either side of her, they made all the right statements. They were saying, we need proof of life. We want to confirm that she's alive. She's a wonderful person. They're human.
Oh, I agree, Seth. I agree. The sheriff, I mean, and he even said, hey, you want a quarterback? I'll give you that. Hey, Jen, could you get a line directly to Annie's house? Yeah. Yeah, let me show you that. Let me show you that. Right here. This is where that Neptune and Virgo, so the Neptune and Virgo that's going to Missouri, that connects to Missouri, that connects to where we were just looking at with the manhole that they were searching. The military places that are going south, the connection with the defense that connects to Israel, all the warring defense, the Department of Defense. It's this line that is showing up with a flame of life when it comes to universities, churches, immigration, other countries. And the FBI is also there. And it's where they receive communications. They've been here. They definitely been here before. So, yeah, it's not going directly over their home, which makes me look south of their home, maybe neighbors, maybe one of their neighbors or something. Because it's right south. It's not completely over their home, which I'd like to see it go over their home, but, you know, I'm gonna give a little bit of error here. But you can see it's going over one of their neighbors. Or a lot of their neighbors. So I hope that that helps your curiosity there, and thank you for that question.
Them, they're raising the value of the hostage, the emotional value in the eyes of the kidnapper. But now they're turning over all the leverage. So the kidnappers or the abductors, they have all the leverage in this game. The fact that they've said we will pay without proof of life. And it'd be one thing if it was a direct phone call between Savannah and the kidnapper.
I mean, why would they pay without proof of life? The only reason why I could think that they would pay without having the proof of life is only because they want this person to be held accountable if they can find them. Does it stretch to a landing pad? Which one? The one that's the lines that are going over Annie's? I mean, because I do have major lines, critical lines that are going over Fort Huachuca that are going over some airports, some private airports, and some helicopter pads. Drake May has been sacked 3 times by the Seahawks defense. Yeah, when it comes about when whoever wins or whatnot, I can't remember who I saw winning and who I saw losing. I'd have to refresh my memory. I'd have to refresh. But I wanna say, who was it, Jeff? Do you remember, Jeff, who it was that I was thinking that was gonna win? Who was gonna what was the give me some quarterbacks and I'll tell you. Give me a quarterback with one of them, because there's one of them that I saw that wasn't gonna be doing all that great tonight. No, over the manholes hole to a landing pad. Oh, to a landing pad, like okay, yeah, yeah. So, what's interesting is if we go over the manhole, let's do that, to a landing pad. I like the way you think. So if we're going yeah. So it could be any of these right here that would be going over landing pads. Let's look. Let me turn on my addresses. It could be any of these right through here with the black lines. Oh, shoot. Let me turn the addresses back on. Right here, Fort Huachuca. There's your landing pad. This is your landing pad right here. Leverettes, this is it. It's Fort Huachuca. There's your landing pad, and it goes into Mexico. These are very interesting indeed, because not only is the missing going over the landing pad at Fort Huachuca, but so is the FBI with their friend group with the Flame of Life. And so we've also got Fort Huachuca Community Spouses Club that is right there. Let me see if I have any more airports down here. I don't think I do. And then these go into Mexico. Yeah, Mexico. So I hope that helps. Maybe landing pad at University Hospital, but you have to be a member of the military to get into Fort Wat. Yeah, I mean you definitely do. It would have to be somebody in the military, isn't it, Leverett? I mean, that was one of my first addresses that I put on the map, just because. I mean, all the stuff that we've been through with Charlie Kirk and everything else. My goodness. Maybe a landing pad at University Hospital. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. In the UK, Ireland. Oh, University Hospital. And Tucson. Banner. Banner University Medical. Look at that. It's pretty close. Pretty close to the Ascendant. What is that? That's where Annie works. Okay, so Annie, this is a hospital, and then Annie works here. Is that the hospital you were thinking about, Linda? Okay. Yeah. So that's where the event is rising. The missing event is rising here with contracts, with relationships. Yes. Yes. Any other addresses y'all want me to put on, feel free. I'm not a one-hit wonder. Have we solved it yet? We're trying. We're trying. We're trying to figure it out, Chrysler George. 1704 East Roger Road. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I wasn't even showing y'all that. 1704 East Roger Road. And what is this? Oh, okay. A trailer park. I do have a bunch of trailer parks and RV places, actually. And this is, again, we are looking at the Ascendant. So if we're looking at the Ascendant, I want to come more right here at that 4 Libra. Let's see. I need to put more of the FBI. St. Philip's Corner. St. Philip's Corner. Where's that? College of Agriculture. Right there. Okay. Huh.
In this case, they're pushing their demands through the media.
I hope they
Again,
do
not a good
too,
faith
King. I hope they do too.
negotiation. So I don't. The all leverage is in the hand of the abductors at this point.
The little engine that could. I'm saying. That's the way I feel. You can do it. Keep on chugging.
And every time they're making another statement, they're giving that up, and they're putting it out on Instagram. Which is just what is the last place you want to do sensitive negotiations.
We've got about 30 seconds left. What, if anything, can you offer to the family? They're hanging on to hope, and God bless them. As I've mentioned before,
Thank you,
Savannah's a
Seth.
friend personally, and I'm obviously praying for her, as are millions of Americans out there hoping for the very best outcome here.
Listen, my heart goes out to the family, and I have to say this. I worked over 400 kidnappings in Iraq, 40 plus American kidnapping cases, and we always had to start with a presumption that their loved one was not coming home because of the scenario. And 20 years since, I've studied hundreds of kidnapping cases. This one is so unique, so challenging, and the family cannot give up hope. But a miracle is needed at this point, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, we are definitely not going to give up hope. Dan O'Shea, former hostage negotiator, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, this is if you've got a bunch of negotiators saying that they've never seen anything like this, I mean, my ears are gonna be perking up. You know what? Evil everywhere, of course, yeah. I mean, we got a huge shift that we're going through. This is major. Street view right in front of the blue dot, there's a white van. Okay, so I've got it on the map. I've got it on the map, and when I put in the FBI, when I put in their Libra tonight, I'm gonna see if that pulls. And when I go live tomorrow, I'll show it to you. I'll have a little update because I'm definitely going to be putting more of the FBI in here. Savannah looks defeated. Yes, she does. She does. It's so sad. I wish, as sad as this is, I don't want to sound like I'm not. It's just that I'm missing kids. And it would be nice if all the kids got this type of attention. But there's so many kids that go missing. It's not every day that, you've got a high profile person go missing, especially with a kidnapping, a ransom. I mean, there's just so much publicity with this. Delaware Margaret Smith, 89, was abducted and held in the trunk of her car for nearly 2 days. Found dumped at the cemetery east of Seaford, Delaware. That is so sad. Savannah doesn't look like herself. No, she doesn't. I agree, generation. I mean, something is definitely off. It just feels much deeper than what we are going to be told. You got to go feed the dogs and cook dinner. Thank you so much, Linda, for joining us. I hope you have I hope you have subscribed and you will be back. Really appreciate your contribution to the chat. How long did they plan this? They must have practiced and reviewed and Googled, maybe not Googled too obvious. Well, I've got my theory that whatever this has led up to, it began in May 1st, 2025. May 1st. So whatever this is, it goes back to the date of May 1st, 2025 when because Nancy, she went through her Uranus return that day. When do you go through a Uranus return, you ask? Well, that's 84 years of age. Every 84 years, Uranus comes back to the natal. If you live that long. If you live that long. So she has, and what is Uranus? Uranus is a shakeup. It brings unexpected events. And it's in Taurus, so it's about money. It's about values. So that's what's going on. And the other thing too that we have to take note of with the astrology of that degree in Taurus, it's a conspiracy. It goes back to Medusa, the story of Medusa. Which is very interesting because this case is a conspiracy. It is surrounded by a conspiracy. F around and get assimilated. Wolf. Oh my God. Now people are going to come in here getting mad at me because I'm laughing. Oh my gosh. F around and get assimilated. Oh my God. We needed that. We needed that laugh. Jesus. It's been so damn serious. Lord. That was good. That was good. Let's see. What is going on, JLR? You're just still sitting there. What? He's
I don't know
gonna
why I
be
said
sitting
okay.
there till
I
dark.
said okay. Nice.
It is some grim shit. It is so grim. It's some grim shit.
Yeah, they're
It's
watching the
it's
halftime show.
awful.
Look how dark it's starting to get dark.
Yeah, we
See,
see it. It's dark.
the sun is going down out here, and Nancy
JLR, he's
Guthrie's
been
home.
there. He's been there since early morning. Boots on the ground. JLR investigates. All right. Everybody's watching the halftime show, I guess. Everybody is talking about the halftime show. So now we're going to be talking about the halftime show. I feel this is government Epstein base. Savannah did interview survivors and Virginia. Yes. Yeah. JLR, the first leech on the ground. Seth. Seth knows. Seth has had experience with JLR in a big way. Seth Rogers, his son is missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was 15 when he went missing. He's 17 now. We went from government conspiracies to gambling, ex-husbands, and it can be everything in between. Yeah, I mean, it can. But when I look at the astrology with Virginia, so Virginia Guthrie, she has her birth time. I've got her birth time. And I was looking at her this morning before I went live. And I do see a major, major connection that I haven't left really. I mean, it would make more sense that there is a debt cartel type of thing that's going on, but there doesn't seem like that because it appears to be more intellectually driven with somebody that's a mastermind with how Bitcoin works and how our intelligence works. The intelligence, Department of Defense intelligence. So, yeah, I'm thinking that this is much deeper than just a son-in-law. But I think that what we're going to be fed is not going to be what really happened because there is going to be a major conspiracy surrounding this. FBI don't move from here. Yeah. And it's like, look over here, don't look here. You have a massive 3 million document drop by the Department of Justice. You got the Israeli ambassador in Arizona. You got a full moon in Leo, and Nancy goes missing all at the same time. And everything is centered around the Virginia Guthrie, Epstein files, courts, people going down. And this is, we've got Pluto in Aquarius. So the Pluto in Aquarius was opposing the moon. And it's basically where there is a lot of exposure of corruption with hidden sex, with other people's money. And I've been creating videos about it because it is so intense. The astrology has been intense the whole month of January. And I told people, look, the month of February and March, going through July, we are going to be going through this type of intensity until July, at least, at the least, this type of intensity. Yeah, poor Virginia. And I've got the witness protection program chart. If there's been any type of organization, any type of entity that has a creation, I can find that creation and I can create a chart. And I do. But yeah, I mean, Virginia Guthrie is that is such a Hogwash. Her name isn't Virginia. Well, you know who we're talking about. Okay? You know who we're talking about. I hope so, anyway. I hope you know who we're talking about. Whatever name you want to call her. Whatevs. Yeah, thank you, Seth. Yeah, at least there's evidence that she was there. Annie, believe in heaven. Says Annie, the chick unalived in Australia. Yep. It's all right, Jeff. Seth got it. Seth took care. Seth took care of it. There's a lot of cyber and private contractors that want to get in missing children. It's just the drama behind it and picking the right YouTuber to email info to. So a lot of us want to work behind the scenes. Yeah. What I'm saying. What you're saying. They will keep it going as long as they can. Police and FBI are probably all involved. I mean, Cindy, I've been talking about that. Like, nothing is off the table. Nothing is off of the table. Did you happen to look? I did. I did. And like I said, when I put on the FBI, when I put the FBI on, that's when we'll see if it has any if it's anything, as far as the map goes. Do y'all think Annie has something to do with it? Possibly. I just got her birthday today, so I'm gonna look at her tonight and in the morning and see. They don't need a medium on the case. Well, thank God I'm not a medium, Lauren. Hello. Glad you're here, Lauren. When you come into this chat, it's like walking in. One of my friends told me it's like this. It's like you're walking into my house. And when you walk into my house and you are a guest and I am the host, have respect. Otherwise, your mother is showing highly with your raising, honey. Don't choose drama channels. Yeah, be respectful. In a high profile case like, yeah, Annie is always a possibility. Yeah. My gut feeling is her family's involved. A lot of people think that. Well, I mean, I've got people saying, "Well, it's the construction, it's a roofer, it's, that electrical done, it's the electrician," but this seems more professional, if the Hey, Shauna, glad you're back, babe. I'm still talking. 7-Eleven over here. I've seen so many bad people on here. I don't need all that bad energy. I've been in combat, so I watch everything. Right? Right? What you said. Thank you for your service. The killer is always somebody close to you. I mean, you would think so. You would think that it's going to be somebody close. Are there any El Chapo tunnels near the house? Ah, good question. Let me know if you find out, because I will certainly put them tunnels on the map. You're a nice host. Yes, I am. I am nice. I'm nice until I'm not. I'm a natural redhead. So I can be kind of feisty, but I do try to be nice. Try to treat people the way that we want to be treated. It's the golden rule, right? Let's see what else. Then Jen becomes a firecracker. Oh my gosh. Let's see what else Brian has got to say here.
More information as it goes. So you may have to go back to the scene of the crime, or other places that you just discovered may have been part of a scene of a crime.
Prayers for Jeff.
I think what my concern was is maybe that house should have been processed the same day as the first house. And I don't know if it has been. I don't have any inside information, but from the outside, that's kind of what it looks like, is maybe that stuff wasn't done first and, you know, they had to go back because they did get some type of information.
Would it be normal for just 3 deputies to show up? And they didn't put any crime scene tape up.
Right.
It kind of seemed low key. Whereas like at Nancy's house, when the FBI came back, it was a big production. What does that say?
Well, it doesn't say a whole heck of a lot. You know, it could be those 3 detectives were tasked at a briefing, which they should be having multiple times a day, or at least once a day, daily, because you're getting new information in. So it could have been simple as, you know, a sergeant or a lieutenant or a captain saying, hey, we need to go back to the house and get this. Let's keep it low key. We don't want cause a lot of trouble in the neighborhood. There's already enough ruckus going on, you know, at the other scene. So maybe that's what it was, just to go in low key and not make a big disturbance.
Is the timing strange that they went at night?
No, because you got to go when you find the information. So maybe it was something they just discovered yesterday in the afternoon. They had to have a briefing and formulate a plan, a course of action.
Oh, I agree, Toodle Five. I agree. It's so like I'm invested. I'm emotionally invested, especially because of everything that I saw before it happened. Yeah, the whole area should have been quarantined off from everyone until it was solved. I totally agree. I don't get this. I don't get this type of investigation. I don't get it. You like the feisty Jen? Or would it be Jen After Dark? Ooh, yes, Jen After Dark. Jen After Dark. Whoo. And the later it gets, honey, the spicier it gets. Stop, Seth and Jeff. Don't even say anything.
And then they went back. So that stuff could happen at any point in time.
You saw the latest message from Savannah?
I saw the message last night.
Yeah. What do you make of it?
Well, again, being from the outside, but using my training and experience, thinking back on the, you know, numbers of homicides that I've investigated, I don't think it's going to have a positive outcome, you know, of Nancy being returned alive. I think it was more of, this is just a guess, thinking it was more of, hey, you know, we intended to bring her back to you. Unfortunately, you know, circumstances happened, but we still need to get paid, and we'll return, you know, her remains to you, or let you know where they are for X amount of money. But that's just me. That's just my feeling on what I saw last night. I'm praying and have been praying that,
I
you know,
kind of got the
she
same
is
feeling. I kind of got the same feeling like we were looking at children that wanted their mother's remains back. The tunnels have been destroyed. I don't know about that though. I don't know if the cops would have went to all the houses. It doesn't seem like they're following a like consistent protocol of what you would think a high profile investigation would consist of. Not in my opinion, anyway. About 15 more minutes. Jen turns into a killer pumpkin. You don't think that they have jurisdiction? I think, are you talking about the FBI? I think that they do. I think that they basically is like, here you go. You need this. We don't. And maybe that's another reason why. I don't know. There's a lot of warring. There's a lot of warring that's coming to Arkansas and their connection with Arizona. And it's military. It's military stuff. Speaking in code. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Your now gray auburn looks like it's red hair. You trust chat BT, yeah, even less than politicians. Maybe they're not solving anything. They already know. I can't imagine exactly. I can't imagine having to rely. Yeah, what you said, because they haven't been showing any type of credibility. Like, okay, so now we're supposed to trust the FBI. Oh, now we're supposed to trust the Secret Service and Border Patrol and all these, and you, Trump. I mean, we're just supposed to trust all of you politicians. You're in the Epstein files. Like, y'all are a big cartel. Y'all are a shady AF. Like, what? No, I don't think so. So we should trust you with this? Like, come on. They're corrupt. So are they not going to be corrupt on this investigation? I just make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Turned whole and healthy, but last night's video from Miss Guthrie, you know, scared and caused me some concern about that happening.
It's so unusual that we have the video coming out, but then also the search at Annie's house. And could there be multiple theories that they're working at the same time?
Look, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. My 7 years in homicide, 20 years as a cop, investigated a couple of kidnappings, but I think for the most part, kidnappings, especially in this local neck of the woods, southwestern Arizona, a lot of it has to do with cartel-related kidnappings, drugs, you know, smuggling, people smuggling, avocado smuggling, whatever. This is different. You know, I don't think that has anything to do with what this case is. But then again, you could have somebody that jumped on the bandwagon right away, saw what was going on, sent a ransom note, just trying to extort money from Miss Guthrie and her family, like we did with
Oh, it's
the
definitely not
one.
random. Look, look, it's not random. This didn't just randomly happen and they just showed up at her house and kidnapped her and decided that she was going to be the one. I mean, this wasn't random. This was definitely planned out. This was definitely planned out. I mean, I don't even know how he could say that. No. And the biggest cartel is our politicians. Talking about cartels and drug smuggling and all that. I mean, what is that show that we used to watch, Jeff? Mayor of Kingstown? I mean, watch Mayor of Kingstown. There you go. I mean, employees of the Chevron at Oracle and Rudisill Road say that law enforcement has been by to get videos or the images of the sheriff went Monday on the FBI on Thursday. And Rudisill Road. Okay, good. Okay, let's look at that. Let's look at that, Mary. Because that could be the Chevron that I was looking at on the Ludacil Road. Or whatever road that was. Let me go back. Rudisill. Is it Ruda? Hold on. Give me the address if you don't mind, Mary. Chevron. Hold on. I don't see one that's showing up here. I've got West St. Mary's, North Alvernon, South 4th, West Ahoway. Yeah, Mayor of Kingstown. I mean, just think about Mayor of Kingstown. Organ donor thieves? Oh God, I hope not. I hope they have talked to some of her church people. Yeah, they definitely should be, and seeing if there's any ex-military. Was the victim was moved across jurisdictions or she's in the area may okay, no answers from FBI or local police. Cameras at the gas station, Chevron. Yeah. So the one that is the biggest hit on the map is the one at Oracle and Circle K. The Circle K on Oracle. Yeah, make it make sense. Does it come down to who is being protected? Yeah. And we know that the biggest the face of the shadow government is Epstein. He is the face of the dark side of the government, the shadow side, the shadow government, right? He has got more shit on people. I'm talking about the biggest blackmail, like total blackmail. That's Epstein. He's blackmailed everybody. And look at what's happening because of it. People are dying. People are getting kidnapped. I mean, it's crazy. The mayor of Kingstown, and you will get a better idea of the good old boy system. Yeah. They're the biggest cartels. They're the biggest cartels. Ain't no gangster like Uncle Sam. Exactly. Exactly. Wolf Wisdom. Congress is the biggest, most corrupt drug running child trafficking organization. Yes. Whew. Speak it, Seth. The truth. Let the truth spill out. They are sending a cruel message to the media. Yeah. They've got the media very busy, don't they? The media isn't covering Epstein. The media isn't covering Charlie Kirk. The media is now switched to not focusing on that corruption with Arizona and Utah and the government and the defense, our agencies with Secret Service and FBI. No, they're focusing on Nancy now. Nancy's the focus. So the media has a complete new focus. I have a Cybernet. I peek in time to time. Poor old JLR. He's still there.
Oh.
Look at those manholes right in front. But those are definitely sealed. Third quarter starting soon, people are saying in the chat. Let's see if he's still on. He's camping
Guthrie's
out.
home.
Oh, no, he's done.
Sheriff's deputy has
He's done for the
arrived
night. So it
to
doesn't look like there's anything else. It doesn't look like that there's anything else that's going to be. That's what the media is on. Exactly. Hello, Greg. Hello, Greg. Thank you for coming in and being respectful to the host. Don't call us stupid, man. We ain't stupid over here. Government is the biggest cartel, but that's not the cartel that's kidnapping folks near the border. You don't think? Yeah, I disagree. Disagree. We can agree to disagree. In Tucson now, the gem and mineral show. Interesting. But think about it. The cartels, they have the government to help them be the best dealer that they can be. So think about it. And I would say not be stupid, but don't be ignorant. It's more respectful. I mean, think about it. They have to have the government to help them. They have to have an insider. They have to have corrupt police. What you mean? It goes all the way up to the government. It doesn't just stop at that one policeman. Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's going to get paid. Money makes the world go round. That's right. Everybody's going to get paid. Yes. Friendly reminder, please use allegedly, in my opinion, respect in the chat. Let's be respectful. They are an extension. Yes. They are an extension of the government. Exactly. Yes. Most definitely. Angela says that gym show is amazing. Greg, people are entitled to their opinions on government. This country was founded on that idea. We've been founded on it is. I mean, we can voice our opinion. Let's just do it respectfully. The casinos all are on trip land. Yes, they are. They are. They're all on tribal land. Yes. Yeah. That one close to the airport. I've got them on the map. I've got them on the map. And we're mapping. I mean, we're trying to figure it out, but it takes a while. Especially, if I was working with the information that the law enforcement knew, man, this could move so much quicker. And this mapping could move so much quicker, but it is what it is. They'll eventually find me. I'll eventually show up and show out. And I am not contact Tyler, the psychic, the blonde boy. I don't know who he is. Don't know the psychics. I'm an astrologer. Astrology is not, I mean, we are all psychic, but astrology is not that type of thing. Allege a modern continuation or revival. Mm. My AI says the chat is talking about Operation Mockingbird. Ooh, I wonder if I got a chart for that. I wonder if I have a chart for that. Let's look at it. Hold on. Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Let's see. Let's see. Let me share my. Let's see if I've got it. And if I don't, I'm going to be disappointed. I'm going to be disappointed if I don't. Operation Mockingbird. Let's see if I got Mockingbird. If not, let's see if we can create it. No. Operation Mockingbird. Let's see. It was established by Frank Wisner, then director of the Office of Policy Coordination. It was created as a secret CIA campaign. So the CIA should definitely be in that chart, but let's see. Operation is a general term for the Cold War media influence program. Ooh, yes, 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 yes. A specific, related, and documented Project Mockingbird was a CIA wiretapping initiative targeting journalists that ran from March 12th, 1963 to June. Okay, so we have a beginning. Okay. It was created to influence domestic and foreign media, recruiting leading American journalists, funding organizations to promote anti-communist views. So did it begin then? March 12th, 1963? Let's see. It was by the CIA, United Central Intelligence Agency. April. National Student Association. Receiving funding from the CIA. Interesting. The student. So this could be that full moon. You see what I'm saying? Army vet, this could be the full moon because the full moon would be about the students opposing the teacher. So that's where Fort Huachuca could actually come in on that Leo line, is because of the United States National Student Association. Confederation of College and University Student Governments in the United States that was in operation from 47 to 78. student activism, students for a democratic society. Ooh. Hmm. I think that could be something. That definitely could be something. That's the type of operation maybe. Yeah, don't get me started on Minnesota. 5960 Oracle Road. What is that again, Mary? What are we putting down on the map? 5960 Oracle Road. Let me see. 5960. Is that the Chevron? Oh, I've got that. Hold on. Yeah, that's the Chevron. Yeah, I've got that one. Thank you, Mary. Yeah, I've got that one. So it's not as significant to me as the Circle K. The Circle K looks like where the camera's at on the Circle K looks like it's pulling hard. Like it is definitely pulling hard. The Chevron is pulling, the this would have to do with Maxwell. This is connecting to Ghislaine Maxwell. This line is, and Chevron is right there. It's not going right over Chevron, but could it be something having to do with one of these companies like Chevron, Circle K, the oil business? I don't know. Could be the casino. The moon has been beautiful last few nights, having a lot of anxiety. Well, that's because you are Scorpio and the Scorpio moon is reflecting over your sun. So you are definitely shining about things of the past having to do with everything Scorpio, Plutonian. It's some shadow work time. Definitely some shadow work time, Annette or Anne. I'm sorry, Anne Moretti. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Father used to have some wild stories from his Black Panther days. Ooh, I bet. Ooh, I bet that would be some. I love story time. I turned 13 in 1963. Bad, sad year. Ooh, yeah. Father, yeah. Prayers out to the people in Minnesota. Exactly. American Indian movement in Minnesota, Colorado, South Dakota. Yeah. Huh. There's there's a lot of interesting. I mean, we're learning a lot for sure. We're definitely learning a lot when it has to do with. Let's look at. Let me look at Fort Huachuca here. Let me see how many miles that is. Let's see how many miles that is. Well, it's about 100 kilometers. That's, I mean, if it wasn't just right on that landing strip, I wouldn't even, it's right over that landing strip, right there at Fort Huachuca. It's just, this military is definitely involved in looking for you. I mean, if they're not involved, they're definitely looking for her. If they are not directly involved. But the thing about it is, why is the FBI's dark moon? Why would the dark moon be going over Fort Huachuca in their 11th house of groups? This is where I'm not really feeling like whatever narrative that they're going to give to us isn't going to be the truth. I feel like that this is such a psyop. It really, it does. That's just the vibe it feels. I don't know. I don't know. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Oh, honey, I'm definitely here. Definitely sub up, subscribe, like the video. Astrology is a language. It's all based on geometric angles at the time that you were born. And it's expressing behavior and all the people that you're going to meet throughout your life. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they do. You're right. Causing, just a riff. It's wild how they can get away with it. Yeah. It's wild how they can get away with all the stuff that they did with Miss Guthrie and now Guthrie. Yeah. Witchy Mama, are you pre-1963? Animal Mother is asking. Trust me, don't want to protest or fight on minus 45-degree weather, but we will for our country and for justice. Yeah. I mean, you got to stand up for something. There's going to be a Voices of Truth with missing Sebastian Rogers out of Hendersonville, Tennessee very soon. And they're going to be protesting outside of the sheriff's office where this young man has went missing from, the county that he went missing from. And you were born in 53. Thank you for subscribing. You'll never find another channel like this one. That is for sure. That is for sure. Sounds like insurrection and theft of what it was rightfully mine. Yeah, we can keep Sebastian's name. We need to order some too. But yeah, let's see, let's finish this. Hold on. And then hold on. Let me remove this, stop the screen, share this screen, because I want to see what else he's saying.
Or two others, one of which, was arrested, and they could be a red herring. And they're still trying to figure out where she is. So yeah, it's a bit confusing.
The area where this happened, I mean, Annie lives 10 minutes from Nancy. You live right in this area, so
Yes.
You're very familiar with the area. Is it a quiet area normally? I mean,
Nancy's and
Annie's.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an extremely quiet neck of the woods. I mean, most of the houses are on 1 acre lots. This whole area was bought by the Genomatis family back in, I think, the 40s, and then subdivided the lots. And, that's where it is. It's not like in the city proper, city of Tucson. We're on the outskirts. We're in the city. Everything's, bunched up next to each other. So yeah, it's very peaceful.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. He may be thinking he's too cool for green hearts now. Yeah. Yeah, stand up for something or lay down for anything. They did put billboards up, yeah.
The type of crimes that occur up here are, car break-ins, burglaries. Obviously, we've had a few homicides throughout the years. We have a lot of transients that live in the area, a lot of sex offenders that are in this, neck of the woods. So it's very quiet, but there is that underlying criminal element that, every once in a while will rear its ugly head.
Would it be an easy place to get away from? I mean, it's very dark out there at night.
It's extremely dark on this side of town. It would be extremely easy to, commit a crime and get away. You have a lot of avenues of approach in Annie's neighborhood, much like mine and Nancy's. There's multiple routes to come in and come out. So we have a main thoroughfare here, Oracle Road. The highway is 4 miles to the west of us, down Ina or Orange Grove or River Road. I don't know how many, traffic cameras. I see, we have a couple here, but they're not monitored by law enforcement. They're monitored by the DOT, the Department of Transportation, to monitor the traffic. And I don't know how long, they hold, video in the cloud or whatever, but those are some things that I would, be looking at. A quick avenue of escape. The highway is right here. The main freeway is right over there. So there's cameras abound. It's just whether or not, we're able to get access to them and see if there's anything on there.
You were on the inside.
A wolf in sheep's clothing, huh? I'll have to get his take on it. I'll have to get his and I think Chris is going live again tonight. In the interview room. I think that he's going to go live again tonight. I'll have to check out what he says. Maybe even review it. Maybe even review it with the live because they've got great insight. Dr. Gary and Chris do, great insight when it comes to the minds of criminals. They put up a few days ago, Arizona, California, New Mexico. He's describing me. He's salty. I said he's sadistic. He is live now. Chris is? Okay. Chris is live now. Okay. Let me see what he's saying. Well, let's see what Chris is saying. In the interview room. Oh, I see it. Okay, hold on. I'll see what they're saying.
Anyone seen Tommaso, or I haven't heard anything about him other than he is in that circle that Gary mentioned. I certainly haven't. He's not in any of the videos. There's been no mention that I've heard. Has anybody else heard anything about him other than just speculation?
No, but let me be clear. The only reason we're going down this path is because the media is, and I just think we have to be very fair to people.
Yeah,
There's been no suspect, and that's been announced or anything like that. But it's interesting as a thought experiment to go.
There are no suspects, no persons of interest. We all get that, right? But if this would be a stumper.
Potential homicide, whatever we want.
I'm looking for it.
Okay,
Sharon.
Got there first. I'm seeing so
many hours is that? Sheriff throughout.
I'm not hearing Gary.
Unfortunately, as time goes on, what it starts looking more and more like is that the ransom thing is like while I'm at it, I might as well make a few from the captor.
Let me go back.
Have an idea who can present another way, even very far away.
Hold on.
Understand who did the kind of person who would
have a limited knowledge of Bitcoin, so you have experience to it.
Okay, awesome. Gary, anything you want to add?
Well, I think that this whole financial aspect starts to help us better understand what might have gone on in terms of motive. And remember, we were completely in the dark.
Yeah, I'm not. So I take everything that they say with a grain of salt, especially with Dr. Gary, because I don't really agree with everything, but I do take there. I can find common ground. You know what I mean? I can find some common ground. So
a few days ago, now it's starting, the mist is starting to lift about the motive, and then we start to understand who did the kind of person who would do this. But this is for the audience that didn't see the previous episodes we've done. I mean, we basically walked through all the main reasons that you tend to do something like this, and we wound up concluding that the most likely explanation is someone in a very small circle surrounding this missing woman. And then the question becomes, what would be the reason for taking or potentially eliminating the life of a person like that? And you generally are looking at things that are either financial or because the person was in the way or knew too much or something like that. And so we started envisioning some kind of wolf in sheep's clothing figure that might be right there under the nose of everybody. And what's interesting, Chris, is that if I understand correctly, this ATM activity isn't even very far away from the home, right?
Right. It's within 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're saying ATM activity isn't far from the home. And so the ATM activity, I'm wondering, is he talking about at Circle K?
Which is, again, starts pointing to some local person who isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, as they say, right? Because, I mean, think about that for just a moment, right? So doesn't it point to a person who, let's say, wouldn't want to leave town, that would have to, that is working on something, but for whatever reason needs to remain close? And so I think that's interesting when you're thinking about it, right? In terms of who might be involved here. So then the other thing is, just think about the callousness such an individual would have to have when it starts pointing to the kind of person who would do this. You'd have to be somebody who could present one way over here and then slip away and present another way. I also think, Chris, we said at the end of that show, the last show, the four of us were on before Mike gratefully joined us, is that we kind of started to have the sense that the cops probably know more than they're letting on. I mean, these are not idiots. They probably think a heck of a lot like we do. And it's entirely possible, like I said last time, that they're giving somebody a long rope with which to hang himself. If you have an idea who might be involved, doesn't it make sense to chum them along and kind of follow the money and imagine the dopiness of going a few minutes away from where this happened and going to an ATM, right? The other thing is, Chris, I think is essential to repeat for people who haven't heard this before, is we know from our collective experience that ransom situations generally involve hearing from the captor within 24 to 48 hours and are generally resolved on average in about 7 days. It has been a week. This is an 84-year-old woman.
Well, thank you, Leslie. I'm so happy that you stumbled across the channel. It's different, we're different over here. We're watchers. We watch. We investigate with the tool of astrology. Dog did it. Needs the Bitcoin for Kobe sticks. Stop. Oh my gosh, Wolf.
Doesn't have her meds, whose pacemaker stopped, at least at the time, stopped registering with the device, who has difficulty with ambulation, that it would be kind of like a precious cargo to a captor. You would take more steps to make sure that somebody is okay if your goal
Yeah.
is to keep them alive for ransom. Unfortunately, as time goes on, what it starts looking more and more like is that the ransom thing is like while I'm at it, I might as well make a few bucks kind of thing, or a ruse.
Well, so what I noticed about the ransom is that she was allegedly assumed kidnapped. So in the very beginning, she is assumed kidnapped. And the media begins to put it out that it looks like a kidnapping. The media starts talking about a ransom. And then the next thing you know, there's a ransom. I mean, so maybe it was not a kidnapping. And the ransom just so happens to be a sideshow. That's definitely possible. And I think that that's what Dr. Gary is talking about. I think that that's where he's going with it. And I think that he's, it's insightful for sure.
But that something else has gone on here where it becomes harder and harder to believe that we're dealing with a safe person somewhere who is going to be found. I hate to say it. And that, just think about the kind of character who could be aware that somebody might not even be with us anymore and is
Right.
going after money.
Yeah.
Right. And then imagine, just think about that. And so you have to picture a very callous, scheming person who isn't as bright as he thinks he is. So what do you guys think about my
Well, and
thinking
he's
that
bright enough to not be captured. He's bright enough to not be captured and to evade the data. So I don't know. Don't know about that.
police probably know more than they're saying here, and that a
Yeah,
lot of this
I agree with
points
that.
to technique.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times they will keep certain things to themselves, but at the same time, they didn't see there's a camera up on the rooftop, and they missed that.
That's an interesting comment. Yeah.
I think they missed the blood on the porch. I think somebody else found that and turned that over to them. So there's hiccups along the way. Even releasing the house, walking away from the house so
Oh my
soon
gosh.
after the
Don't
recording.
say that. Really? In the early stages, they missed the blood? What? What? They missed the blood in the very beginning? Surely not. Hey, Sammy, good to see you, honey. Here's what I think. I think Savannah did not want to be at the Olympics, and they came up with the elaborate scheme to get her back here to the U.S. That's possible. Take her phone and watch out to see if they reconnect to her pacemaker, right? Sicily is devastated. Italy, does Annie's husband have family there that needs help money? His band member is a lawyer. Oh. I think they did and never call me Shirley. Never call me Shirley. High school kids could have done a better job investigating that crime. It sounds like that. That's what it sounded like. If Michael is it sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I don't know. If they missed the blood on the porch, what? A reporter found it? Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow.
There's things that we've done in our own careers that we were like, hey, I would never release the house that soon. I would never walk away from this or that. You do even the drone footage. Put your own drone up and see what you got. So there's hiccups and mistakes along the way.
Man.
But at the same time, again, wanting to think the best of them and the training that they've got,
of course,
that they are keeping something. They're not going to tell us everything. And again, who is the lead agency on this investigation? They're working in tandem with the FBI,
right?
But who's got the lead? There has to be a captain of the ship, and I'm not even sure if that's been made clear, because you could have these tangent investigations.
I know it, Animal Mother. It's like dynamite. Comes in small packages.
That arise, and local sheriff takes this side and FBI takes that one.
You know, that's a really great point, Mike, and that's why I think, and you guys tell me what your feelings are. I think there is a parallel. You know, there are two trains going here, right? You've got I think the sheriff realized really fast, you know, wow, this is, you know, I've got a PhD now, pilot higher and deeper. This thing's going too quick. Never had to do this before.
Yep.
And that's to your point earlier where, you know, they jumped into this and then, you know, realized, oh, wow, this could be a murder. That's why the homicide guys were there. Okay. And then he got in the press.
Oh, Leah, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you, babe. Welcome to the Watchers, honey. Welcome to the Watchers, babe. I thought you was already a member. Welcome, honey.
Conferences, and you know that's for another show. and then the feds come in because now these ransom notes start appearing. Okay. And they do their thing on that kind of thing. And I believe right now at Nancy's house, the sheriffs are out there, and I think they're pulling a lot of the attraction that
Yep.
direction. Well,
Yeah.
something or somebody is over the shoulder here. I mean, how
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Basically, what Chris is saying is the Guthrie family asked the media to be outside of Nancy's home, meaning they don't want the media outside of Annie's home. That's the reason why they asked them to go there, and they all did it. Yeah, the sheriff was like, "It's y'all's. I'm done." I mean, I'm like, I don't even know what's going on here. I don't know what to do. Yes, become a member, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Appreciate you guys subscribing and sharing and liking and just, helping the algorithm here.
many times have we said, yeah, over there? Okay. And then just kind of move everything that way. And meanwhile, we're in the bushes over here. So I don't know how that's being coordinated, but, what do you guys think about that? Because last night, to your point, they show over at Annie's house, for 3 hours. And next thing you know it, they're inside of the garage and you see all the lights and all that action going pop.
I think what likely happened is they've had a meeting of the minds back at sheriff's headquarters, and they've decided that the FBI needed to step in and recanvass both the crime scene, Nancy's residence, and then, as you indicated, at the daughter's residence, Annie's residence. And that, so the FBI, and I mentioned this the other night, but just so Mike knows where I'm at with the FBI, I was a NA grad in 2012. So I've been through their courses, and I'm like many have. And but the FBI, when their
Spit it out, Pop. Spit
evidence
it out.
collection team comes in, they want to do everything themselves. Now, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't accept some of the evidence collected by the sheriff's office, and that's got to happen, as we all know. But they're going to go in and they're going to rescreen every inch of the house, both homes in this case. That's why I think we saw the FBI agents out on the grounds with flashlights at night, scouring the grounds of Nancy's house. And I believe they did the same thing at Annie's house as well. So my understanding is they spent several hours, I think 4 hours at Nancy's house last night, and then about 2.5 to 3 hours at Annie's house. So you can just imagine what they were doing in there. So most of the reports indicate that they were at least taking photographs. We know that there was a lot more going on than photographs. So from an investigative standpoint and behind the scenes, I think that's what's going on. At least that would be my best guess at this point. And it sounds like, the sheriff perhaps made a command decision, and probably a good decision, in my opinion, to relinquish the evidence gathering and both crime scenes to the FBI. Now, just one more comment, and I agree with Mike. He and we did discuss this the other night as well. I don't think anybody on this panel would have released the crime scene as quickly as they did from that initial search warrant, because every time they go back, they've got, or at least they should, renew the search warrant or write a whole new search warrant, which means judicial approval. So it's that's a misstep, and there's going to be missteps. The sheriff, we can talk about the sheriff's press conferences again a little bit, but there's going to be missteps. And but right now, I think, at least from my point of view.
Oh, Sharon, thank you so much, honey. gifted a membership. Welcome, Sammy. Sammy, girl. Welcome. Welcome to the Watchers, babe. Thank you, Sharon. You sweetheart. You sweetheart. Thank you, babe. They may consider them not caring so much. Yeah. Why was there not a search party walking around the property? I don't know. It's like they assumed a kidnapping immediately. They get they get it's not, I think it was what, 2 or 3 days later, they get the ransom. So many FBI agents cash fired, and I'm afraid FBI is gutted. Yeah. Not like a geriatric mother with a pacemaker. Yeah, Sammy, welcome to the Watchers, honey. Welcome, babe. Love it. We're growing. We're growing. We're a tribe here.
And from what I've seen, this whole case is looking very hard at something that has occurred or something involving Annie and her husband and their residence.
Well,
that's what it appears to me.
Let me ask something, Chris, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Is it all right to ask you a question? Now, Chris and I, we're not friends for no reason. I've learned to think like Chris, and he's learned to think like me. So I have a question.
That's
Chris.
dangerous.
That's dangerous. It is. Get out. Get out. So
I'm registered.
Right. So, Chris, here's my question to you. What do you think about the point that, technically speaking, we don't really know that house, Miss Guthrie's house, was the crime scene?
Right.
Theoretically, that could be a staged crime scene.
Yep.
Correct.
Someone could be eliminated somewhere else, pass away, and be transferred, and then you go to the house and make it look like they were in their home and there was an invasion.
True.
And so my question is, if that happened, would that explain looking at the cars? Looking at people's cars?
Yeah.
Well, let's go through the timeline based on what you're asking. Okay.
Because I know you, Chris, and I know you've had that thought.
Well, yeah, I think all of us on this panel have probably thought the exact same thing. But so to your point, so let's go through.
Put blood drops there. They don't have to be right. Yes.
Well, they're 90 degrees. So if you had a syringe, hypothetically, you can just go like that and bingo. But that said, I don't want to go off on a
like a rabbit hole. But I'm just curious,
because
from an investigative perspective, we don't actually know that was a crime scene.
Yes, exactly. So let's go through and let's break this time down.
Yes. Yes. So it just disconnected from the Wi-Fi. Or Apple Watch. Yeah. The whole case is contaminated. Yeah. I agree. It's like, oh, well, mom's lived a good life. We'll see ya. I don't know. It's like, why would they unalive her? Unless, I mean, have they, I don't know. It just doesn't, I don't know. I think that's what they're going to feed us for sure. That's what they're feeding us. I mean, they're all thinking that it's Annie and her husband. That's evident. That's evident by their behavior on the panel. So far, anyway. We'll see.
This time line down. And this is why it was so weird, to be honest with you, that this amount of information that the sheriff threw out to the public. 5:32 p.m. Saturday, Nancy is, taking an Uber to Annie's house for dinner and games. Okay, first of all, she's only a couple of miles away. Why not just go over and pick your mom up? That's a question mark for me, but maybe they had a system down where they picked her up by the Uber, and they've interviewed the Uber driver apparently, and he said, "Yeah, well, I picked her up and drove her over there."
That's confirmed.
Yeah, allegedly, the sheriff said we interviewed the Uber driver.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Second, she's brought back home at 9:48 p.m. Now, where does this come from? It comes from interviews, family interviews.
It is weird. I
Okay?
agree. Hey,
And
Shauna.
who dropped?
Welcome back, girl. It is. I think that it's the Uber driver is definitely, huh? But an Uber driver? I don't think an Uber driver is going to be able to pull this off. Yeah, if she accidentally fell or something, yeah. Nubers.
Her off. Both Annie and her husband drop her off at home at 9:48 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, I agree, but to actually use some kind of force. He is using the timeline, yeah.
The garage door closes at 9:50 p.m. So 2 minutes to get mom from the car into the house. Okay, 2 minutes. At 1:47 a.m., which is approximately 2 hours or almost 3 hours later, 2 hours and 47 minutes later, approximately. And these are all approximate times, but they're given by the sheriff in a public press conference. The Nest doorbell camera disconnects at
Yeah, right on time, Shauna. And the Nest camera wasn't necessarily ripped off. It was taken off the latch. Ripped off would have torn the whole thing off. And the Nest not having a subs doesn't mean there isn't a cloud, right? Right. Annie did not go with him to drop her off when he went by himself to drop her off. That's what we were being told, yeah.
0212, a person is seen on camera by some type of software. And Bob brought out a great point on our last conversation. If it's a battery operated camera, then even when you take it off, it's still going to keep rolling, and it's still going to keep, uploading to a server or something. They've seen something somewhere that they have identified it as a person. Okay. We don't know what that is. At 0228, her pacemaker app disconnects from her Apple Watch. Okay. I've done a little research and looked at some cardiologist stuff, and the Apple Watch can disconnect from the phone depending on how it's programmed. Some are programmed to report hourly. Some are programmed to report in quarters, like, every 4 hours. And then some are programmed to report every 24 hours. I think we would all agree there are search warrants headed out, and those things have been in motion.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the pacemaker throws everything off. She will definitely live without it. The connection to the Apple Watch, yes. I don't believe Annie was with them because they would have had to load the kids up. Yeah, that's okay. That's good thinking. Good thinking. Lenny, hey, nice to see you, honey. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't believe Annie was with them because they would have had to load the kids up. But why not you take your mama home? I don't know. I mean, I guess we could judge it. But it really, yeah, of course. Yes. Thank you so much for coming in. I'll explain from iWatch. That's my name. I'll explain after you respond. Army vet. By the way, what are you? Which army? I didn't say hi the other night because I figured I'm profiled. I think that had not last night, the sister, because they are analyzing body language, also triggered them to search. More than just that, but interesting right after the second interview talking. Yeah. Yeah.
About what her frequency is in relationship to that, that particular pacemaker.
But Chris, let me make sure I'm comprehending something.
Sure.
So theoretically,
I mean, that's a good question. Annie hasn't talked to the public. So we have, I mean, she has in the sibling interview. And then the brother gave, he gave a little speech to the kidnappers. But yeah, she hasn't done anything solo.
a person who's taking the camera offline or whatever, they don't necessarily have to be in the immediate proximity of the victim. The victim could be held in one place, and the other person drives over and prepares the house and then the disconnection of the pacemaker doesn't have to be in the immediate vicinity of the house. It could happen
Yeah, Marilyn Monroe's it's kind of like JFK. For an astrologer, it's a slam dunk.
anywhere. So in other words, theoretically, you could have a person who scoots over to the house and prepares the scene while another person is holding or the victim is just kept somewhere, correct?
That would seem possible. Yeah. And
its connection to the pacemaker doesn't rule in, because people are saying, well, the person has to at least be alive until the pacemaker disconnects. But this preparation could be occurring while the victim is somewhere
the
else.
only thing the pacemaker tells us right now is she is away from the device that it sends to.
Right.
That's what
Right.
it tells us. And there,
Here it is.
it was reported there was a spike, in her pacemaker activity.
Right.
Which a cardiologist has explained, well, that could just be stress. That could be, anything, right?
Yeah,
He's not
it's
saying it's
stress.
a proof of life or a proof of death right now.
Okay.
And so at 11:57 a.m., so
But it could be.
basically at 8 or
It could be. Hold on, let's go back. Let's listen to what he says because remember, with Apple, there is still a cloud. Apple is gate kept. It's disconnected, which means just that disconnected. It goes dead or it's manipulated. Yeah. Possible versus plausible is the conversion they are having. Yeah.
Okay.
And so at 11:57 a.m., so basically at 8 or 02:28, her pacemaker disconnects. 11:56 a.m., the family checks on mom.
What? Hold on. So he's given another timeline. He's given another timeline here. Have y'all heard this timeline before? Let me know.
Not saying it's a proof of life or a proof of death right now.
Okay.
And so at 11:57 a.m., so basically at 8 or 02:28, her pacemaker disconnects. 11:56 a.m., the family checks on mom in the morning. So how many hours is that? 7, 8 hours almost, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got 8 hours that the suspect has time to do whatever they want to do, hypothetically, if she's away from that app.
Wait, hold on. Uber dropped her off, and then everybody just assumed she was home safely and didn't check on her for.
No.
No.
Go ahead.
Family.
Yeah, her daughter and her son-in-law allegedly dropped her off.
Okay, that's what I
Tommaso.
want to understand. So where
at
does the Uber come in?
9:48.
Where does the Uber dropping her off come from?
We should know that Uber picked her up
Picked her up. Got it. Just wanted to make
at
sure I got
5:32.
Sent to you on a paper from D. Okay, gotcha. The church is who alerted family initially. Right. Per the news. Correct. Hey, Chuchi. Good to see you, honey. Good to see you. That's not right. Not at all. Which part? Which part, Josh? Someone called the family from the church and said that she hasn't been to church. She had been online. I think she was online. She watches the church online or something like that. My question, who else was at dinner at Annie's house that night? Was it only the three of them or more people? Good question, Chuchi. Good question. Good question. I still don't understand how the church was suspicious if it was on online sermon. Yeah, I don't know. And I say the call isn't weird. My comment didn't show. I wonder why. The church companion could have gotten instructions to check on Nancy if she was MIA, aware of her condition.
Got it. Okay.
He
Clear.
drops her off at Annie's house.
Got it.
Okay. 12:03, approximately 7 minutes later, on scene, the family, 911 is called. Mom's missing. Now, interesting note here. When we do the math, approximately, from the garage door closing, the nest 147, all the other stuff, disconnection, there's maybe 39, 40 minutes, and these are all approximate times. The suspect is with Nancy in the house. So that's going to lead to a question for the panel. What do you think? Why is a suspect going to raise their risk level? Mike, I'll start with you.
Honey, I haven't had time to really go through all the papers, but I will. I've been live all day. When you go and log into a church service online, your name has automatically come up. When someone didn't see her name, that's when they became oh yeah. That's when they became suspicious. She has friends I'm sure there are contingency plans with. Told you the next question would be, do you know? She knows the kidnapper. She knows the kidnapper. No one has confirmed whether it was online that I've heard. Yeah. Wish they would too. And wish they would confirm who all was at the dinner. Wish, yeah, curious as game night was a normal thing at her house. Yeah. Yeah. Good question. My other question is what the relationship with Nancy and Annie. We know how close Savannah and Nancy. Yeah. What is their relationship? Was she watching the church service online at her house or at the church? Who in the area named Bill? Are they saying they haven't changed the FBI hostage speech since the 1970s? I don't know.
There. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think they're not going to raise the risk level. The home wasn't ransacked. It wasn't, there was no theft. Her wallet was still there. Her money is still there. All of her valuables are still there. So it's very targeted what they're doing in there. Could they be, to Gary's question, setting it up to look like an abduction, setting it up to look like something that it's not? And I think it's very viable. It's a great question to ask, and how that's playing out, time will tell.
Yeah, so we discussed this the other night, Friday night, but to both Mike and Gary's point, we have to remember that the initial law enforcement response were patrol deputies that responded to a missing person out of the house. The back door was left open, and it was patrol deputies that responded to the missing person call that actually discovered the blood on the front porch. So they did discover it. But and I mentioned this the other night, and I'll say it again. When you have a missing adult, especially an at-risk adult in this scenario, you're going to search the house thoroughly. And that is probably being done by deputies and perhaps deputies with the family members that know the house there. And so I went back today and watched the sheriff's his first press conference in this case. And he indicated in there that for the first, and this timeline is mine, not his. He didn't say this, but from
Yeah, I mean, we have to consider that. We definitely have to consider that, whether they pay the ransom or not. It doesn't really matter at this point, and I tell you why, because if they are paying the ransom, they're not gonna drop her off where she can tell who had her. Yeah, cybersecurity. Yeah, think deeper. I think it goes deeper. I think it's gonna go deeper regardless. Yeah, thank you, little Miss Sharon, for the reminder. Use allegedly, in my opinion, respect people.
the way I understand his comments from that press conference, the first 8 to 12 hours, they thought they had a missing person and didn't realize, or at least didn't come out and say that they had a homicide scene until the next morning. And that's when they brought the homicide detectives in. So my point in bringing this up again is if the patrol deputies didn't ping this location as a homicide scene, there may not be an obvious signs of a homicide in that residence. So that would go to Gary's point and Mike's. So the door being found open, it was that staged. The blood drops on the front porch, was that staged? Those items, as Mike said, left in the house, the personal items, the Apple Watch, the phone, etc., were those left there to be staged? We know that the suspects were there for 40 minutes or so. So, what were they doing there? And I think those are good questions to ask. And so you got to look at this from an entire situation standpoint when you're trying to go down the timeline, because law enforcement got there, I don't know the exact time, but sometime around noon or a little after noon on Sunday, a week ago today. And then the sheriff's first news conference was Monday, mid-morning Monday, I believe, or early in the morning Monday. And that's when he said he had called out homicide detectives. And this was a homicide scene, is the way he said it.
Okay, John.
So we lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, Bob, you bring up a good point. So part of my patrol years back in the day was in a community considered called Leisure World or Laguna Woods, which is all elderly. And so very often somebody would walk away from their house.
Yeah, so they are definitely thinking that this is an inside job. It really isn't a kidnapping. They're looking at Annie and Tomas.
It turns up missing or reports
And I mean,
missing.
this isn't,
one of the things, and you forget,
they aren't law enforcement anymore. This isn't, a jury or anything like that. But you can tell that that's kind of where they're going right now anyway.
I forget how fortunate I was with my department. We had volunteer reserves that had canines that would go and bloodhounds and whatnot that would take the scent and run with it and find out where that scent was. And I don't know if the Tucson area has similar resources available to them, or if they were called in.
Border Patrol.
For that missing person, canines should have been brought in, because you got the family is frantic, I'm sure, because to them she's truly missing.
So obviously, okay, this is obvious, but it's definitely, the astrology definitely backs it up, is this fact. Border Patrol is highly connected to President Trump and the drama surrounding the Epstein stuff. I can't unsee the connections that I know that exist and that are going to continue to exist throughout this investigation.
You have to convince the deputies how urgent it is, and then apply the appropriate resources to that urgency.
Yeah, and I neglected to mention that tonight, Mike. The Border Patrol was there.
With dogs?
With their dogs, yes.
Okay,
They
okay,
were there.
good.
Yeah.
I missed
So
that.
they
Thank
did
you.
a thorough search, and the sheriff did mention that, along with their volunteer search and rescue team. And once they identified it as a potential crime scene, they pulled all of the civilians out of there, locked it down as a crime scene, and homicide came. So, yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, the tracking and looking for a missing person and then calling it a homicide scene, obviously those are two very, very different scenes.
Yeah, Johnny, weigh in.
Well, the first thing that occurs to me is that we need to.
If it is a homicide scene, though, wouldn't they be doing like a grid search? Yeah, the dogs went out. The dogs came in, the dogs went out. I ain't seen one dog yet. I don't know. I don't know, Lenny, if Trump could do that.
Keep one theory in play is that she never went in the house at 9:48. We have a garage door activation, and we have a report.
And we just learned, Army vet, that Epstein is a big gamer too. We've just learned that Epstein is a big gamer too.
From the people who drove her to the residence that she went inside. But we don't, in fact, have any actual proof that she entered the residence. The other thing that strikes me, and we were talking about the activity, the almost reignition of the investigation last night, leads me to wonder if they received some sort of information that also led to them. They were searching cisterns and sewers and supposedly like septic tanks.
Yeah.
Which
There's no
would
sewer
be,
system, by the way, it's all septic back
yeah,
there.
it's all septic. I've got septic here, and the thing about it is that would be an ideal location to. And I'm not saying that this is what has happened to this poor lady, but if I was hoping to dispose of a corpse in a desert region, I'd want to put it in a place where there would be a rapid, for starters, elimination of the decomp smell that the dogs could work on. And
I don't really buy
but the
that.
fact that they went out and began looking for it 6 days afterwards, I just have the sense that either somebody new is in charge of the investigation or they received some information that has led them to explore that possibility.
Chris, can I just jump in and correct? Let me correct something.
You guys, just go.
Okay, let me just correct something I said a moment ago. The sheriff did not identify the home as a homicide scene
There you
initially,
go. Yeah.
and I misspoke there. He did identify it as a crime scene. So
There you go.
whoever
Not
wrote
a
that in the chat, thanks
That's
for
right.
correcting me, because you're absolutely right. He did not say homicide
That's right.
initially. He said it
Big
was a
difference.
crime scene.
But this point is more important than it might seem at first, because when you think about it, in order for people to go in and think that it was an abduction site, that it was a missing person situation, there had to be very little evidence of something really awful happening to somebody in there.
Right.
And that, to me, supports the idea that if something happened that led to bleeding, for example, it was somewhere else, because that house looked pretty undisturbed, probably. Unless you mess the bedding up and kind of make it look like somebody came in a certain door or whatever. So I just kind of wonder if that helps support the idea that something probably happened.
I agree, Josh. It was botched from the very beginning. And was it like that? Was it botched because it was Are we just looking at mistakes? We don't know. We don't know.
Elsewhere, and somebody then goes over and puts some blood and makes it, Now, it could also be, of course, doesn't rule out officially something happening there, but it's something to sort of wonder about.
So let's go down that.
I'm
Let's go down that
curious
lane.
what you guys think about that point.
Mike, what were you going to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I mean, as a patrol deputy, if I've got a missing person and I see something, whether it be a messy bed, furniture tipped over, something not normal, I'm looking to pass that thing off to homicide because I don't want to sit there for the next 10 hours working it. I want homicide to come in and take over. So I'm looking for things that are disturbed. And to your point, it's a great point. If I'm there for the missing person and I don't see those things,
right,
then that's just a missing person. And the sheriff homicide doesn't come in for another 24 hours because nobody saw anything until it got enough push from the family or publicity or phone calls were made to the point of, no, switch this to homicide and get the patrol guy out.
Well, and the family got there first. And obviously they called the sheriff. So they had been in the house. The back door was open. They had been in the house, so they didn't identify it as a homicide. So you didn't walk in and find a pool of blood or a large fight scene or anything like that, apparently, or else they would have said that to the sheriff and they wouldn't have been treating that as a missing person.
They checked it out today. So think about it. Wouldn't you want to check it out? Like, why when you've got a person that goes missing, don't you want to check out their home, check out the systems? I would want to do a grid search, and I mean, it's not that big of an area. It's not like it's surrounded by woods. Why not go into that area and search it all immediately? It's a week later and they're going to check the septic right there. I don't know. Seems like you could have done that like on day one.
And that would lead to a lot of, we really believe she's out there and okay, until you go, oh, wait a minute, maybe something happened somewhere else. And that,
Yeah, this is better than the Super Bowl. GWC Myers, this is better. What's going on, Chris?
that's where there was more evidence of something worse. And, and then, so
Which was interesting how he positioned that, because he said, in the press conference, we came to the conclusion that a crime had occurred in there, but he didn't say what.
Right.
Yeah, and they had all those assets out there looking for her all night. They spent all night out there looking for her. Yeah. So this wasn't they went home at midnight to reconvene the next morning.
Well, Bob, but it took them a week to stab at whatever he was doing when he opened up the manhole, stabbing at it. I don't know what he was doing.
And at 7 a.m. they were out all night. And so at the conclusion of the search, they determined that they put their heads together, obviously, and determined that with some blood there and maybe some other things that didn't look right inside the house, that they have a crime scene. So that would make sense.
Hey, Jules, yeah,
so
we're still
let's
live,
go down
babe.
this lane
We're building the channel, honey. Building the channel.
For a second, and before we do that, I want to thank everybody that's in the chat. We got 14,000 people here right now, and we're grateful to each and every one of you that are taking your time out. It is a wise decision, though, instead of watching the Super Bowl. No, I'm kidding.
Chris.
Are you going to sing for us, Chris?
Exactly. As you're going to say is the scene secured? Do we have consent to go into the house? And if we do, who has dominion and control over this house? Is it just Miss Guthrie? Or is there a power of attorney? Is there a will, or, blah, blah, blah? And you go down that lane. The best decision ever to make in those circumstances is you call your supervisor and you say,
what more than likely could have taken place, and I mean, the way that scene that you're describing, Josh, is one that I've thought about. And it would have been that when that time period came about where her pacemaker spiked, it could have been because of all the Gemini energy that we're dealing with, that I'm dealing with on the map. It could have been a suffocation. And that blood is just, I don't know from what, but it could have been a suffocation in the middle of the night. I mean, this is what this panel is thinking, Chris. This panel is, it looks like in any way to me so far that I'm reviewing it, this live with the interview room with Chris McDonough, it would appear that these ex-police officers, ex-FBI psychologists are thinking that Annie and her husband may have had something to do with it. That's kind of what it's thinking like. It seems like they're leaning toward.
here's what I got. Okay. And they're all laughing. Here's what I got. Okay. I need a warrant. Okay. You're going to get on the phone with a DA and a judge, and you're going to do a telephonic warrant. And the judge is going to say, okay, detective, sign now. And you sign the judge's name, you date it. It's all recorded. Okay. And you hang up the phone and you go back in and you start to work that scene. Now, under the law, you own that scene right now. Law enforcement owns that scene. That's where the tape and all the other stuff that comes out, okay? And anybody that walks under that tape, you hand them a log and say, sign here, okay? And that's how you keep the sheriff and the chiefs and all the hoo-haws away, okay? Because they don't want to go on that witness list. All right. In this case, okay, the moment the tape came down, guess what? The clock starts all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have relinquished control of that crime scene. So when we talked about this the other day, when all of us saw the cops go back.
That's the link. Here's the link to the interview room, because Chris is ex-FBI. He's retired, FBI. He's with the Cold Case Foundation as well. And so Chris is always given his insight with some of these high profile cases. He gives his insight, and it's pretty good.
The first question was, what is going on here? So my question was, okay, well, who has control over that house or the estate? Is there a power of attorney somewhere? Now that could be either of the daughters or the son. Mom may have given them power of attorney, or she's listed somewhere where they're over her affairs because of her age, and we don't know that yet. And they can sign these consent forms.
Okay, so with that being said, let's look at the map. Let's look at the map, because what he's talking about is the title company. He's talking about this title company. Where is it at? Right there. This is where they are doing power of attorneys. It's right here. It's not quite on the agency, but it's enough. It's close enough to where if I wanted to create a circle here and didn't know better, a hot spot of where she could be found if I didn't know better, but I do. I do, because this is where Tomas gave Annie power of attorney over him. So, and it's the FBI. The FBI is right there, and so is the natal. I could see if the missing line comes down to it. I probably need to see that, really, and see what line that is, what that would be. But this is definitely Leo. So it's a divine justice with the law enforcement, the FBI. And it's also about the law. So this is a title agency, which is binding agreements. That's the law. And this is coming in with Leo, which is about children, publicity, her children, publicity. So I would say that if they did do any type of power of attorney, it could be here, or it could definitely be in a geometric angle with this right here on her map. So it just food for thought while they're talking about the power of attorney. Because again, this is where Tomas gave Annie power of attorney over him, over all things having to do with him. So it could be. And when they took her car, this line was being activated on her map. So when they took her car and this line being activated, it's pretty, pretty intense because Mars was coming against it. So it's about the vehicle. So it could be that there's going to be something found in Nancy's vehicle. I don't know what, but I'm keeping it in the back of my head, keeping it in the back of my mind. All things are possible here. Keeping an open mind, Can't believe he said hoo-ha. At the title company, like a literal title company, I obviously don't have my glasses on. Yeah, it's a literal title company right here. This is where the documents that have been released about Tomas and Annie and the power of attorney over her having power of attorney over him. So this could be the same title agency if they have a power of attorney over Nancy. I don't know where that title company is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just saying that it could be. It's making me think this is the only title agency that I have on the map. So we could look at title agencies that are closer to Nancy's home, closer to her church. We could look at other title companies to see what, but the energy of the title company is definitely coming in with the FBI, with justice, with disordered aggression. And it could have to do with her car. It could have to do with Nancy's car. Evidence that would be in her car that could say that she is no longer with us. Right. For the DA.
Go in.
Okay,
Sorry.
so we all agree. We all agree. Okay, so now this is the curveball. They show up at Annie's house.
Yeah, if Nancy has a vehicle, why did she take an Uber to her daughter's unless she can't drive at night? And that's possible. That's very possible that she just can't drive at night. There's something that could be recorded in her vehicle, though. Like some type of recording that's in her vehicle. Like, I don't know if that vehicle has any type of dash cam, any type of recording devices in it. I don't know. Do you not think that it seems to me like it's a big stage scene for these rookie FBI agents and cops to turn on because it's just so botched? Yeah, it's definitely a botched investigation. Maybe a notary have a power of attorney done at the hospital. Could also be done with the lawyer, especially if she has a will. Yeah, I wonder about her will. Yeah, she is definitely pictured with alcohol in every picture. Yeah. They like to, maybe they're Catholic. No, they're not Catholic, but I mean, they do like to have a good time. 10 million a year. Yeah, she could be. I mean, she took tequila back to the Today Show. She's a day drinker. I says for you to remember the person or persons was it in her house with her in her house for 30 months. Yeah. If they wanted to hurt her, they would have did it there and moved the body. Yeah. I still think that if they did something to her there, and this isn't really a kidnapping, this could be just a suffocation, and a kidnapping is just prolonging the situation to try to get it off of them. They're not moving on anything but the data. I don't know. I don't know. That don't even make sense either. Chi said, I think they had to take an Uber for alibi. Yeah, that's possible. Unless there is a water channel, but no water near a park. He may have dropped her there. She's close, maybe brush over her. The blood trail is still unidentified. Well, they said that the blood was hers. You thought it would be more lavish.
They impound her car. They impound her car. The only thing I can think of is she was the alleged.
Well, Joni, hey, Joni, good to see you, babe. She was, so evidently she took an Uber to their house, and then either Tomas or Annie or both, and the kids, I don't know who all took her home, but allegedly Tomas took her home, the son-in-law. So Ubered to their house. I don't know why they didn't go and pick her up, but whatever. Yeah, what about all the mines near her home? We need to be checking those too, Grammy. Good thinking. Good thinking. Whatever the mines are that are near her home, I just need addresses for them. I just need addresses for them so I can put it on the map. They got the test results back way too fast. I'm afraid if I hear her voice, it'll be too disturbing. I'm still shook from hearing those coyotes out there. What a bizarre freaking sound. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It trips me out because when we have coyotes out here that start making noise, it does. It's scary. It's very scary to hear them in a pack. Allegedly, according to my deep learning computer in the chat in Jen's conversation. Yeah, we can't forget important details for sure. Don't forget. Can't forget that. Yeah, here comes all the YouTubers. Yeah. So he says, could an issue happen in Annie's house and went back without her to stage? Yeah. That's what they're saying. Cheers, guys.
Or not necessarily her, but somebody in that family dropped mom off at that 9:48 p.m. time. The cops went back, or the agency went back and impounded the vehicle. Okay. And now that.
See, and I have her missing event. The map is dependent upon a 10 p.m. missing. What I've thought all along is that right after that 9:48 time period, things are going down. Things are progressing. This is when the event actually really begins. I don't know. But it seems to be working out just perfectly with the ascendant in Libra, with Annie, with the Poetry Center and her work. So
you can, so everybody understands, right? We're walking them right through correct protocol. For that, you have to have some type of information, either conversation with family members and say, hey, so how'd your mom get home? Well, we drove her home and we dropped her off at such and such. Okay, I'll tell you what we have to do, and I'd like your consent. What's that? We'd like to process your car. Do you give us permission to process your car? Yes. Okay. If they say no, which they can, anybody can, no, you can't look in my car. All bets are off, and you go to a judge and you say, Your Honor, we have reasonable suspicion to believe that this car was used to transport this 84-year-old woman, and these were the last people that saw her in that car.
Well, and to be fair, we don't know that they said no or yes. We don't know what they said. We don't know what they said.
We would like to process it. And the reason being is there's blood on the porch. We found this in the house, this, and this, and this, and you have to.
I'm assuming so, Chi-Chi. I'm assuming that they did see the proof of life of her going in. And then right after the garage door closed, you know, they definitely have a specific timeline.
Lay out an affidavit of probable cause. Can anybody on the panel think of another reason?
I can't think of another reason, but I think you'd be foolish not to get a warrant because
Right.
that warrant's going to protect you down the line in prosecution.
Yeah.
So getting
So basically what Michael is saying is legit to me too, is like, why would you even ask them? You just go get the warrant and you do it. Because if you were to have to prosecute, you're just, I mean, you're regardless of what they say or not, you're going to get the warrant. Point blank period, you know? Nancy just give them $300,000 2 years ago to finish behind the house they live in. Wow.
consent is too flimsy. Yeah, they signed the paper, it was under duress, or they say
Exactly.
no. They could say no, then you, like you said, they called your bluff. So I think a prudent investigator would get the warrant and then go get the car.
Absolutely.
And freeze the car too. If they said no, well, that's great, but you aren't driving away in it. You would actually freeze the scene and get the search warrant. And as Mike observed, a signed consent form, defense attorneys giggle at that because they can turn it around and say, you know, the person who signed it saying, well, I was surrounded by cops and they had guns and they, you know, I felt that if I didn't, they were going to hurt me. And none of it has to be true. But if they say it and the judge,
They were late paying their taxes. Well, that would be interesting. That's definitely a Scorpio energy. And the moon is in Scorpio, so it could definitely have to do something with the taxes. What if whoever he is, dropped her off? She went in the garage, shut the door, and then he took the Nest cameras. So when he came back at 2 or whatever, wouldn't be, yeah. I mean, that's, whew, yeah. Yeah. Take the Nest camera off. Because they didn't say that it was destroyed. It was just detached. It was just detached, just taken off. I wouldn't want somebody all up in my taxes. My family member went missing. Yeah, true. Tommaso refused a lie detector, but I don't know if it's true or not. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to tell what's true, what's not. I mean, they were reporting that Annie was arrested yesterday, day before. I mean, then today. I mean, it's just like, what?
judge or magistrate thinks that it's possible, you can lose that evidence. So why roll the dice? Get the warrant.
Okay. Which leads now to the next piece of this. ICAC shows up with the UFED, and we've gone over this, right? Okay, Mike, you've run task force. You ran the Joint Terrorism Task Force. You were a commander on the JTTF for the audience here in Orange County, California. You guys have been there, done that. That's a huge, how many square miles is Orange County?
A lot.
Okay, it's a lot. Okay.
Yeah, Tucci, in my opinion, something with Annie and her husband is giving me spidey senses that they are all over this. I mean, she does her, I don't know. It's definitely weird. It's definitely weird, but who knows, you know? Who knows? It seems like it's much deeper, but I go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just like everybody else does. And I'm looking at the astrology and I'm thinking, okay, looking at the map, it definitely looks like a lot of defense, war, money. I can definitely see that angle. But then you listen to panels like this, and it makes more sense. It's not as conspiracy driven. It makes more sense. But I don't know. I'm from Tennessee. Tennessee, babe. Thank you. Thank you.
Mike he's cross sworn. His guys were responsible for catching terrorists. Okay. Mike, I come to you, okay, and say, hey, ICAC's at that house. What are you thinking?
I think that while ICAC is, I mean, their acronym deals with child pornography and stuff of that nature. At the end of the day, they're computer experts. So it's more or less, hey, what problem do we have in front of us? Okay, I have a team with that solution. You can call them ICAC, you can call them ABC, you can call them XYZ. But those are the professionals to be brought in to tackle that problem in front of us. So while I don't want to get caught up into their acronym or their focus, but they do have expertise that can be used, and that's the benefit of a task force. So you got all these resources available to you that you can bring in for specific situations. So I think the expertise that they're bringing in is more computer savviness and what they can get off cameras, computers, whatever else electronic wise is in the house. If her pacemaker is separated from her iPhone, that means her phone is there at the house. So there's data available on that, and leads to follow up on there too.
Okay, so you have ICAC going to the sister's house, and how do they correlate that back to the 84-year-old woman missing, whatever, 2, 4, 5 miles apart from one another? How do we make sense of that from the panel?
Well,
I think that should be a stumper. A good one to think about.
We don't know whether there was regular communication between Ms. Guthrie and her family via computers or the phone. You don't know whether, just as a matter of course, because these were the folks who dropped her off, I would want to be looking at their computers, if only to eliminate them from the possibility that they were conducting searches such as, where to buy tarps and
Yeah, tower ping. So I'm pretty sure I've got a tower ping that was saved that I heard about in this case. And let me see the ping. Let me look for it real quick. The ping for Nancy's device, I wanted to say was like, here it is, Nancy's pacemaker ping. It was at 2 a.m. February 1st. So 2 a.m. we got a ping. But it's at 2 a.m. How could that ping though? That would have been the last ping at her home. That 2 a.m. around that 2 a.m. time period. Yeah. That's it. That's it. It would have been, let me see the minutes on this. So at by 2:05 a.m., that's when I show that would have, it would have been a release of that device to the network. To the network. And the wake up call for the investigation just hit the the Department of Defense. That's when it just hit, per the astrology guys.
shovels.
Yeah, it was scary to hear that. All those coyotes. He did refuse the lie detector test. Well, that's going to tell them everything that they need to know. Yeah, technology.
You would want to know what they were doing. So, and I would think that any member, any person connected with this family would have to understand that they're going to come under that sort of scrutiny. It's just because, let's just say, for instance, it's somebody else.
But it's very important that we emphasize that.
His phone with those images of his illegal deer hunting expedition that's unrelated to the case.
I love the way you've laid that out.
Hold on, let's do that again.
That's unrelated to the case.
I love the way you've laid.
You look at something as simple as that and needed to forensically download his phone with those images of his illegal deer hunting expedition that's unrelated to the case.
I love the way you've laid that out. That's awesome. Bob, I see your mind going. What's up?
Well, let's
play through this.
I agree with pretty much what everyone's saying here so far. But just to be fair, some of this could be the ICAC.
Thank you, Lynette. Thank you, honey. Good to have you.
Detective downloading.
You know more than I think you do. Hey, keep it coming. I'm open. I'm open to what you know, Josh. Keep it coming.
The information to either verify or eliminate some aspect in a conversation maybe that occurred. We don't know how Nancy and Annie communicated. Maybe sometimes it was via email, maybe sometimes it was text message, and so we just don't know. So it may not be that they're focusing on them, although I tend to think that they are. But they could just be verifying some information that they gleaned from Nancy's house.
Okay, Gary, I chime in.
Well, the reason, and let me be clear, I and all of us are not casting aspersion towards a particular potential suspect or whatever. It's very important that we emphasize that. But part of the reason that I've been kind of horrified about even the possibility of a person in the family dynamic being potentially involved is because then think about what the implication of that would be. That somebody who is related or through marriage related to a person is pretending that a person has been abducted to collect money in some electronic way through a ransom for a person that's probably not even with us anymore, potentially, right? And then might additionally collect money through an inheritance or some kind of association with the family. What you wind up with is a horror story of a kind of double whammy scheme, which theoretically could lead to windfalls all around and so forth. And I hope to God that is not true, because it's just so horrifying about what that would. And so you have to think about that would be the implication of the idea, right? That you got to just think about that a little bit. And then, of course, if that were true, it would fall right into the bucket of what I've called in the literature elimination murder, right? Where you stage a thing that something isn't because you're taking somebody out of the way because they are an impediment to something like money or freedom because they know something or things like that. And as I said, if that I've been saying for weeks, not weeks, for multiple episodes, excuse me, for days, is that if that's what happened, it's always staged to look like an outsider. That is so common in what I call elimination murder that I've made it one of the criteria. The criteria for elimination murder is that you draw attention away by creating the picture of an outside intruder, right? And but it always gets caught because the person doesn't know how to do it well. And so I gave the example previously of the Lizzie Borden case. I know she was exonerated, but believe me, she did it. And in that case, where you staged the idea of an outsider, I mean, she did things that were so goofy, like rolling up her father's jacket that he meticulously took care of and putting it under his head to make.
Oh, thank you, Lenny. I appreciate it, honey. Thank you so much. The family might be innocent, and this might be someone the family knows. Yeah. Oh God, I hope not SLS. I hope not. Gosh. Hey, I was reading their voices saying they are saying if the family gave the police and the FBI access to their internet equipment. Yeah. Well, whether they do or not, I mean, they're going to get it. They're going to get a warrant for it. That's for sure. I would think anyway. I would think. Let's see. Let's move on with the live here. What else? What
Just
else
go
they
down
think?
that lane just for a second, because Mike has done a lot of, terrorist stuff. He's dealt with cartels. All of us here have had, our fingers into that game. All of our agencies were within 30 miles of the border, and et cetera. But Mike, I mean, what's your take on either keeping that on the table or off the table, and why?
I think it's got to go off the table because it's too clean. If they were to do something, if they're going in there to let me back up. Traditionally, when someone's kidnapped for ransom, it doesn't get publicized, and it's very quick and it's over. And they don't publicize it because if you kidnap grandma and the family pays $5 million, then the next person's going to kidnap grandma again, and somebody else will get paid $5 million. So those don't get advertised. And so it's definitely, I don't think it's for ransom. I don't think it's for money. It's going to be, to Gary's point, something a little bit closer to home. Is there, a family argument? Is there money due? Is there,
right?
But it's sloppy in the
And
sense
stupid.
that
And stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. Stupid. It's not a brilliant scheme, but somebody thinks it's brilliant.
Right.
Well, whoever did this, it obviously didn't go by plan. Things went terribly wrong here in this whole scenario, and they're covering their tracks the best.
Well, it didn't go too terribly wrong. It didn't go too terribly wrong. I mean, it just didn't. Yeah, I just saw that Seahawks won. They are the Super Bowl champs. Seahawks. I can't remember who I said was going to win. I can't even remember. It's so. That's what I was going to cover tonight, but no. I'll have to go back and look at my notes. The wrong bird. The wrong bird won. They're talking about Mexico. So they'll see if they can dig up something from North Carolina. That's wonderful. I'm pretty sure cadaver dogs have been out there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. They've had dogs out there.
They can. I mean, this whole business
Supposedly the best dogs.
of the notes and all of this just makes absolutely no sense, because they're doing everything that a traditional kidnapper would not do. So it didn't go to plan. I think that's safe to say. And so now they're just kind of shooting from the hip and really don't know what to do. Whether that, they watch something on TV about Bitcoin.
Yeah, the ransom is supposed to be paid. And K9 says, yes, CBP had tracking, trailing, and cadaver. K9's out there.
Coin being the ransom money.
And she's a K9 handler herself. So she would be in the know. She would be in the know.
Or if this has something to do with, who knows, some mafia connection or some, I'm not suggesting the mafia did. I'm just saying some,
Or send it over.
Emulating the mafia is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
This is like somebody who's watched too much television.
Yes.
And they thought they came up with the perfect crime.
Exactly.
and you nailed it, Bob. The perfect crime unraveled on them, and they're not smart enough to figure their way out of it. So they're shooting from the hip. They're dancing as fast as they can because
Well, I mean, they're not. They are smart. They're smart enough to get away with it for a week now, and you got top agencies on this case. I mean, the president is involved. I mean,
watching television does not prepare you to commit crimes. And
Especially at this
well, you would think if it was like yard keepers, construction people, people that had worked on the house, that the FBI, the CIA, the Secret Service, they would have already figured this out and got them. Yeah, the mafia? I don't know.
level.
yeah, exactly, at this level. But to me, there's almost like somebody watched too many episodes of Murder, She Wrote or Columbo.
Right.
And thought,
Murder, She Wrote. That's a long time ago. Mr. Lamb, that's a long time ago. Murder, She Wrote. Dang. They took all of their internet equipment. They're going to know anything and everything about this family. As they should.
this is going to work. And they're probably experiencing some form their brain gears are locking up because their perfect plan, which really wasn't, has now come apart. Now what do they do?
Right. And we should clarify for the audience, the reference to the mafioso thing is not to imply that any of us thinks that a group like that was involved. It's simply
The mafioso. Okay, so let's reiterate, Dr. Gary. Now we're definitely putting in a bias here. And we see that your last name is Brucato. So we're seeing a major bias with the mafia. You're not that deeply denying anything else but the mafia. So there's definitely a bias here. I'm catching on.
that it looks like somebody doing a pathetic impersonation
Exactly.
of that kind of thing. And I think
I agree, Debbie.
that is exactly correct, that this is somebody where, to add to the profile of this person, this is a cerebral person who thinks that he's smarter than other people. I say he because probability points toward a male ringleading or solo committing such an offense, but but not very well. And of course, the other thing about Bitcoin is you could easily send it to some overseas location that you intend to go to later. I think all you need, I mean, the privacy is one of the big appeals of Bitcoin, right? I mean, but you need a government issued ID to even go to one of those ATMs?
Well, you have to.
I don't know.
You have what I've learned is you have to show, there's like your wallet and that's why I thought, and we could be way off. I could be way off on this point, but it's not, you're not the sharpest tool in the shed if they did a head fake, the whoever behind the scenes said, we'll give you a couple $1,000, show us that mom's alive. Okay. And boom, they deposit it into the wallet. Okay. I mean, I don't want to go too far down that road for obvious reasons, right? Because she's still out there. But the fact that they swooped on that gas station and took the CCTV and then said, they're looking for a car, but for all we know, the guy got out, went to the ATM machine and, took the bait.
Well,
you could also have a clerk that if they're looking at 2:00 in the morning,
right?
The clerk calls in the tip line and says, "Hey, I work the night shift at Arco, and this car pulled up at 1:30. We don't get any customers between midnight and 5 a.m."
Yeah, that's great.
Right? So one car shows up and goes, "It may be worth looking into," and they swoop down and grab that tape.
Yeah,
but my question is, what benign reason is there that you'd be looking at septic tanks?
Well, you're going to do that automatically.
But why? I mean, I think the audience, it would be helpful for the audience to understand, because the audience heard that, and what they heard was, oh yeah, they think this is a homicide.
I mean, why a week later? This investigation is just like, I don't even understand. You got a high profile investigation going on here, and it's just botched all the way around. Why? That's what I'm asking. Why? Is there somebody being protected here? And is it somebody that y'all aren't even thinking of?
Why else would you look at septic tanks?
Rule it out.
Yeah.
Well, rule it out or rule.
I didn't see them looking in the. I didn't see them looking in there, getting in there, crawling in there, doing anything but just stabbing at it. Did y'all? I mean, did y'all see them getting in there and looking? Looking in the septic? They weren't looking in the septic. They weren't looking in it. They were stabbing at it. I mean, they've definitely gotten away. They're smart enough to have gotten away so far. So let's move it on. Let's see if we get
You're talking about
some
something that
more
was
better
planned, and then
conversation
you've
going
got to
on
cover it
here.
up. There's a very big difference. And it has, again, this is why we need to understand ultimately what the heck the motive was for this. But I still want to keep, just in fairness, I want to keep open the possibility that this is a totally unrelated outside character. Although we can agree, I think, that outside characters tend to have clearer motives. You rob, you quickly ask for ransom with proof of life, you sexually assault, you do something like that. Every day that goes on, it's like a rule that the number of days that go on without the motive being clear, the more you think about the inner circle and some emotional kind of thing, because the things that involve outside people are easier to solve, right? That's why the motiveless crime is the hardest to solve, right? Because you don't have a clear emotional reason. That's why, serial killers are so tough to catch.
Exactly, Josh. This is whoever this is understands technology. They definitely are educated. They're intelligent. They're intelligent. And you have to be intelligent to work with security with computers. A total computer geek for sure. Intelligence. I mean, it's so this person is intelligent. Yeah, it wouldn't be high profile if it wasn't her mother. That's right. That's right.
Because
And it's too bad that our missing kids don't get this much attention.
they don't have any relation a lot of times with the person. So I think I keep thinking inner circle, inner circle. So then my question becomes, based on what I'm seeing in the audience, if it isn't a family inner circle, what other kind of people could we think we mean? Like, Chris, I think it's important to emphasize you could be in the inner circle without being family.
Sure.
Right. So just for the audience's sake, what do we mean by that?
Okay, I'll start with John. John, what comes to your mind?
Well, I mean, we heard that it's possible that one of them has a gambling addiction. If they owe somebody a lot of money, then that could be a big motive there. Gambling. When the sheriff said, for all we know, they could be a victim, talking about Ashley coming out saying that Tommaso was their number one suspect. And then the sheriff reiterates, hey, we don't have any person of interest. And for all we know, or for all you know, they could be a victim. A victim of what? What could Tommaso be a victim of? Owing money? Somebody owing money and they came to collect a debt? And whether they get the debt or not, you took something from me, I'm going to take something from you. Whether the money is transferred or not. That's possible too. Then you're thinking that, hey, Emma, you're thinking that the ransom note is a distraction, and that's very possible. That's what they were considering as well, this panel with the interview room with Chris McDonough. He is ex FBI. And I think that's what that's where they're going, is that there's really not a kidnapping. That there is something that happened with them and then with Nancy. And this is, this is what's happened now. Now there's a ransom, a $6 million one at that. Yeah. They don't want a few hundred. They're not trying to get a few thousand. They're not trying to get 500,000. They're trying to get $6 million. $6 million. Wow. I mean,
Played this game quite some
But
time.
you could begin by looking at friends of the siblings. They are on the periphery of the family. They may even have been to the house, depending on what sort of celebrations they've had. And then you, of course, have gardeners and anybody that would come to the house regularly, the delivery driver. And we don't know whether Nancy had.
right? Can we just have just a little bit of that? Just fraction. I don't think that. I mean, I like this panel with the interview room. I love this panel. And I think that these retirees have a great sense of, they've got a lot of insight. And there's questions though. We've got a lot of questions that need to be answered. It's not just the people that are friends with them, but they have coworkers, where they work, where their kids go to school, where they eat, where they dine. And Savannah, she just had her homecoming. Look, she just had her homecoming 3 months ago. She just had her homecoming 3 months ago. On the Today Show, they do this thing where they have
back with the start of a very special and
homecoming.
very personal
This
new
was 3
series.
months
It's called
ago.
Homecoming Today.
And Savannah, we're going to start with you. You took us back to your old stomping grounds.
Oh, yes, here we go. I'm really excited about this. When people ask me, where are you from? I'm always proud when I say Tucson, Arizona. I grew up there, went to college there. My mom still lives there. And honestly, a part of me has really never left. So thanks to our sponsor, Visit Tucson, I got a chance to go home to show you everything from the giants of the desert to the people who raised me, and really why Tucson is unlike anywhere else in the world.
This is a whole segment on the Today Show. This was 3 months ago. So she goes back home. The whole segment is her showing the homecoming and what she's done and, where she's been, the college that she went to. And then they feature her mother and her sister. Watch.
But by
This is
far,
3
my
months ago.
favorite part about Tucson is family. El Charro is the oldest family-owned Mexican restaurant in America and the perfect place to catch up with my mom Nancy and sister Annie.
I come here every time I come home to Tucson. I have to come to El Charro. How long has El Charro been here? 103 years.
Carlota Flores has run El Charro for over 50 years, taking over from her great aunt Monica, the woman who's said to have invented the chimichanga. She treated us to a tradition from back in Prohibition when women playing cards would hide their tequila in teacups.
Cheers. Cheers. I love being home. Don't drink the whole thing. Well, Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you'd been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle. Yeah, I like to watch the javelina eat my plants.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home and
Yes.
seeing you guys. Should we raise a glass? Prickly Pear Margarita. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you.
Love you.
From the love of family to the familiar beauty of the scenery, I will always be a daughter of the desert.
Daughter. Oh, daughter.
Daughter of the
God.
desert.
That was like a movie.
Well, guys, I brought you a little something from Carlota Flores
so
and El
good.
Charro. This is the famous teacup. and the tequila, they would hide in it for prohibition. And as my mother said, it's quite smooth, and she put in an order for the tequila. So,
oh wow,
shall we just do a little
Cheers.
tiny
That is real
sip?
tequila.
It
for
is.
Nancy.
That was so fun to see your connection.
See, she just said cheers to Nancy. Cheers to Nancy. So this was, and again, she was talking about prohibition here. So I think that that's interesting that this took place 3 months ago as well. You know, want to keep that in mind. Definitely want to keep that in mind. Definitely want to keep that in mind. 3 months ago.
Had any connection with the senior center? People that might be the volunteers there? You begin doing a link.
Volunteers at senior center. I just don't see that. I definitely don't see that. I definitely see that we're dealing with somebody a lot more intelligent.
The brother-in-law and Annie.
Oh.
He didn't text
Hold on, let's
Savannah.
get back.
Let's say if it's a neighbor, if there's a vehicle involved, the only two vehicles I've heard is they took Nancy's car and they took Annie's car. Those are the two that I've heard that are impounded. And if the chat has something else, please provide us with that data. But we want to make sure we know for sure they took the victim's car and they took her daughter's car.
Well, apparently the car towed from the neighbor's house was in a neighbor's driveway.
Okay.
That was the report that I heard.
Okay.
Well, let me ask something. The person who has gotten busted for trying to parasitically benefit, I think in California, if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
has any link been established between that person and someone who knew Nancy?
No, there's a rumor that he's connected to some.
Yeah, Josh says, trust me, Annie and her husband don't have any money. 2 years ago, they had to borrow $300,000 to save their house from going into bankruptcy. So he could definitely have there could definitely be some debt being owed. I mean, not just the bankruptcy. There could be other debt, especially if he does have a gambling problem. It could be that when they were out for dinner, he owed money, a gambling debt. They asked Nancy and she wouldn't give it to him. They got mad because he owed a gambling debt. Yeah. Yeah. Savannah does look like her mom. It is heartbreaking. Definitely heartbreaking, Debbie. Yeah. I'd like to see them talk a little bit more about that to see if they even know about that.
In a band that the brother-in-law plays in, but that's just.
And they probably don't because we saw it live with JLR. We saw it live with him. So it's probably not even gone to the other news networks because we were watching it live on JLR. About now, I'm sure that the law enforcement knows, though. I'm sure that if there's any type of debt, if there's any type of gambling debt with Tommaso, they know. They definitely know. Yeah, he's definitely more intelligent than the senior center. Yes, I agree, Patricia. I agree. Well, I mean, it's not predictable. I'm not taking the word of a commenter. That's not the case at all. When the sheriff said that Tomas could be a victim, I mean, that just sealed the deal for me. A victim of what? A victim of what? So when that commenter today said that he had heard that he may have a gambling debt, nobody told it to him. He didn't know. It was just rumors. That made sense. It makes sense why he could actually be the victim of a gambling debt. I don't know. I'm sure that there could be other ways that he could be a victim. Yes, fair use disclaimer. Thank you, K9.
rumor where there's no
Oh, I see.
there's no solid linkage in relationship to that. The fact, but here's an interesting tidbit.
Mhm.
Guess who he texted? The brother-in-law and Annie. He didn't text Savannah.
Okay, the guy that was arrested in Southern
In LA.
California.
Hawthorne.
Let's listen to that again.
And they took her daughter's car. Okay.
Well, apparently the car towed from the neighbor's house was in a neighbor's driveway.
Okay.
That was the report that I heard.
Okay.
Well, let me ask something. The person who has gotten busted for trying to parasitically benefit, I think in California, if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
has any link been established between that person and someone who knew Nancy?
No, there's rumor that he's connected to somebody in a band that the brother-in-law plays in, but that's just rumor where there's no
Oh, I see.
There's no solid linkage in relationship to that. The fact, but here's an interesting tidbit.
Mhm.
Guess who he texted? The brother-in-law and Annie. He didn't text Savannah.
Okay, the guy that was arrested in Southern
In LA.
California.
Hawthorne, in LA.
I'd be looking at that.
Texted the brother-in-law and Annie about the Bitcoin you owe me.
Because oh, really? That's very
That's interesting. I had not heard that.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
That's extremely interesting.
Hang on for a minute. While you guys talk, I'm gonna try to pull up the I have the affidavit from LA.
Well, it's very interesting, Chris, because in Victorian times, in Victorian England, when you worked as a plumber and you knew there was a leak.
Yes, that's right. And I'm not sure, Dinah, which one it is, which El Charo it is, because I think that I've got this one being the one on Oracle Road on the map. And this has to do with Secret Service. So this angle on the map is going to go this way. So where they ate El Charo, and then this is the line that's coming down, and look, it's the Circle K. It's right there at the Circle K. And not only is it at the Circle K, but look, this is what's really cool about the maps is that here's the Circle K, and the line, the missing line, this Circle K is very intense with the Secret Service. This line is going over the right side of the building. And so when we look at the right side of the building of Circle K, this right side, this is where the camera is. That's exactly where the camera is. It's right there. On the right side of the building. See, my little man is looking at it. I'm looking at it. It's the right side of the building. That's Secret Service on the map. So, looks like the original El Chorraro downtown. Okay. Can you get me that address, please? I would really appreciate that. To get me the address so I can put it on the map. But it would be this one though that's going to be this. It would be this Circle K on Oracle Road. That's where they actually got the footage. And this is amazing to see that my line is going over the right side. And that's exactly where the camera is. And that's Secret Service. It connects to the Secret Service, and so does that other business. Now, whether or not the one that they ate at or not, it's this one that I'm suspect of. Right there is that one on Oracle Road. Here's where Nancy would go to church at St. Andrews. So it's right there. That restaurant is right there. So I'm sure that if Nancy ever went to church here, even if she was online, there is the restaurant as well. I have eaten. Thank you, Orb Attraction. I have. Yeah, I have, babe. Why did TMZ guy read the note on Fox News? That's a really cool map. I was wondering which Circle K it was because there are so many. This is it. This is the one on this is definitely it. It's let me go back down. Where did it go? Oh, no. I'm looking at casinos now. Yeah. Oh shoot, no. Where'd it go? Right there. There it is. And see, I got two addresses here. I've got the Catalina Church and I've got that restaurant. Yeah, restaurant is family owned. And it goes back to the prohibition, which is very interesting indeed. Very interesting.
Somewhere, right? In a large system of pipes. You didn't want to spend a lot of time and money and energy ripping apart the, everything. So you would get a device that created a plumber's rocket, which created red smoke. You would stick it in the pipe and you would wait to see where the little red smoke seeped out of the piping system and save yourself a mountain of energy, right? That's sort of what I think they're doing. You're looking for where the pipe system gets betrayed by who makes a financial transaction that makes it obvious who we're dealing with here. And that's why I think they've got some suspicions, and I think they just need money to get exchanged. And that's probably why they're saying, there's this whole idea of like people putting up the ransom, even though, it's you almost wonder if it's like to help catch whoever is doing this. That's like the plumber rocket. You see what I'm saying? Let them
and
the work do itself.
And does law enforcement have a person of interest along those lines? And that's how they went to the Circle K right after the vehicle left? Maybe. I don't know.
I'm inclined to think that they smell a rat and they are letting the smoke show where the crack is, rather than going through a lot more work. Time is of the essence.
So letting the rats eat the cheese, is that what you're saying, Gary?
Pretty much.
Or at least take a bite out of it?
Which is a smart technique. If that's
Yes,
what's going
absolutely.
on, that's very clever. I'm sure you guys have used them, techniques
Yeah,
like that.
absolutely.
Okay, so here is the complaint. The guy's name is Derek Colella. He's out of LA, and it's basically the disappearance. They lay it out in the first paragraph here. Nancy Guthrie was last seen inside a residence, Catalina Foothills community outside Tucson, January 31, 26. 84-year-old woman, mobility issues that likely precluded her from walking long distances unassisted. On the morning of February 1, 26, a friend of Nancy's contacted the victim's family and notified them that Angie had not attended church that morning. Now, this is interesting because the church thing has been a big question here, but here in this affidavit, they're mentioning it. At approximately noon, February 1, the family entered her residence and determined that she was missing and reported her disappearance to law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived shortly thereafter and determined that NG had left basic essentials inside her home, including her wallet, car, cell phone, hearing aids, and medications. NG's blood was found on the outside of her residence near the porch. On February 2nd, 26, KOLD, CBS affiliate in Tucson, received a ransom demand via.
Well, it wasn't her church. So her church, Nancy's church, is right here. Here's where Nancy went to church, is at St. Andrew's. This is where the sun in Aquarius was shining during the missing event. The sun was shining here for the future. Okay, so that's where when she went missing, the sun is shining here. But the vigil that you're talking about was held right there at a church that could hold over 500 people. And that is where that sun that goes to her church. It was in a good standing with this church, with contracts, with relationships, with balance and harmony.
Their online tip portal. The demand listed a Bitcoin wallet address to receive the ransom payment. On February 4th, NG family published a video asking NG's kidnappers to contact them on their mother, Countland 2. On February 4th, 26, shortly after the video was published, AC and TC, the daughter and son-in-law of NG, both separately received a text.
Right, but where she goes to church online is where I just showed you.
Text message from the following phone number. Bingo. So it was Annie and her husband got a text message from the guy in LA stating, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction." AC and TC received these texts while in Arizona. Law enforcement was able to determine through an open source method that the 0552 number was associated with a voice over IP, VoIP text and call application that allows users to attain another phone number for their mobile device. It's probably a Google Voice, right, or a Google number, separate from a burner number, from the mobile assigned to them by their wireless carrier. Law enforcement submitted an emergency disclosure request for the 0552 number. And by the way, it says 760, so that's a North County, Southern California number. Mike, what was your guys? 714, right?
714.
Yeah, so this is a North County number. Even though he's in LA, he sounds like he's from Southern SoCal.
North County, San Diego number.
Yeah, San Diego
Yes,
number.
right.
Yeah.
Diego number. So let's look at the map. Let's look at the map with San Diego and California. Here's San Diego. Definitely talking about that because look, the reason why we talked about this already is because is this line on the map that goes to Tommaso and Annie's house. So if we follow this conjunction with Nancy's natal, the FBI, this conjunction with the FBI, and we follow it out, right? We follow all this all the way out. What we're going to find is the United States-Mexico border with this one right here with their house. This conjunction now with the FBI and the missing event is going up here. So the conjunction with the FBI and the missing event it connects to Ghislaine Maxwell in San Diego with the third house of communications with the FBI. They've been here before. They've been here before with this guy. So we're smack dab in San Diego right here with the map. But for Nancy, this is where there is a lot of attention in Mexico. And these same lines are going over Annie and Tommaso's house. So, I mean, food for thought anyway.
That's interesting too, because that is a straight shot over to Phoenix on the 8th.
Well, I mean, Maxwell is in jail, but I mean, the Epstein files, 3 million plus documents were dropped by the DOJ when when Nancy goes missing. So could it be, that's the reason why that energy is going there? Maybe.
10.
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Based on the records provided, 0552 was registered to the following email, and they give the guy's name. And to your point, Gary, this guy's not the sharpest tool in the shed because they tied it back to his email. Anyway, they get the IP address and they go and get him. So then I'm going to share this one. They go get him. Oops, hang on. Let me.
I hope there's a connection.
I've been, mapping the missing for some years now. And I do have an experience with a case out of Kingsport, Tennessee, where there was a ransom and it was fake. And they were texting the parents of the girl that was missing. So, and that person is still not in jail because they haven't been tied to any wrongdoing except fraud and doing just goofy stuff like that.
Connection, if there's a connection between this person and so, because there's very little honor among thieves, and you could say to the person, listen, you want to lessen your sentence, help us out, break this net apart, whatever. I mean, it would be a helpful thing if it turned out that there's some stupid, Confederate that's become dragged into the matter, because the more people involved, the easier it is to get people to talk.
Yeah, and if law enforcement can flip one of them, give them the first bite at the apple, they'll make a lot of headway, as we all know.
So they read him Miranda. He waives, and he admits to sending the 2 text messages. So they're into that guy.
Yes, I've marked parts. I have marked parks on her map, Lenny, to answer your question. The whole family was in the files, even the mom. Yeah, exactly. I mean, is it a coincidence? Is it not? I don't know. Hey, Patricia, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you have subscribed because this is a channel that you're never going to find another channel like this one. Are you able to find Nancy where the lines are? Yeah. Yeah, we could. If the maps that I create work best with the information that the law enforcement know. If I'm not working with the law enforcement, which I'm not on this case, then it's very hard for me to find where Nancy's at. But if the law enforcement worked with me, it could be a slam dunk. We could do some great magic. Does blue line turn near them? Oh, I love you too, K9. I love you too, Jules. Thank you for being here, babe. Thank you. Weird that the mom's files, TMZ not reporting it, isn't it? Isn't it? They're none of them. So, I mean, that's the thing here too, is that it's like the files drop. The ambassador of Israel is in Arizona. It's a full moon in Leo. She goes missing. And nobody's talking about the files. We're all looking for Nancy. We're all looking for Nancy. On the map, I've got black lines, which are the FBI. I have green, which is missing, and I have the red, which is natal. That's what I have so far on the map. That's what I have so far on the map. And so this is where, this relationship, Juno is a relationship. It's right there. And we're going toward LA. We're actually going north of San Diego if we want to go to this relationship in California. We are going into the mountains, San Juan, Laguna Beach. And then this is where I hear that this guy is from, is Torrance, California. So this is more like it. This is the relationship. Juno and Capricorn, that's a relationship. That's the relationship.
Right now.
All connected. Exactly. All connected. Oh, thank you so much, Debbie. I'm so glad you are, babe. Where can I find and read the files? The Epstein files, just go to the Department of Justice. Just go to the Department of Justice and you'll find it.
So let's play this through. To your point, Gary, earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on the fact that he knew the cell phone numbers of Annie and her husband?
Right. Why wouldn't you go to the more celebrated member of the family, who probably has the most money?
Well, do you think if he's chit chatting, would that be enough probable cause to go back to the house at Annie's house with a search warrant? I would say yes. If they get enough intel there, John, Mike, what are you guys
If he
thinking?
has both numbers, that's no coincidence. You're right. That would be sufficient grounds. Why is he contacting? How does he have their numbers?
Yeah, he
You know?
knows them, obviously.
Yeah, he knows them. He's been in communication with them. Either that.
That's not necessarily true. Okay, so we live in the world of technology where I can find people's numbers. Sorry, guys, but I mean, we do live in a world where public records can even give you phone numbers.
Or a third party has passed the information on to him that these are the numbers. But what there's got to be a proximate connection between them and him, even if it's via a middleman.
Mike, you're thinking. I can see your gears
Yeah.
going, bro.
No, John's right. I mean, the 760 number comes back. You can be Carlsbad, Victorville, and Palm Springs. So it's only Southern California number. But then you don't just randomly get. You don't go searching for two people's numbers randomly. They're already in your phone book.
Right.
They're in your contacts, and so there's some sort of relationship there, whether it be band affiliate or acquaintance or whatever. And to, I think it was John's point, might have been Bob's, but that then gives them more reason to go back to the house and search devices to see what other conversations have they been having, or with whom, whether it be this person in California or a third party, and what conversations are they having with them?
Yeah,
Go
if
ahead.
there's a conspiracy, it may be unraveling on the tech that they have, email
Right.
or
Yeah, thank you, Army Vet. We got some good mods here. Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Snapchat or some of these other apps.
And it helps to explain the case becoming federal.
Well, and no, right. But now it could make sense where, let's say that guy with that phone that they hooked up in Cali, and they do a Celebrite dump on him, and they go, "Hey, kid, we got a lot of other problems here that you're going to have to explain, and we'll do some explaining for you." John, door number 1 or door number 2, right? Mike?
Exactly.
Yeah, Lenny, earlier today with the live, we were talking about hackers. We were talking about that. The text request did sound like the CIA guy knew Annie and Tom. I mean, he could have. He definitely could have. He could have known them. I don't know. But I can find addresses, I can find birthdays, and I can find phone numbers. And I don't pay for a subscription to public records. So let that sink in.
Do you want to cushion your fall? Do you want to be the first one to be Judas Iscariot? Somebody's going to give up the
right.
We happen to have a bag of silver right here.
Right.
So
First
now,
one that talks gets the best deal.
okay, so now all of a sudden the phone is picked up, right? Hey guys, go get the data on the phones and the servers at Annie's house. Click. Oh man. What do you guys have? Okay. Well, it's not the kind of stuff we want floating around the neighborhood, right? There's, 5 deer here, to use Mike's terminology, okay, of, CSA, right? CP
Let's
problems.
move into
Okay.
this
Uh,
live a little bit
yeah.
more.
So he had their phone numbers, like Mike's saying.
Oh, let's look at
That ties back to your phone.
In terms of technology, what do you need to know to send somebody that?
It goes over the cellular network or internet.
Is it a very sophisticated thing to do, or could any idiot
No,
do it?
anybody can do it. You ever heard of a Google phone number? So you have your regular phone number, and they call this ghosting, right? So you go to your Google, you download, you type in, and Google says, where are you? Well, I'm in wherever. And then it says, okay, here's a list of available phone numbers. Okay. And then you say, okay, I like that one. And like the 760, he tied it to San Diego. Okay. And he says, okay, click, got it. And now that ties back to your phone. And then you have to download the app. It's called, Google Voice. And your phone can ring now but you have to send that phone number out to somebody. You have to give it away. That people just can't find it. That's
what I wanted to know. You'd have to know
number.
someone's phone number.
Right. And you give it away, and then whoever has it can call it, text it, or whatever, and it rings just like a regular phone.
But if he has the daughter and brother-in-law's numbers in his contacts, he can initiate the chat from his end just on his computer using the VoIP system.
Yeah.
Hits their contact info, and that starts. So now they have his number by default of the chat.
Interesting. And who has the mother's phone with all the contacts in it?
Well, who has the mother's phone?
The mother's phone? The mother's phone's at the house.
That's what I want to know. It was definitely there. That's where they sort of disconnect from the.
It's in the affidavit there. Yeah. So he had their phone numbers, like Mike's saying. And he had one of two things. He could either use his digital device or he could use his computer. And you can actually, there's a keypad, you can just call from your computer or send a text, which sounds like he did.
Yeah. Chris has my VoIP number because I don't give him my real number. So
for obvious reasons, for many years, by the way. And he keeps changing it. And
I
that's
can't give mine
why I
away.
get so frustrated. I get so frustrated with it.
I just go out the street. You got anybody want it? And they say, no, thanks.
Sorry, Vet. Superstitious. Creole, honey. Creole astrology.
Okay, so it's usually written on the walls at many bathrooms in New York City.
Yeah, exactly. For a really bad time.
Hey, remember, I worked Vice from 84 to 86, but everybody on this panel, I wore the wire more than once, but we're not going to go down that road. Okay. But now this is an interesting development, though. The fact that we're having this conversation. Do you guys think, before we get to the next topic, because I want to get to, the ransom note real fast, and you guys still have you have time here? Are you guys okay?
Yeah, I want to talk about the video yesterday.
Okay,
it's at the right point. So
okay, and okay, so I want to kind of wrap this one up. Anybody any of you don't disagree or disagree with the fact that they could have twisted him on some other things that would have been kind of like a potential domino effect? Is that a possibility?
Yeah,
I think it is.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And it might even account for why there was additional work going on last night. If they got him in the room and said, here's, unless you really want to spend forever in prison, why don't you be a witness?
Yeah, was the SoCal guy, was he at the dinner on the other night? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, for all we know.
I mean, maybe they're looking for his DNA in the house at the table. I don't know.
Great. I love it.
Or he may have even picked up some version of what happened. So some episode that occurred in Annie's garage, something that led them to go back and look for something specific. But I mean, if you have voluntarily thrust yourself into this case,
Yeah, he's out of
and
jail. That dude in
made,
California is
and
already out
again,
of jail.
So
Collaborate in the band with.
that
Yeah.
you know,
A dude in California, he posted bond. I think he had I don't remember what the bond was. I want to say it was like 200,000. Thanks, Army Vet. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the Apple Watch went to the pacemaker. Nothing really happened last few minutes. You didn't miss a whole lot. I mean, I've been back and forth the map and listening to this video. Grandpa has a pacemaker that has a box that sends stuff like reports to the doctor. Yeah, it does. It does. Why did he wash his car at 2:09 a.m. the night he dropped her off? Ooh, Amy. Ooh, I haven't heard that, girl. Just coming in here and dropping some tea. Thank you so much. Thank you for that tea. Yeah, I don't know. Where'd you hear that from? Interesting. If he washed his car at 2:09 a.m. Wow. I haven't heard that one yet. Have y'all? Huh. Interesting. Amy coming in and just dropping
let's
tea.
talk about the
The footage from Kangaroo gas station or the Circle K gas station? Circle K or Kangaroo? Ooh, let me know because I'll be looking at some gas. I've looked at some car washes on the map. Let me know which one. Is it Circle K or Kangaroo? Circle K or Kangaroo? Let me know, Amy. Oh, the Circle K? Is there a car wash there? Let's look. I don't remember seeing a car wash there. I don't remember seeing that. Let's look and see if there's a car wash at the Circle K. I don't remember seeing one. There's the Circle K. See if there's a car wash anywhere around here. Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box got some cameras. I don't see a car wash. Let's go out this way. I don't see a car wash. I don't see a car wash here. I'm looking around though. Let's look around. Let's see. Also apartments. Also apartments are right there. but this is definitely pulling where the Secret Service showing up at Circle K. Yeah, well, I mean, there's no car wash here at the Circle K. I just showed you that. Nothing. There is no car wash there. No car wash at the Circle K. So it's got to be somewhere other than the Circle K. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. One more time. No car wash, guys. No car wash at the Circle K. I've looked at some car washes, but not there. Let's see. Yeah, there's no car wash here. Brakes, oil changes, groceries. I don't know. I don't know.
The ransom notes. I put a poll up. Should the family pay?
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to show it one more
What's
time.
your
Let
thoughts
me show it one more time.
on that? We'll start
I'm going
with
to show it
John.
one more
We'll
time
work.
here, just in case some of you haven't been in here. Let's go back down and let's look at this. It's a Secret Service line. Okay, it's a Secret Service line. We're right here at the Circle K. We're going to look at this line and we're going to see that the line is lining up exactly to the right side. The right side. Little man is going to be looking here to the right side. I'm going to look and there's the camera. There it is. Secret Service, the maps work when we work them. So I create maps for the missing, and this line is all about the Secret Service. And it's going over the camera footage, but there is no car wash here. This is the Circle K that they went to on Oracle. This is the Circle K. This one is the one that they went to secure the footage. This one. Right here. On Oracle. And there's no car wash.
Our way back over.
I think at this point, the entire procedure has been so corrupted, and this is not the typical kidnapping that we all think about.
You couldn't see the map? You couldn't see this map right here? Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Well, dang it. Dang it. Okay, so here's the Circle K on Oracle. Here's the right side of the Circle K. This is the footage right here that the Secret Service needs right here. Right there. Okay, I can see the map. I'm just making sure that y'all can. Okay, I can see it. So it's this line, the line of the Secret Service is going right over where I'm looking at. I'm looking at the camera right here. This is the Secret Service line. And there's just no, this is it. And this is the Circle K on Oracle. This is the one that where they pull the footage. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry, guys. So it's this one right here where the Secret Service have an angle that's going to where they ate at the El Chorro Cafe, where they ate 3 months ago. 3 months ago, the Today Show did a homecoming with Savannah. And during this 8-minute segment on the Today Show 3 months ago, that restaurant
But
is
by
where
far, my
where they're
favorite
about
part
to
about
eat here.
Tucson is family. El Charro is the oldest family-owned Mexican restaurant in America and the perfect place to catch up with mine, my mom Nancy and sister Annie.
I come here every time I come home to Tucson. I have to come to El Charro. How long has El Charro been here? 103 years.
Carlota Flores has run El Charro for over 50 years, taking over from her great aunt Monica, the woman who's said to have invented the chimichanga. She treated us to a tradition from back in Prohibition when women playing cards would hide their tequila in teacups.
Cheers. Cheers. I love being home. Don't drink the whole thing. Well, Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you'd been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle. Yeah, I like to watch the javelina eat my plants.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home and
Yes.
seeing you guys. Should we raise a glass? Prickly Pear Margarita? Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you.
Love you.
From the love of family to the familiar beauty of the scenery, I will always be a daughter of the desert.
Daughter? Oh, daughter.
Daughter of the
Desert.
desert.
That was like a movie.
Well, guys, I brought you a little something from Carlota Flores
so
and El
good.
Charro. This is the famous teacup and the tequila they would hide in it for Prohibition. And as my mother said, it's quite smooth, and she put in an order for the tequila. So, oh wow, shall we just?
Well, it means that the Secret Service, Emma, it means that the Secret Service and this where they went and ate lunch that day, there is something about it. Okay. There's something about that day coinciding with the Circle K and her going missing. And we see that there's 3 women, Savannah, her mom, and her sister. We see other people in the video. But this aired on national television on the Today Show 3 months ago. So it has something to do with the Secret Service going to Circle K. So I'm not sure what the significance would be, but it does make you wonder, right? It does make you wonder as a mapper. It makes me wonder, what is that significance? The maps that I create work best with the law enforcement and the information that they know. So if I'm not talking to them, then I don't know what the significance would be. They would know. They could help me out with that, or I could help them out with that. So if we go down further, here's the Catalina Church, El Chorro. We got where Nancy went to church. And this is the missing event. So the green lines are the missing event. The red is Nancy's natal. The black is FBI. The black is the top dog. And if we look at this event line with the Secret Service, and we see that it goes down to the Circle K, where they obtain footage from, and where that line is specifically going over the camera. What is the significance? And as a mapper, that's what we try to decide. That's what we try to decipher. You see what I'm saying? There is a Bitcoin deposit ATM right near that Circle K. What about the college where she went? Is that on the map? So where Annie works at the Poetry Center is right here. where she works at the Poetry Center, because here is University of Arizona, and they have University of Arizona, West University. This could definitely have something to do with someone that they know in the university. Or it could be Annie herself, because the missing event is rising here with contracts. And this is the Poetry Center, the Helen Schaefer building. Let's see. Could be somebody at the university. Here's the Drockman House, Cope Drockman House. It's going over that one. So it could definitely have something to do with the university itself. What is that? Okay, so this is University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, Department of Family and Community. That's what that one is. And I'm looking right at it. Disabilities. Two, 332. Okay, let me check that out. Two, 332 North Oracle. And that is Bitcoin. It showed old teachers with Savannah, right? So Bitcoin. What do you mean Bitcoin is right here? I don't understand. This is Circle K. So this is the same Circle K that I was just I was just showing you. So it's the same. This is it. This is what I want to show you that is most important. And it's this. The line is going right here over the surveillance right here. This is what the Secret Service is pulling. The footage right there. Boom, bam. Boom, bam.
I think at this point, it's going to be up to the family if there's
I can't believe it either. Yeah, Bitcoin ATMs in Kentucky. Wow. Yeah, I've shown his where he teaches. So where he teaches is but what's more important than where he teaches is actually the warring facilities. You'll want to go back. I mean, this live has been going on and on and on, but you'll want to check back and you'll want to see like the other places, like Honeywell Aerospace is right here. This is where there's a lot of warring that was going to show itself today and tomorrow, and it does. And as well as Tommaso, where he teaches grade school. This is where the Saturn was going. So Saturn and Pisces, the things that we don't see clearly, that's very foggy, that is slowing us down in the investigation, is going over the science and biology. And then we have a luxurious hotel. We have secure a plane here. And this is all about the warring with the technology and the defense system with the United States of America's intelligence defense systems. And the markets, the money markets, the money changers, money markets, right here. The Bitcoin too. Yeah, I'm not. I know that there's Bitcoin stuff, but I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I guess I'm old school.
The only way they would is if there's a promise that she's going to be returned, and however that might be. But I think at this point, the family's probably leaning toward it, and I wouldn't tell them no.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, that's a tough call to make, and that's why the FBI really leaves that up to the family when they're dealing with these situations. There's, I mean, there's heartstrings involved here. If it's my mom and I have the means to pay it, there's a good chance I would. I don't know that I would at this. I don't know. It's a very difficult decision at this point, knowing everything that we know about this case. That would be a difficult call to make. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't, in my opinion. So I probably would lean toward not paying for it. So,
Mike?
I think you have to be sensitive to the family, like it's been said earlier. I mean, if the family has the means, like Bob said, then you at least have the money ready to be paid. I think you need proof of life or to pay that, but also to validate that they're actually involved, because you've got this cat out in LA that's just pinging him. He's not even involved in it, or potentially not involved. He's just being evil, and so it's very methodical, and you got to be careful. But
I don't know, y'all.
Judging her or saying she's involved, okay, but
as if they're talking into a void at something that just doesn't give a damn. You know what I mean? It's like trying to, it's like I've heard stories from victims of very violent crime where they'll say, I begged, please, don't hurt my child. They've got their whole life ahead of them, and the offender just goes, takes the gun and does what they're going to do. And so it has that sadness to it in my mind, that it feels like pleading with something that just doesn't care.
Yeah, the maps that I create are very interesting. It's like the more that you know and the more that you look at these lines and you go closer in, you can see that there could be different places where it's going to come up. It's going to come up. Like I said, if I'm working with the information that the law enforcement knows, I mean, I'm way ahead of the game, but I'm not. I'm not ahead of the game right now. I'm behind. So I'm just listening to different videos to try to find where we could be looking other than where I've looked, so like Costco, Lowe's, Fellowship Apartments, different casinos. If Tommaso is a gambler, if he owes a debt and they came to take the debt with Nancy, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Epstein stuff. But look, if it does have something to do with the Epstein stuff, I've already got that covered. I've got the Fort Huachuca covered. I've got that covered. I've got the Fort Huachuca area covered. I've got Alan Dershowitz covered. I mean, I've got it. I've got them. I think that this could be definitely something that goes a lot deeper, but it may just be that he has a debt. They came to collect the debt. It could be a tribe. It could be a family owned, casino place, Tribes, Casino del Sol. The FBI is definitely showing up there with leads. And the leads are in opposition to Tommaso. So if this casino is connecting to Tomas, then we may be looking at a scenario where they went to collect a debt. She denied it, told him no. she was taken, or they didn't tell her anything about the debt and she was taken. And that's the reason why the sheriff said that he could be a victim, that he could actually be a victim. Why did he say that? Why did he say that? That he could be a victim. Well, the only reason why that he could be a victim to me, for me, is if maybe he owed somebody and they went and collected a debt. Yeah, I think that the CIA are, I think that they are all the big agencies are involved. Roger Road. Roger Road. Yeah, Fort Huachuca is, I've got an East Roger Road. I've got an East Roger Road.
But I think the observations are interesting. I just have to give the caveat that I've seen this kind of stuff, and you can't read into it because grief is all over the place. But I think we'd all agree that there's a different context.
Yes, ma'am, or yes, sir. I do have hotels on the map that are connecting to these lines. Yes. And he could definitely owe money. And that would be the reason why he is a victim. That would be the only reason why I could think of that he could be a victim.
For this sibling because of what the media is doing.
Yeah, I think that's a
scared and
fair
uncomfortable.
analysis from everybody. I think, they're, but then you add the dynamics of,
Yeah, right.
they're back at her house, they're photographing, they've taken her car. The guy in LA has her text number. I mean, those are kind of also, building blocks where you say, well, wait a minute, then there's more behind the scenes here. And then you add the behavioral context here, where you're going, well, it just seems like out of the three siblings, and I'm not judging her or saying she's involved. Okay.
And thank you all so much for being here. I've been live for a long time and streaming all day since noon today. I appreciate you guys being here, hitting that thumbs up, subscribing. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. The maps that I create are so innovative. This isn't a channel that y'all will ever find anywhere. So welcome.
But her persona is much different
what I
than
did. I don't know what I did, but now I'm just looking at all the data. Oh, that's weird.
Savannah, much different than her brother. I mean, I think I can.
What did I do there? I'm seeing video ID, connection speed, network activity, buffer health. Dang. Huh.
That Brian Enton had, and who, by the way, in my opinion, is a really good.
Let's go back. Hold on.
Sister and disconnected, and then we have to question. Well, then how'd the blood get there?
So has anyone brought
door open?
There you go.
Has anyone talked about the Ring cameras and how you need a special screwdriver to take them off that mount? Because the mount, from what I saw, the mount looks
it's a nest
secure.
Mike,
it's a nest. Okay. The mount looks secure against the house, which means they had the tool to unscrew the Nest camera from the mount, which is a very specific screwdriver for those cameras.
Okay, I'm not sure about the Nest, but with my Ring camera, I don't need a screwdriver. Now, I have two Ring cameras. One's hardwired, the other has the battery. The one with the battery, all I need is either a small screwdriver or even a paper clip, and I can punch a little tab on the underneath of it and pull it off the mount so I can go charge the battery. So it doesn't take a lot, and quite frankly, they're not all that secure. Now, Nest might be totally different. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat that has a Nest camera can tell us, but they're not that difficult. I think a lot of these things are made pretty much the same, and so if it's a battery operated Nest camera,
We are Orb. We've been going for hours, girl. Thank you, babe. Thank you, Witchy Mama. It is always an informative and fun ride, and wild too. It's that Jen After Dark that gets you. Since the beginning, I have felt her energy around flowing wells and Roger Road. Interesting. Need a break from memes and break on Nirvana, so came here to see what's going on. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. People said Annie and her brother part of the crime hiding. Could be. PSYOP to blame cartel and invade Mexico. Yeah, Isabel, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, 9 hours and 50 minutes. Jesus. I'm trying to grow this channel. Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. When I create maps, so here's my goal. My goal is to work with the information that the law enforcement knows with the maps that I create. Nobody else in the world does maps like I do. And so that's my goal. And until I reach that goal, I've just got to keep going. Like the Energizer Bunny that just keeps on going. Yeah. My goodness. My goodness. Thank you, TWC. Thank you.
Camera, it's not going to be difficult to remove. You can even without a tool, you can probably take it off. I know I can my Ring camera.
But this one looked like there was a doorbell, which would be a wired device. And I
No.
know mine has a special screw for it.
And it could be, Mike. Pull that video up, or the still of the front door, Chris.
Okay, I got you guys keep chit chatting here. Though I got.
There is it looks to be
Thank you, Angela, you sweetheart. I'm not far behind you, babe.
a doorbell, a hardwired doorbell to the right of the window where the Ring camera or the Nest camera was mounted. So looks like there was a Nest camera and then a
Oh, he was talking to the dude with the mustache, with the white mustache up there in the right-hand corner, if that's who you're talking about. He was talking about Murder, She Wrote. He was going back to the old Murder, She Wrote. I was like, dang.
separate hardwired doorbell.
Going back.
Yeah, that was a great catch, by the way, last night that you had. Let's go here.
Right, and I want to say, just because of what people are saying in the chat, yes, it's true. It may be that I just don't understand how pacemakers work, and there's something that you really need to leave for a cardiologist to kind of.
We let Gary out for 72 hours on the weekend, and we escort him around town, and
take him to the mall for Aunt Annie's pretzels.
Whatever he needs, call Ubers for him. So
right.
those of you who are hammering him.
So
go
you
ahead,
see the
Bobby,
window
on your
there.
observation.
Okay. Yep.
Just above the doorknob is the Nest bracket, and over to the right.
Thank you, Lynette. Thank you, honey.
On the right side of the window on the frame is the doorbell.
Okay.
And if you go down, if you widen that out a little bit, Chris, go down if you can, widen out just to show the flower. There you go, right there. So see the wiring that's going up into the wall. That's probably there's probably a light switch on the inside of the house, but that's probably the wiring that goes up to the hardwired doorbell. And I don't know what year the home was built, but all of the Guthrie children were raised in that house, so it's at least 40 years old, 40 maybe 50 years old. I don't know, but that looks pretty typical to me. 50 you think? Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, and that was a great observation. So, and tell them also, Bob, what you said about if it's a battery operated doorbell, which could explain the second piece of this here, person seen on camera 212.
So you remove the camera from the bracket, that does not turn the camera off. The only way to turn off at least on my Ring camera, the battery operated ring camera, is to pull the battery. So there's no on and off switch, and it will continue to run. And most likely when they said that it had captured a person, an image of a person on there, it could have captured an image.
Yes, that's what her dad passed away. Savannah's dad passed away when she was in, it was either high school or college, but I want to say high school. I think that's correct.
Of a person, but it most likely captured just movement. And the reason we don't know is because it wasn't connected to the cloud. They didn't have a subscription, wasn't connected to the cloud. So you can look at a live view of it and see, but it's not going to make any recordings. Okay, so somebody wrote in here, the Nest needs a screwdriver. Okay, so apparently it does.
Yeah,
because it looks like the frame is still intact, so they likely did not knock it off with their fist, or
And the device has not been recovered.
No, not that we know of.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you guys have any discussion in the past about the Nest still recording and sending images to the cloud, even though the homeowner does not have a subscription, but the Nest corporate can still record those things? Has that been discussed at all?
No.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just, I mean, that's how law enforcement ties in all these neighborhood cameras into a bigger system with all these subscriptions. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Nest corporate, in the terms and conditions in the fine print, says that they can still record all of your stuff, even though you don't have access to it.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, again, it can be some historical data that needs a search warrant to get retrieved, all those steps. But there is that potential that there is some footage available.
But in order for it to be to go into the cloud, it has to be connected to Wi-Fi.
Right.
Right. So if they removed it and then drove off with it out of Wi-Fi range, it's dead. I mean, it's dead as far as the cloud goes.
Yeah.
I love our chat. Look at this. According to Pima, thank you so much, Beach Chillin'. The house was built in 1969. You know?
There you go, John.
There you go. Okay, so
Bob heard that.
So Gary,
I was 10 years old, so
I want to hear more about, just real fast, the type of person that will stay in this house for 39 minutes potentially.
Let's look at the map for a second, because Davis, Month, we've got another airstrip right here that I definitely need to mark. We have another airstrip, because I'm thinking that the next line that I draw for the FBI is going to be somewhere around here, maybe somewhere around here. It's trucking company. What is that? Border Patrol. Here it is. Border Patrol. Okay. Perfect. Border Patrol is right here. Yeah. This is what I'm thinking is going to be my next one. So tomorrow's live, when I do a live tomorrow with the map, I'm going to show more of what I put in tonight. So Border Patrol, I'm thinking that this is going to be the next line that I draw for the FBI. And this is where we've been before with the Border Patrol. This could definitely have something to do with the immigration crisis that we have ongoing. Definitely. And this is the Davis. So this is the Air Force Base right here. This is the entrance into the Air Force Base. the entrance into the Air Force Base. Important. The military is showing up way too much here on this map. It really is. The South Node in Virgo, where we've been before with the health factor, showing up way too much. So Border Patrol, and then here is the entrance into the Air Force Base. Yep. Helicopters. Look, there's the helicopter pad right there. Interesting, interesting, interesting. This case is so baffling when you listen to the chatter, and then you look at the map, because it would be this helicopter that I'm looking for. This one right here. I'm going to circle it so I'll remember. Be this one, this helicopter that I'm looking for. Wow. Wow. I'm going to be dreaming about Nancy too, honey. I mean, creators got to create, honey. Let's see. Yeah, it would be this one. It'd be this helicopter. I'm looking for it. Not this one, this one. Not this one, that one. Because the line's going right over it. The line is going right over it into this Air Force Base. Interesting. So we definitely have military equipment here, military vehicles. Military vehicles right there. I mean, looks like landing pads to me. I don't know what that is, but it looks like landing pads. We got bombers right here, it looks like. It's too much military stuff on this map that's showing up and showing out. This is definitely a live map. This is a live map. Whether or not that's an old image or not, don't matter. You see what I'm saying? This map is live. So it doesn't matter if that one was there or not when the picture was taken, because the line is going over that one. And so it's that one, whether even if it was there, even if this picture is showing the helicopter there at the time, doesn't matter, because I'm trusting that the line is showing me exactly which one it is I'm looking for. Could it be this one? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it would be that one. Then we have the airstrip here. So we have the airstrip at Fort Huachuca that's chiming in like crazy with the FBI and the missing event. And then we have this airstrip right here. The military lines are just they're too potent to not see it. Look at that. And you could say, well, it's because it's Arizona. There's a lot of military. There's a lot of this. There's a lot of that. True, but the line should be telling the story. You know, people lie, but the map don't. It's not a coincidence. No. Not a coincidence, guys. This is more than just, this is more. The Air Force. And see, it's like when you watch stuff like, this panel, then you get a different vibe, right? You're thinking one way, but when we look at the map and we see all of this military stuff, it's just wild to me, you know? Yeah, but it doesn't, what I'm saying, Alan, is this, is that the map that I'm creating, it doesn't matter if this is it doesn't matter because we know that this is still a military base. And the line is showing that there are still helicopter pads up there. And so I've circled the helicopter, whether it's there or not, at the time that the picture was taken, whether it doesn't matter. Like, I don't want you to lose sight of what I'm doing here. And so the lines, the way that you could learn it, what I'm doing here is I'm taking the geometric angles of the time that Nancy went missing. And I'm placing a map at a 90-degree angle and I'm using the tool of astrology to map it. And so what I do is I take the geometric angles at the time that she goes missing, and I take that astrological chart, I flip it at a 90-degree, and I place it on the Earth's terrain. This is a NASA-based type of system that works when we work it. And I'm the only one that I know of in the world that does it the way that I do. It's innovative, it's different, but if you just stick with it and you see the maps working, it's hard to deny that it's working, because it's telling a story magically and we don't truly know why it is or how it is, but it is. And it's just taking all of that and it's placing it at ground level. And so there's a method. There's a method to it using a compass bearing. Okay, and so the red is Nancy's birth. As soon as Nancy was born, this chart is showing me from this home, it's showing me this map is, I'm putting the chart into a map. I'm putting the FBI because anything and everything that's ever been created has a time stamp. It has a time that it was created. So I have the Department of Justice. I have Witness Protection Program. I have anybody and everything that's ever been created. I can create a chart for it and I can place it on the map at ground level. So the green is always going to be consistent with my maps, and that is the missing. Once she goes missing, the map starts to place the missing attributes and missing behavior on the terrain. And then I get the FBI's chart and I start mapping them. I start drawing out the angles. And it's not something that you can just come in chat and you can understand immediately. You're just going to have to watch me for a minute. It's not something that you can, it's like astrocartography, but I'm way ahead of that. So astrocartography is different, but it's kind of the same. I'm definitely charting it. I'm charting it on the Earth's terrain. But like, if I were to just show you my software, of the astrocartography, you're going to be like, this is nothing like what you do, Jen. It's not. This is so different. And if it would make more sense, I think, to go to, let's see, what is their website? A matterofperception.org. Okay, so if we go to a matterofperception.org and we look at the method, we look at the method. Okay, this is a video that's going to show you what it is. Here we go. So time and gravitation have no separate existence from matter. So this is the way that I'm mapping, okay? I do distance too. Yes, you'll see it. Watch this. Watch this, Alan. I think you may understand this a little bit better. Here you go. So we have a point, and the point that we begin at is where that person was last seen. And what I've done is Renee with a matterofperception.org, she's retired now. And so she has put in a lot of research at a matterofperception.org. She's put a lot of research into this mapping. But what I told her is that I am going to evolve her research. And she said, really? How are you going to do that? And I said, well, you are not using everything that's available in a software. So while you are only mapping, let's say 7, 8, 15 points, I'm going to map 50. I'm going to map more because I think that this research needs to evolve, and I think we need to expand the research. And so I'm researching, I'm watching, I'm observing, I'm learning every day, and I'm only getting better because the way that I do it, you see, because my map, when I put that this line connects to the Secret Service, it's because I know the Secret Service chart. So this map, this research wasn't taken into the consideration of the degrees and other charts. I'm a degree person, so I notice patterns with degrees. And that's why I know that this angle, this geometric angle, is with the Secret Service. And it goes to Nancy's church, where she was going to church. So, or where she attended church online. So see where Renee with the matterperception.org, her great research, where she was learning how to map, she was mapping these, only these. Okay, well, I'm going to map more. I've got Zeus in there. I've got Kronos. I've got Hades. I've got Sedna. So I've got hypotheticals. I've got asteroids, right? So here's the degrees. And so those degrees are computed into a longitude. And that's how we do it. You're going to see. So these angles are forming in the sky, and we're going to put them on the Earth's terrain, right? Yes, I'm taking AMAP to the next level, Patricia. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking their beautiful work, their studies into something so much more. Not to be boastful, not to be prideful, but to extend and evolve their beautiful work. Now here's where it's going to here's where we do it. So the 12 signs times 30 equals 360 degrees on a compass. And so Aries is going to start with a 0, Taurus is 30, Gemini is 60. So let's say it's a 5 Gemini. Well, you're just going to add 60 and 5. If it's a 5 Cancer, you're going to add 90 and 5. It's going to be a 95 compass bearing. So it's going to be a 95 compass bearing is going to look just like this. It's going to look just like this. We're going to go, if it's a 95 compass bearing, we're going to go 95. And I want you to see the bearing. You see the bearing? The bearing is the lowest number that you see on there. It's got the length, it's got the latitude, the longitude, and then it's got the bearing, a 95. So that is a Cancer 5. If it's a 5 Aries, we're going to go, Aries starts at a 0, and it's going to be 5. But see, on a chart, Aries is rising here. But we have to flip the chart at a 90-degree angle, because what does that mean? In the beautiful sense of astrology and the square to Earth, it's a 90-degree angle. So you flip it. You flip the chart at a 90-degree angle, and this becomes Capricorn. This becomes Capricorn. You're rising in Capricorn. You come to the Earth to learn responsibility and accountability, and it's all about the world. The world is a challenge. The world is a challenge. Earth is a challenge. So we flip it at a 90-degree angle. You're coming into the Earth. You're rising. You're being born. You're crying. This is where you're rising at. When you come from the mother's womb, you are rising here on the Earth's terrain. But when I read it in a chart, this would actually be Aries. But see, I flip it at a 90-degree, and now all of a sudden, this is Aries. And so Aries starts at a 0. Then it goes to 30 degrees. This is the 30 degrees compass bearing. It's going to be right here. That's going to be Taurus. And then a 60-degree compass bearing is going to be Gemini. And so it's flipped at a 90-degree angle. So it's different. It's so different than what we would read on a chart. So going back to AMAP, and it shows you all of this. The Aries is 0. Taurus begins at a 30. And what she's showing you is the sun measures 25 of Virgo. Okay, let's go to Virgo. Virgo is 150. So what she's going to do is she's going to add 25 to 150 and make that a 175 compass bearing. 175 compass bearing. So the moon is measuring 23 of Gemini. So she's going to Gemini. She's going, okay, 60. So she's going to take 23 and 60 and add it together. And that's going to be 83. So the 175 minus the 83 degree is a 92 degree square. So there with this angle, the sun and the moon, the dad and the mom are challenging this person. The work and home is challenging this person because it's the sun and the moon. And it could even be about the mother challenging the communications with their sibling because Gemini rules siblings. You see what I'm saying? So we can think about that square in so many different ways and the way that it's going to express itself in the outer world. She's going to go into case examples, and then here we go. We're going to see a little bit more. So there are 360 directions from the point of disappearance that must be considered when searching for the missing. So you have 360 degrees that you're search for the missing. What I'm doing is I'm creating hotspots. I'm creating hotspots from all over, and then I'm coming down and I'm creating hotspots down into the area of where that person went missing. And all you got to do is just know how to read a map, go to the hotspot, and look for that person. And that's Renee. So they've done case studies. They've done their due diligence. That is for sure. So the description of right lines and circles upon which geometry is founded belongs to mechanics. Geometry does not teach us to draw the lines, but requires them to be drawn. And that's per Isaac Newton. Per Isaac Newton. So we're using a methodology that is really not new. It's just new to you, you know? It's really not new. So I hope that that helps explain what I'm doing here. I think so. Yeah. I mean, so that's what we've done. So what we did, Alan, is we heard from JLR that there could be there was a neighbor that came up and he was like, I think that, the Tomas could have a gambling problem, or one of them could have a gambling problem, have a debt. So what we did is we started putting different places on the map. Like places with casinos. So we've got one right on the border here. Let's see. Here is the Casino del Sol. And this is where the FBI is receiving information. And this line actually connects to Tomas. And so it connecting to him, it's actually opposing him with a debt. So this would be the debt holder, if you will, per the map. Abby, I'm sorry that it doesn't make sense. You'll just have to think harder, babe. You'll have to do your due diligence. You'll just have to, I don't know what to tell you, honey. What question do you have? Caramel lover. Oh, Patricia, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. I'm trying to help out. Making it make sense, It's not easy to explain, but here's another casino that the missing event was rising with contracts. With contracts. It's rising with a contract. And so this is another one that could definitely be looked at. It's the problem that I'm having with her map is all of the military that continues to show up on the map. Why would they? Abby, why would they? Why is there even Abby, can you make this make sense? Maybe you can make this make sense, Abby. Why is it that we have a whole government and people of high authority that are selling our children? Why is it that we are having a Department of Justice dropping millions of documents with the Epstein files? Can you make that make sense to me? I need that to make sense. I need that to make sense. Because when Nancy went missing, that's what we were going through. We were going through a millions of documents being dropped by our Department of Justice having to do with people wearing suits calling themselves our leaders. We were taking inoculations because we trusted them. Can you make that make sense to me? You know what I'm saying? I mean, none of this makes sense. So why wouldn't we look at everything and anything that we see on the map? And what we are seeing is that there is a lot of activity going down per this map on military bases. I'm just saying, this map is telling a story. It's telling a story about Tomas. It's telling a story about a possible debt. It's telling a story about our defense system, about our connections with Israel here, the connection that these aerospace defense technology is going to also Arkansas. And so I don't know why. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out myself, you know? I'm trying to figure it out. And I don't know. I don't even know why you're in here. Why be rude? I just don't even understand it. If we're grown, I mean, I would assume that you are, Abby. If we're grown in here, why even go into a chat that you don't agree with? Do you just want to go in somewhere and argue with somebody? I'm doing big things here. Okay. Thank you. Goodbye, Abby. You can call me batshit crazy. You can call me whatever you think. I don't care. I'm just fine without you, honey. All of it's intertwined. All of it. It's all connected. The ambassador of Israel comes to Arizona the day she goes missing. It's hard not to think about all the things that are going on in the world with Nancy. And then you look at her map and it's like, okay, yeah, I can see that connection with Tomas, but I can also see a connection with the military. Is it because the military is going to save her? Are we going to have, is that why Fort Huachuca is showing up so strongly with their airspace? Is it why, there's so much to this map and I've gone over it for 11 hours now or 10 hours now, Where is Cold News on the map? Can you give me an address? If you can give me an address, Alan, I will be happy to put it on the map. Mexico border a few miles away, exactly. It could be. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So I need the address for TMZ. Let's do that. Let's pull these news stations that got the ransom and put them on the map. Abby, you need to leave, honey. I thought you were gone. I thought you were gone, hon. You need to go. You really need to go. Either stay in here and be quiet and learn something, or go, because you're distracting, and we've got enough distractions going on in the world. And if you get her, honey, you need to leave too. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. There we go. Y'all can be in your own little world. Abby, goodbye. Goodbye, honey. Goodbye, honey. Just stop trying to distract and argue, okay? Lordy. Lordy, lordy. Okay, so Alan's got cold news is 7831. That's what I'm talking about. North Business Park. Just because we don't understand something, you don't have to knock it and just act like a just goofball. Let's see. Okay, so this is a good one. Okay, so this is cold news. Let's see which one this is. And we need TMZ too. So this is going to the missing Juno. Interesting that that's the news station. And the line is coming here. See what this is. Human Mind Circle? Amazon. Amazon. This is Amazon. So we got a hotel here. And then we got Amazon right there. Human Mind Circle. Yes, Witchy Mama, thank you. If you're in here, Witchy Mama, I've got you. So this is Amazon. Amazon. Let me put that. And we know that Amazon's not been doing good. Jeff Bezos was definitely in transit when she went missing. Amazon's not doing good. So here we have the news station. 270.87. That's a 17 Capricorn. Okay, so this was being opposed. Okay, so Jupiter during the missing event is in Cancer. So I need to draw that line. I need to draw that line, and it's going this way. And so that news station is going to be opposing Jupiter, the law. Interesting. Interesting, because that's going to be a 17 Capricorn. And the missing Jupiter was a 17 degree. Let's see if, hold on, let me look at the missing event again. Let's see, Nancy Guthrie missing. Let me see. That's opposing Jupiter. Dang it. Where's Nancy's missing event? She goes missing. The law. Let's see if we got a 17 on here. I know you can't see it right now. So we got the 17 Jupiter. It's opposing the relationship. So we only have the relationship that's going to California. We have the relationship that's going to California with that one. All right. So what is the TMZ? KVOA? Was that one of them? KVOA, was that one of them that received one? Is it possible? Yeah. Yes. Thank you for your super sticker, honey. Your super chat. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I think it could be. Headquarters is located at 13031 Jefferson. West Jefferson Boulevard. Ooh, Los Angeles. Is that where they're located? Dang. Let's see where this is pulling. So it's right by him. That's the Juno. So that, okay, so that is what, it's him that is opposing the news station. The news stations, it's him. Unless there is somebody else in California. And look, when she goes missing, this is the most interesting part about it. Is at 10 o'clock. Let me show you my whole screen. Hold on. Let me show you my whole screen here. Is this right here that's opposing Jupiter, which is the law. And it's also all that Epstein files. It's also the Epstein files, guys. This is it. So the news station is in an opposition here. So at 10 o'clock, this is the public image. This is the home. This is the reflection. Jupiter and the moon are side by side. And we've got this fourth house of home, Juno. There is a relationship right here. Now, check this out. This 342 with a divine justice of Australia and Pluto in Aquarius that is forcing corruption, forcing it to the public eye from a home. All this corruption. And it's going to California. So that 342 connects to California, but it also connects to Oklahoma. Okay. And what's happening is there is an opposition with Trump. It's a major opposition that is coming with President Trump. So what's going to happen is this 342 is going to come to a 344. And once it does, it is in a major opposition with President Trump. And it's going to be right here. Oh, hold on. Right here. So by midnight, the first, we got this full moon going on in Leo, and we got the fourth house of home, and it's in an opposition with Trump. But guess what? It's not just connecting Asteroid. She's not just connecting and conjunct Pluto anymore. No, now she's in Mexico. Now she's connecting to Mexico. And Mexico is in opposition. Mexico and Trump was in a major opposition at this moment in time at exactly midnight, Arizona time, Sunday. It's 12 a.m. Sunday. Something begins and ends with a relationship, with groups. We've been here before. And there it is, a justice that opposes him. So then, not only that, we have Pallas, the investigator in Pisces, and she is going to be shaking things up at midnight with the Department of Defense, with the Department of Intelligence, with the NSA, with the NSA as well. So look for active and closed mines. Look for husband's old mining engineer job sites. I mean, just give me those addresses, Willie. Give them to me, honey. I will put them on the map and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what comes on. But I'm going to work more on the map tonight in the morning, and I'll be back live again tomorrow. So you guys be sure and like, subscribe. That way you can be notified. Hit the little bell so you can be notified when I go live again. That way you're able to definitely get notified because I'm going to add more in. And I want to show you guys like where Jupiter is. I think that Jupiter is major. I don't even know why I don't have that in there yet, but I'm going to. I'm going to. I'm going to put that in there, and then we're going to look at it tomorrow. I think once we do that and we really get a good look at all of this, it's gonna make more sense. We're only getting better. I'm only getting better. So what's gonna happen tomorrow? Well, we're gonna see the NSA really come into transit. And again, until the end of February, the FBI, Tomas, the NSA, they're gonna all be in transit together. They're just gonna be hanging out until the end of the month together. There's a breakup with communications and the Bitcoin. So we're going to be able to see that. And we're going to see things come about with New Mexico. Like I said earlier in the live, we're going to see things. And I've given you the time dates and everything. You may have to watch some of the earlier live and skip through it to find the good juice. But, you know, thank you, honey. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you so much. I will definitely be coming on again tomorrow. So y'all wait, not wait, but y'all watch for me. And any addresses that you want me to put on the map, let's put them on there. Let's talk about it. Venezuela and Iran retaliation, possibly. Can't forget about them. There's a lot of things that's going on in the world, that I just saw Ghislaine Maxwell right there. And Alan Dershowitz, I don't know. There's a lot more to what's going on. It's a lot to it. She is definitely what's going to happen with her tonight and overnight. I don't know. It remains to be seen. But Arkansas, um, yeah, Mexico. We already have a reigniting of a flame here tonight with Mexico. There it is. Epstein is definitely in transit all day today. Major devouring energy with him. So, yeah, it's wild. It's wild, guys. But I am going to get some rest. I want y'all to get some rest too, and we'll pick it back up tomorrow. We will pick it back up tomorrow. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yeah, I've got that on the map. Alan, I've definitely got that on the map. That was one of the first places I put on the map. It sure was. It sure was. Because you just never, I put Utah State University too. Because you just never know. I don't know what is really going on here and who's really in charge. Who's really running the country? What's running the country? You know what I mean? We'll watch for you, but you better get some sleep tonight. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to, Mary. I'm going to, and I appreciate you, Sharon, for hanging out in here and being a beautiful, great moderator. Insurrection, yeah. And thank you, Witchy Mama, for offering to help out. I appreciate you. You're so sweet. My passion is contagious. Thank you. I try. I do have a lot of passion. I'm so glad that you can sense that, Patricia. Really, really. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. But yeah, what I was saying is Sebastian Rogers is missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. He went missing when he's 15. He's now 17. And we are going to be having a gathering of voices soon for him. We're going to be challenging the sheriff's office, the investigation. We feel like it was botched. We feel like there could be so much more that we could do. And it would be great if we had so much more publicity on his case that just, would just never go away. And I guess all parents would want that, right? They would want so much attention on their kid's case. And the FBI does have a $50,000 reward for any information that leads to his whereabouts. So I'm going to end this stream in honor of him with Sebastian's Anthem. And I so appreciate y'all for hanging out with me all day long and for telling me that you are going to be watching for me, coming back for me tomorrow. It really means a lot to me. It really does. So peace out, guys. Thank you so much. Until tomorrow.
Clean like your soul won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up